po. Morning po. Live na tayo sa 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 YouTube. Pa-check yung link. Okay na yun.
Lobog of Donald, live na po.
Okay, co-host po ako. Okay, paki-admit all na po lahat. Game na tayo. Paki-admit all na po.
Sakit sa tenga. Ngayon, lakas ng
Ayan, sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, partner, I think audible ka naman.
Ayan, so first of all, we would like to greet everyone a very good morning. And thank you all so much for coming to our webinar. And we'll start in around 5 minutes so everyone can settle down and close your other apps so we can focus on this webinar. Ayan, good morning everyone and quick check, can you now see my screen?
Yes, partner, kita na ang inyong screen.
Ayan, again, good morning everyone and welcome to the second colloquium on power and clean energy with the theme Climate, Energy, and Power Electronics, breaking new ground of information in these changing times, organized by IECEP Power Electronics Society and hosted by IECEP Bulacan, IECEP Cavite, IECEP Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Eastern Region Chapter, and IECEP Mindoro Chapters. I hope that we've all had our breakfast and quick coffee and is ready to start our day. I am Mary Grace Catherine Ivalila, your IECEP Bulacan auditor.
And I am Edmark Joshua Cinto, the IECEP Bulso SC's Technical Committee Head, and we will be your host for today.
Ayan, Edmark, I am sure we are all very excited to listen and learn today from the second event of IECEP Power Electronics Society.
Yes, and that's correct, Engineer Grace. No? And this is also another great collaboration indeed of the four IECEP chapters, namely IECEP Bulacan, IECEP Cavite, IECEP Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Eastern Region Chapter, and of course, IECEP Mindoro Chapter. Just goes to show no, how good the camaraderie is between IECEP to bring the very best to our members.
So just to give everyone a quick preview of our day, the colloquium is divided into two sessions. We'll have the first two webinars during the AM session, and we'll have also another webinar on the PM session. With that being said, let's start with our house rules, reminders, and qualifications for e-certificates. For the house rules, to keep the door open for a better communication, greater mutual respect, and greater efficiency, please mute your device audio and turn off your webcam during the presentation. Turn it on only when needed. Respect the speakers on the floor. Note that you're allowed to ask questions via the chat box or the Q&A mechanism of the webinar. We will not be entertaining questions via other formats, and no spamming please on the chat box. Create a discussion or ask questions during the discussion period discussed and mentioned by our speaker related to the topic, and do not close your session or log out during the seminar. You may leave anytime in the between and relog in, but connection may be interrupted in the system. You can log out after the event finishes. And lastly, don't forget to fill out the attendance evaluation form, and the link will be posted in the chat box after the two sessions. To qualify for e-certificates, partner, ayan, you must be a registered and confirmed participant at My IECEP, completed 90% at least of the session, and signed in on the attendance form plus the evaluation form, and of course, accomplished yung evaluation survey natin. Now we'll start with the invocation, national anthem, and IECEP hymn.
Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, helas ng sinangalan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa dagatang tutok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang islang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitindig. Lumalang araw ng walhagin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mag-amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
It was about creating value for society, recognizing electronics for our economy, purpose-driven. That's who we are, we work with ingenuity for nation building and the ever-evolving industry. Dynamic, globally competitive is our institute. Excellence is what we aim, yes, humanity a root. Professionalism and prestige is our root. For our country and the world, all of us are resolute. Engineering solutions that have led to many changes. Creativity, intelligence have been our tools for ages. Marching forward for the country, leading it to progress, making sure that you and me are part of all success. One organization, or many chapters, or one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help above, we'll do our mission. One organization, or many chapters, or one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build a nation. Leadership and unity and progress and development, camaraderie and ethics and meaningful engagement. Members have the chance for growth and involvement, new opportunities, inspiring lives moment. Engineering solutions that have led to many changes. Creativity, intelligence have been our tools for ages. Marching forward for the country, leading it to progress, making sure that you and me are part of all success. One organization, or many chapters, or one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help above, we'll do our mission. One organization, or many chapters, or one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build a nation. March into the future for the next generation, who is open to innovation. Innovation. One organization, or many chapters, or one profession, walking hand same direction. With the help of all, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build a nation.
Ayan, hello, good morning again everyone. And before tayo magtuloy-tuloy sa ating event, quick attendance check right now. So we have an outstanding 359 members as of this 8:38 a.m. And to make sure that we are all alive, excited, and awake, and ready na rin for today, pahingi naman po ng mga hearts reacts dyan. And if you could reply or chat on our chat box, #1ISEP para mapakita natin yung strong number of participants in this Zoom meeting. Ayan. Ayan, no? So, 1ISEP, #1ISEP heart. Ayan. Okay, tuloy-tuloy lang po ang ating pag-heart dahil exciting ang event po natin for this morning. Okay? To welcome us in this webinar, may we call on the chair for IECEP Power Electronics Society, Engineer Mark Philip Fernandez.
Okay, good morning everyone. So for better experience, I would like to check if my audio and video are okay in your end. Please confirm.
Yes po, audible and visible naman po.
All right, thank you very much moderators and good morning everyone. Honorable Dr. Arnal Detalla, beloved IECEP National President Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, to my fellow IECEP Power Electronics Society core members and officers, society committees, and to my fellow IECEP members, again, good morning. I'm proud to announce and welcome you all to our second colloquium on power and clean energy with the theme of climate, energy, and power electronics, breaking new ground of information in these changing times. It started last February 12 to 13 of this year, and we are very excited and at the same time very nervous if we can pull something like this. Now, here we are. I know there's a lot of things to do as a society, which has just reached its first year anniversary this last May of this year. Later, the society will share some of its milestones and highlights of what we have reached so far to help our members to further advance their knowledge, skills, and experience in the field of power electronics. Sabi nga mga ka-IECEP, nagsisimula pa lang ang mas exciting part ng ating society. And lastly, I'd like to thank our men and women who have worked tirelessly to make this event a possibility. So, of course, our organizers, our partner chapters, and volunteers, I would like to thank you guys for making this possible. So kaya mga ka-IECEP, walang bibitaw at tutok lamang kayo sa isa na namang magandang colloquium na ibibigay namin sa inyo sa tulong ng ating mga kasamang IECEP chapters ngayong araw na ito. #1IECEP, #IECEP2022, at #IECEP Puso. Again, welcome at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Engineer MP. And ayan, papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting na part. So for now, To give another welcome message from the IECEP Power Electronics Society, may we also call on Dr. Angelo A. Beltran Jr., the head for Research and Development Committee, IECEP Power Electronics Society.
Thank you, moderator, Engineer Grace and Edmark. Thank you so much. And Engineer Fernandez, our president for the IECEP Power Electronics Society. Gentlemen, ladies, and fellow electronics engineers, good morning. On behalf of the IECEP Power Electronics Society Organizing Committee, it is my great privilege to welcome you to the second IECEP Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy 2022. Before giving the floor to Honorable Dr. Alnar Datalia, Dr. Michelle Lawas, and to our invited speakers, I would like to take this opportunity to give some dialogue for today's event. The collective aim of this colloquium is to integrate participants with common interests and to share compelling insights to all. The philosophy of encompassing the industry practitioners, academe, business, and government sectors provide this meeting an extraordinary occurrence. The theme for today's event is climate, energy, and power electronics, breaking new ground of information in these changing times. As we all know, the current threat of our time is global warming and climate change, which affects all of us, thereby forcing us to reevaluate and rethink of innovative ways and substantial solutions addressing these problems. Moreover, the core generator of our economy is power and energy. Therefore, in support for this growth and developments, it is prevalent to acknowledge the role of electronics engineering through communications, electronics, smart systems, control systems, data analytics, and the like, supporting these advancements. As a result, we have requested distinguished speakers who are specialists in their field to discourse their innovative concepts, opportunities, and challenges, promoting our advocacy on power and clean energy. As with the first colloquium, we deeply express our gratitude to all co-organizers for today's event. The IECEP National, IECEP Bulacan, IECEP Mindoro, IECEP Cavite, and IECEP KSA-ERC, who volunteered and allocated their time for the success of today's event. We also highly appreciate the impressive and dedicated works of Engineer Antonio Dishon Jr., the current Secretary of the IECEP Power Electronics Society, and IECEP Laguna Student Chapter, who all work hard, help us prepare the materials needed, and their absolute support for this colloquium. On behalf of the IECEP Power Electronics Society, we would like to recognize our important visitors from Professional Regulation Commission, IECEP National Board of Directors, and invited speakers for their acceptance. Likewise, we are appreciative to our sponsors, ABB Inc. and Adamson University, and of course to all participants attending for today's event. #OneICEP, #OneOrganization, and #OneFamily. Mabuhay electronics engineers, mabuhay IECEP, mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you for that heartfelt message, Doc Angelo. And next in line is the message from the esteemed chair of the Professional Regulatory Board of Electronics Engineering. Let us all welcome Honorable Dr. Alnar Datalia.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. Nakakagulat yung picture ko sa It was during that time that ilang years na ba yon? Matagal na picture na yan, hindi ko na nakita. Anyway, that's the other side of the topic. But I'd like to congratulate the Power Electronic Society for again sponsoring this kind of activity that will promote this field of specialization of our profession. Okay, so maraming salamat Power Electronics Group, right? So as we all know, we are into specialization as what mandates as one of the programs also of PRC. We encourage the creation of this specialized group so that our professionals eventually in the future will have their own specialization. So yeah, let me just give a overview as to what this particular group should do. No, of course we all know that our main client for this particular engagement are electronics professionals. No, of course we can also accommodate professionals who wants to learn about this power electronics who are not in our profession, but our main client are electronics professionals. No? And what are the objectives? What is the main objective of this particular society? No? So the objective is that, as what I've said earlier, the clients are electronics professional, and the objective is to promote this field of specialization in the electronics profession. No? To promoting the power electronics field of specialization of our profession. So how are we going to promote it? Of course, you've been doing that. No? You conducted technical seminars, as what mentioned by the ones who give the message earlier, that this is the second time that you conducted this activity. No? So conducting technical seminars that would promote awareness about this particular field of specialization. And another thing is, siguro medyo hindi to na-highlight in one of your activities. No? So, but then I'd like to suggest that you should do it in the future. No? So develop program to be taken by prospective electronics professionals who wish to pursue on this field of specialization. So what I'm trying to say here is that probably the group should develop like module program that should be taken by electronics professionals who wish to really specialize in power electronics. Okay, so yun, no? That's one suggested activity that would be conducted by this particular group in the future. And another thing is that probably you need to sponsor program also promoting, not just giving technical experiences of our experts in power electronics, but probably promote what's the nature of undertakings in this particular field of specialization. Okay, so basically the idea here is that ibibenta natin tong field of specialization. No? So that's the rule of the society. But I'm very happy for this activity. This is a very good take-off point that you did, and I guess this is one of the society in our profession that is really active nowadays. No? So continue on. We really appreciate your undertakings. And again, my appreciation to the officers of Power Electronic Society. Keep moving on. Conduct technical seminars to give awareness and develop program. And number 3 is promote this field of specialization. Again, let me repeat these 3 points that I'd like to stress. No, first, conduct technical seminars to give awareness, and then develop program, and last is, as much possible, promote this field of specialization. And so, enjoy, learn from this colloquium, and maraming salamat. Good morning to all of us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Detalye. And I'm sure in the coming months, we will see more, more programs and promotional activities from IECEP Power Electronic Society. Sabi nga po ni Chairman MP kanina, papunta pa lang sa exciting na part. Ayan. And of course, to give us our opening remarks, may we call on none other than our IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas.
Okay, thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. And I'm so sorry, I'm a bit late due to my intermittent connection in General Santos City. But nevertheless, what is important is we are here today for this collaboration and for this colloquium to empower, to strengthen, and to give education, and to somehow share the knowledge of our experts in clean and in power and energy topic. Okay, so to our governors from the different chapters and all the participants and guests, our valued members, and especially to the IECEP Power Electronics Society, my congratulations as well to the society, because this is their second colloquium. And in fact, they were given recognition during our mid-year convention in Davao City. And the way they conduct and they adhere the mandate of this specialization, everyone is putting their efforts, and everyone is very excited in giving out all their knowledge and support to all our members just to deliver what is expected from this society. And of course, to our Chairman of the Board of ECE, Dr. Alnar Detalya, thank you, sir, for being with us, for always a constant to IECEP, and universal greetings to one and all, and a pleasant Saturday morning. So again, in the recent development in our career progression, as well as in some programs presented by us, by the PRC and some of the link agencies of IECEP, my appreciation to this group of dynamic engineers for coming up an activity like what we have today, this colloquium. Because me as an academician myself, colloquium is a very popular in academe and in research world. From time to time, we are challenged to come up with a solution. If we identify the problems, then see to it that we come up with a solution. Because as a society, we are always challenged, as an organization, we are always challenged to give that solution. Find some answers of the query of the industry, in education, in fact 5.0, and in the academe 5.0, and onwards. And we always dedicate an effort and initiative to align with that academe and industry gap. So as an engineer, we are the front line. As an ECE, we are the front line in the emerging technologies, in the nanotechnologies, and in addressing technological challenges, provide substantial solutions. And I couldn't imagine the world without science and technology, without this society giving so much attention with a pressing problem, not only in our locality, but in the global as well. Without invention, without this innovation, and without this acknowledgement, this is a conference, or this is a meeting, listening to lectures at which specialists deliver on a topic of their expertise to somehow shed light on all of us about power and clean energy, or any related relevant topics that will somehow contribute to the development and part of the nation building approach. So everyone is aware that we are encouraged to always go away with fossil fuels, okay, like coal, crude, like diesel. So we are always challenged in the future and in the coming years for our future generation. Now we should be efficient in dealing with our electricity, in dealing with our energy. And that is always a challenge in the energy and power and in the society. The usage, so what we can do as an individual, the usage like electricity, because somehow, though we are always challenged to go away with the fossil fuels, but since the demand of the electricity is very high compared to what is being produced, dumadami ng dumadami ang ating pabrika, dumadami ng dumadami ang mga tao sa mundo, and yet the power and energy industry is always challenged to really come up with a clean energy, like solar, if we can go on solar, and we are always challenged to that. So dapat maging efficient tayo sa paggamit ng electricity. Like simply, we are always packaged and introduced by the new light solutions. On the light solutions, if possible, gamit tayo ng mga LED para po efficient ang utilization ng ating energy. For the appliance, di ba? Nasa inverter na po tayo na technology ngayon to somehow address the issue of this global predicament. To maximize everything and hopefully no wastage at all, and we can do it in the future. So if we can do it in the future, because we have already solar in the market, but what is always challenged in the solar, in the clean energy, is the initial cost and all of that. So we are going to undertake all these challenges, all these questions set before us with our, of course, with our speakers and specialists, not to deliver on that specific ano. So apart from that, this activity as an organization somehow give utmost relevance to our presence in the community. As in electronics, emerging technologies, we address with the many technologies. So where we are present, so power and clean energy, the issues and challenges faced by the renewable energy industry, there are so many to mention. We have political pressures, we have government policies, we have corporate influence, we even have old infrastructure, lack of proper storage system, and some of the prominent challenges and present market scenarios stand in its way for a wider adoption worldwide. But despite these factors, Renewable has undertaken a global adoption as a means to alleviate climate change, because in the opening remarks, in the welcome address, climate change was being mentioned, was being addressed, and we have to face this head on as an engineer, as a technical group, and it is free of direct pollution and carbon emission as much as possible. So this is the most feasible substitute for fossil fuels. But with time, it's becoming an inevitable part of the mix of energy production, because we are so much aware of the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. So the very affected community are the community in the energy, because di ba nasa-suffer natin elevation of price and the effect to the community. So in as much as we want to go away with the fossil fuels, but we cannot do it this time. So we are challenged for the clean energy, for the solar, but the very, very challenging is the high initial cost of installation. So it's the most significant and well-known obstacle for the adoption of all these things. The cost is often associated with the infrastructure and many more. So I will not take you long. I just like to apprise everyone that in the national office, on behalf of the national officers and its general membership, we salute, we commend this activity for the IECEP Power Electronic Society for coming up a very relevant, responsive, proactive, kind of webinars, seminars for our general membership. So with that, I am hoping that every one of us will see in the coming annual general membership comes November 15, 16, and 17 at the Philippine International Convention Center. So let us support our institutional activities such as AGM, and I am excited to see you all for a meeting of minds, and perhaps we can also give time for some of our speakers in line with the power and clean energy, and even the challenge of the Philippine government this time. It's all about the agricultural sector and the power and the power sector. So with that, again, my congratulations to all of you and good luck to everyone, and magandang araw po, magandang Saturday sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Press Michelle, and of course, thank you to Doc Natalia, Doc Beltran, and Chairman MP. At this point, we would like to call on for a quick photo op with our guests for documentation po. So we are requesting everyone to turn on their Zoom picture, the hosts and co-hosts.
Okay.
Okay, Miss Faye? Okay, I'll take the photo na lang po. 1, 2, 3, smile.
Okay, fast up here.
Okay, thank you po. And now we'll proceed with an overview of the colloquium by Engineer Antonio L. Tixon Jr., the Secretary of IECEP Power Electronics Society.
Thank you very much, Engineer Grace and Mr. Edmark, for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm now going to give you the overview of the second colloquium on power and clean energy. The Colloquium series is a biannual event of Power Electronic Society to uphold the vital scientific, state-of-the-art developments and educational aspects of power electronics and its applications. The theme today is Climate, Energy, and Power Electronics, breaking new ground of information in these changing times. Indeed, electronics engineering profession, especially the power electronics specialization, helps in sustainable nation building. Electronics engineering can aid in the successful adoption of clean energy transition to lower GHG emissions in the country. Next slide, please. Thank you. The colloquium is composed of two parts, the AM session and PM session. There will be company presentations from our sponsors in between talks of each session. For the AM session, the General Manager from ERC Critical Power Equipment Engineering Services will give a talk focusing on uninterruptible power supply, its fundamentals, applications, and update on the technology, followed by the sponsor presentation of Adamson University. Then the senior consultant at Aquaterra Asia Private Limited will share her work on the adoption of distributed renewable energy systems in rural and urban areas in the Philippines. Next slide, please. Thank you. For the PM session, the principal engineer from Amber Kinetics Fields Ed will give a talk on power electronics application in renewable energy system, followed by the sponsor presentation of ABB Inc. Then the chair of Committee of Specializations from IECEP National will give us updates from National Specialization Society. Then we will have the talk of the chair of Power Electronics Society, focusing on orientation and updates from IECEP Health. I think we are all excited for the event. Let's sit back and learn. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, Engineer Dixon. I am sure that we are all excited for the webinars planned for today. Let me just share a quotation from Gloria Rubin that a transition to clean energy is about making an investment in our future. Without further ado, to introduce our resource speaker, may we call on the esteemed governor of IECEP Bulacan, Engineer Donald Lapiguera.
Good morning. All right, to start our second colloquium on power and clean energy. So our first resource speaker for this morning is an ASEAN certified energy manager and has more than 20 years of technical experience in mission critical power equipment and critical facilities gained from working in the critical power equipment companies in the world, such as American Power Conversion in Singapore, Schneider Electric in Singapore, and Ametic SCI in USA, Singapore, Emerson Network Power, Relo UPS, also both in Singapore, and Vertiv Philippines. He attended numerous technical factory products, service and sales training in USA, UAE, Singapore, and Europe, and worked as a regional service engineer in Asia Pacific, Africa, and the Middle East region. He worked as a senior technical support engineer, and he is also a former technical training instructor who provided training on MCPE technical product certification for service and technical engineers in Asia Pacific region. He is a double degree in engineering, BS Electronics and Communications Engineering, and BS Electrical Engineering at New Era University. He attended postgraduate studies in Asian Institute of Management Business Leadership Program, Ateneo Graduate School of Business, CCE Lean Six Sigma, and University of the Philippines National Engineering Center Facilities Management. Currently, he is taking Master of Engineering in Electrical Engineering at the Technological Institute of the Philippines in Quezon City. He is an ATC Data Center Certified Associate, AEMAS ASEAN Certified Energy Manager, Certified Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt, a licensed electronics engineer, licensed registered master electrician, and a life member of Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. Let's welcome Engineer Manolito Balane Sasuma.
Engineer Sasuman, you can now take over the sharing.
Excuse me, parang naka-off yung mic ni sir.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir. Yes po.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Donald, for the introduction. Okay, let's proceed with the presentation. I'll share my screen.
Engineer Sasuman, there's a slight echo
Okay,
coming in
wait.
po on our audio.
All right, I'll check on that one. Okay, no more?
Yes, sir. It's clear. Can you now
Clear
share,
na?
sir? Let's
Yes.
test.
Okay, let's proceed. Okay. Okay, let's start with my presentation. It's uninterruptible power supply, fundamentals, and update of the technology of the UPS equipment. So objective is learn fundamental concept of the uninterruptible power supply, UPS, understand configuration and application of the UPS, understand the operation, components, functionality, and importance of the UPS, and apply the best practice in maintaining the UPS to ensure the reliability of this equipment and avoid downtime. If we have time, we can discuss that one. And the most important thing, know the updated technology of the UPS. Our outline, it's a introduction, application of the UPS, type of UPS, components, rectifier, section module, battery, bypass, inverter, communication control, operation, UPS configuration update of technology. Okay, let's start. What is the uninterruptible power supply? Basically, an uninterruptible power supply is an equipment that provides a quality, improve the quality of the power source. It will filter so that it will give quality power to the load. And the second function is to provide backup power when there is a power failure on the input side of the of the power system in the building. Okay, so we'll discuss the anomalies later in detail. So this is the known UPS manufacturer, APC or Schneider Electric. They have two merged together, APC, American Power Conversion, in Merlin MGE UPS. The Vertiv is for Liebert, Emerson, and Chloride. FJ, Fuji Electric, Mitsubishi, Eaton, Amitech for the industrial, Socomec, a French company, GE, Relo, Italian company, ABB, a European, Peeler, AEG, and Toshiba, Japanese. So these are the known UPS brands. So basically, I'll discuss the power system. So we have a power system. We have from generation of the generation of the power system. We have two types: the renewable power plant and the non-renewable power plant. So we have hybrid, solar, thermal, which use thermal power. It's not the PV thermal, so it's another one. Wind power, geothermal, biomass, and ocean thermal. So basically, well, some of them will generate like a high solar thermal, geothermal. It used to steam to generate the turbine. Then it runs the generator, then goes to the transformer. For non-renewable, we have fuel, coal, crude oil, natural gas, and steam gas. Right now, the renewable is catching up with the non-renewable. So that's our objective, our government and international objective to improve the use of renewable. So basically, once it goes to the transformer, it step up the voltage to several kilovolts. Like in Philippines, in Luzon grid, so we have three grids. It's a Luzon grid, Visayas grid, and Mindanao grid. The Luzon grid used 230 and 500 kilovolt. The Visayas grid used 69, 138, and 200 kilovolt. And the Mindanao grid, they use 69 and 138 kilovolt. So for transmission, they Ohm's law, V IR. So if you increase the voltage, you can transmit the power, the current, minimal current because you increase the voltage of kilovolts. So you can use smaller cables. So that's the aim of that one. So it goes to the distribution system, like Meralco in Manila, in Cebu is VECO, and then it goes to the industrial site. As you can see, we have a pole in front of our building, right? There's a transformer there which should convert from several kilovolts to the usable for industrial side, 480 or 400, depends on the industrial site. So in residential, it's 230 volts, and commercial, both are available, 400, 480, or 230. So these are the power disturbance, no? The harmonic, distortion, switching transient, switch frequency variation, electrical line noise, over voltage, under voltage, power suck, power surge, and power failure. These ones affect our equipment, no? It might affect, if you observe, you have your computer suddenly get hung, or your network get reset. So there's a power failure. So these using AC has this kind of a problem. So we have three types. We discuss this later now: the online, interactive, and offline. So as discussed, only the online type UPS can answer all those quality problem, power disturbance problem. Line interactive is only a couple of noise disturbance, power disturbance, and the offline, it's standby. So we discussed that later. Okay, history. Who is the one who credited to as a patented the UPS system, no? Because UPS is combination of several technology, rectifier, inverter, bypass. So which other person also claimed for patent for one, but the one who claimed as a total for the UPS is John J. Hanley from US, no? It's 1934. So we have two types of the UPS. We have dynamic and static UPS. Dynamic is used for use a mechanical type of materials. While static UPS use electrical electronics. No, so in 1950, first MG UPS for mechanical. It is huge, but it's huge and very noisy. You know, usually use this one for motor type of a load. And air conditioning system, motor that absorbs high inrush current 10 times. No, it's reliable and simple, but the problem is it's very huge, it's noisy. So yeah, and then in 1960s we have the SCR based UPS system. No rotating parts in terms of operation, or the only rotating is the fan or ventilation. Use transformer, wave form filtering, low switching, less noise. Okay, that's a characteristic. Now UPS is rated kVA or or VA, no? So this is a power triangle, apparent power, true power, and the reactive power. So this is the formula that we learn in college. I think electrical circuit 1, or yeah. So apparent power is equal to V times I, true power, VI cosine theta. Then reactive power is VI sine theta. So this is the same as the Pythagorean theorem, no? S is equal to square root of P squared, Q squared. Then cosine theta is a power factor. Then this is the favorite of the engineer, no? The beer, the mug of a beer. So it's indicate the kilowatt, kVAR, and kVA. The reactive power is the waste electricity. That's why it's very important to eliminate or minimize the reactive power in the system. Real power is the usable electricity. So power factor is equal to PFP power over reactive power. Well, sample is 0.8, A of 80 kilowatt, and 100 kilowatt, your power factor is 0.8. Okay, the sizing of the UPS. We have a small size of the UPS rated to 300 to 10 kVA, usually for home and small office. And we have medium UPS 10 to 60 kVA for server room or network room. And we have a large UPS in the office and a couple of small data center, 100 to 200 kVA. And for the huge data center, is like the Equinix, Microsoft, Google data centers, Digital Realty. So these are the global provider of data centers that they have used a 200 kVA to 2 mega MVA. Okay, they can parallel it. Then another type, the static UPS topology. We have three types: standby UPS, offline, line interactive, double conversion UPS. Actually, there's also a delta conversion and ferro resonant UPS, but these are the three types that is dominant. No, So basically, you have a surge suppressor, filter, relay or transfer switch, AC, rectifier, and battery and inverter. So controlled by the microprocessor, the operation. Once the inputs come here, search the suppressor work. If it's too much, then search will blow. So it maintains the operation here, filter the power, and then goes to the load. No, it's a normal condition. So control communication, monitor all the parts of the UPS. So charging the UPS goes to rectifier, charge the UPS for AC to DC, then charge the battery, then goes to the inverter. We'll discuss it further later. So transfer time of this standby UPS is 20 milliseconds. So this is designed for home use and computer PC, not for the network equipment. No. So basically, the size of this one is 300 VA to 1.5 kVA. So next one is the auto voltage stabilizer, the line interactive, or what we call the voltage independent type of a UPS. So you have the auto voltage stabilizer here. You have smart boost, smart trim. Once the input voltage is higher than the operating voltage, it will trim down, clamp down the voltage to the acceptable value. Or once it is high, it's low, it will boost the voltage to an acceptable value of the threshold value of the UPS. So by here, it already stabilize the voltage. So it goes to the filtering. You have the passive filter here, capacitor, inductor. Then it goes at normal condition, goes to the load. There's a transfer switch here, relay, control communication, same thing as before, as discussed. The AC, DC, charge the rectifier, charge the battery, it goes to DC, DC bus, then inverter. The transfer time for this one is 2 milliseconds. It's some basic network equipment, they can use this one. The value of the capacity of this type of the topology, it can use up to 1 kVA up to 20 kVA. So double conversion. So this is the online double conversion. So basically, this is the main the topology that used in the dominant one. So you have isolation transformer, isolates from primary to secondary, rectifier, inverter, battery. You have the bypass here. So as you have a problem, goes to the bypass. Now we'll discuss further this diagram as we go on. So we have a diode, main semiconductor in the UPS system for power electronics. We are not discussing about the control, microprocessor, all these things. So we just concentrate on the power components. So yeah, so you have the diode, then the power BGT, the MOSFET, power MOSFET. You have the silicon controlled rectifier SCR, and the SCR. The diagram is here. And the dominant right now, the insulated gate bipolar transistor, IGBT. Okay, it's a combined fast-acting high power capability of BGT with a voltage control features of power MOSFET. Okay, to form a very versatile high-frequency switching device, which is more powerful, efficient, and reliable. Actually, in terms of efficiency, MOSFET is better, but the problem of the power MOSFET is the power capability to handle the power capability, ng amperage capability. Okay, this IGBT. So dynamic UPS. So dynamic UPS, as mentioned earlier, that it uses a mechanical type. You have the motorized equipment and then the generator, and it uses kinetic energy or flywheel, whereas their main source of backup power. Static UPS, as mentioned, it is made of non-motorized equipment. Non-motorized that use electronics component, power component. So we have the small one, single medium, and large size UPS. So industrial grade. So we have industrial grade UPS application. The same as for industrial grades, they use double conversion online. You have the main objective of the industrial grade is reliability. So they use component that is highly reliable. They don't care about how big it is or the efficiency. They are more on a highly high reliable, because the one who use this one is the critical sites like a power plant, power generating plant, petrochemical, onshore or offshore, in the middle of the sea. Okay, we have two types. Another one is a commercial, no? So we have industrial tsaka commercial application. So transformer-less UPS for commercial, and a combination of transformer-based. So it's online, it's double conversion. It just happened that they are different technology. One without the transformer in the input side, the other one have. So yeah, so can go proceed to the next slide, discuss it further. 9:30 we will have a break for 5 minutes. So I still have 1 minute. Okay, so transformer-based UPS, well, basically, as mentioned, you have galvanic isolation transformer here for the primary. So power comes in through electromagnetics, goes to the secondary without any galvanic isolation here. There is a galvanic isolation. So it goes to the rectifier. Rectifier convert AC to DC, and we'll discuss the technology of the rectifier, the next following slide, then the battery, inverter, bypass, and auto transformer. Okay, this is the online transformerless UPS. So there's no transformer here. You can see there's no transformer in the input side. The main reason that they don't have a transformer is that there are two main reasons. One is the power efficiency. So there's a lot of power loss by using a transformer. Second one is it's to lessen the value, the price of the UPS, and also the logistics. No, if you ship the equipment, it is heavy, then it's more expensive. So it's a different technologies use line positive, neutral, and ground. So yeah, we'll discuss that further. Okay, it's already 9:30. It's our protocol to have a 5 minutes break. So we give you a 5 minutes bio break. We'll proceed in 9:35. Okay. Moderator.
Okay po. So we'll be back at exactly 9:35 a.m. po. We'll have a short break.
Okay, let's go back to the presentation. Okay, right now the components, the common components for of the UPS. So you have EMI, RFI input filter, rectifier, SCR diode, power BGT, can be power BGT, power MOSFET, or IGBT. And then we have the rectifier control board, SCR driver board, inverter driver, IGBT board, inverter output transformer bypass. So we will discuss this. These are the main common components. No? So AC capacitor, DC capacitor, inductor. So rectifier charger. For rectifier charger, we have three technology. We have the 6 pulse. This one is a 6 pulse. We have the 12 pulse, and we have the IGBT. So the H5 filter or passive filter can be passive filter can be connected or add to the 12 pulse or 6 pulse to improve the THDI and THDB. What is THDI? Is a total harmonic current distortion and total harmonic voltage distortion. So as you can see the figure, IGBT has is more efficient compared to 12 pulse and high pulse and 6 pulse. This is the dominant right now, no? The IGBT rectifier. For old system, they use 12/6 pulse. So the advantage, it's also improved the power factor, and having a smaller value of THDI will improve the efficiency of your power system upstream. So basically, this is the 6 pulse rectifier transformer base. So you can see there's a transformer. So it's a transformer type base of rectifier. So you have input supply here, 3 phase, line 1, line 2, line 3, 120 degrees phase shift. No, so you have 120 to 4360. So 120 degrees. So input supply, it goes to the transformer, galvanic transformer. There's a galvanic isolation from primary to secondary. Then inductor, you have a constant current here from inductor. So you know the property of inductor. Then it goes to the rectifier, which convert AC to DC at 30 to 60 phase shift degree. And then it goes. These SCR are controlled by a controller board from motherboard or controller board, which give command to interface board, convert digital signal to analog signal to the rectifier board. Then this rectifier board is the one who give a command to the SCR to trigger the SCR switching. Okay. Then after that, we will have a DC already, but the AC ripple is quite is still there. So to be able to minimize that one, it goes to the DC capacitor to minimize the AC ripple. Okay, so the rectifier charger will charge the batteries. So basically, this is the diagram. So the back end DC converter. So as a short story, Edison and Tesla have competition in early 20th century or late 19th century, 19th century. So basically, Tesla is advocating for alternating current. He invented the induction motor, and Edison is advocating the DC. The problem of that one, the problem of Edison, is he cannot transmit a high voltage DC to the client, the residential, his client. He need to use as big cables because he used 110 volts. So for Tesla, he was able to step up, step down by the use of transformer. So Tesla won in that competition. But if you are noticing right now, with this technology, the back end boost, back means step down, boost means step up. So back boost technology, if Edison is alive in our generation, he will probably have a chance to compete with Tesla, because high voltage DC is already existing. We use this in Europe. They already use it in US, and even in our country, the Luzon and Visayas grid is connected by a submerged cable 350 kilovolt of a high voltage DC. So we are already using the transmission of high voltage DC from Luzon and Visayas grid. So how it works, okay, a quick one because we need to be fast. So basically this either IGBT or MOSFET. So we have a DC bus here, on and off. So by on state, this is on, the power goes to here to the inductor, and the capacitor is here, provides power. It trims down the voltage because it's absorbed by the inductor. So you from 600 volts to 486. No, so at off state, if this is off, this is on. Off state, there's still power generated by the inductor. So it releases power here to charge the capacitor. So it's less than the voltage, so it's step down. So opposite to the step up, same components, different configuration. So you have 486 volts here. You have inductor, so you have power coming here. If it's on, so it will cycle this side. If it's off, this one is off, so it goes to the forward bias, the diode. It's a blocking diode or forward bias, no? So once you have power here, constant current generate. Then if it's off here, power goes here, and the capacitor release of power. So combination additional from power here and here. So you have step up voltage. So this one is a 12 pulse rectifier. Same thing, input, transformer. The difference for this one, you have a master slave, two 6 pulse. No, it's a master and slave connected by a delta Y phase shift transformer. No, so inductor headness to the master, phase shift transformer. So basically, it's more clean. You know, the DC ripple is lesser compared to 6 pulse. But and then it goes to the DC capacitors, which improve the AC ripple. So it's the same thing as 6 pulse. So the next one is this IGBT. So the next one is IGBT. You have transformer IGBT. There's a switching here from the controller board to a IGBT driver. Switch to IGBT driver. Then it is more efficient. The ripple is lesser compared to the other two, technology. Then you can see here there's a boost because the DC bus is lesser compared to the requirement of the inverter. It boosts the power from a certain 400 volts to 800 volts. It depends on the operation or manufacturer. So it boosts the power for the inverter. We will discuss this further in the inverter section. So there are two types. As you know, you have here two configuration of the battery: positive, neutral, negative, positive, negative. If you can see the configuration, you will know what type of technology the equipment is, for the UPS equipment. If you can see a positive, neutral, negative. So this one is a transformer-less UPS because it uses a neutral as a reference point. If you can see this one, positive, negative, so it's transformer based. So you have positive 1 to 40. You have a neutral point on the 20 and 21 battery. So use as a reference port, isolate to have a positive, neutral, positive side, neutral, negative, negative sides. So you have the type of batteries. So different types of batteries. You have BRLA, lithium ion, wet type, and also nickel cadmium. The most dominant right now, the incoming battery of the future is the lithium ion. It is lesser high capacity in a lesser footprint and better operating temperature compared to the VRLA, which is the most dominant. Okay, increase. We are now in bypass. So it is a reserve supply line in UPS to provide protection from the following: your internal fault of the UPS. Once UPS have problem, it goes to the static bypass. Overload. Once UPS has an overload, 150% overload load, so it's an overload. So it goes to static bypass or short circuit from the incoming or the output side goes to static bypass. Okay. So it's used to power the load during the maintenance, troubleshooting, repair. So if you go that one, you go to internal and external bypass. So you have static bypass, solid state device that no moving parts. Now this is commonly constructed using a pair of thyristor connected inverse parallel. So it looks like this, inverse parallel. So the transfer point from inverter side, it goes to the zero transfer negative side of this one to the zero transfer point. Then it will go to the bypass side with the objective of make before break. So zero no interruption, no transfer time is zero. So you have internal maintenance bypass. So internal maintenance bypass, you can see that one as a switch or isolator in the either front of the UPS or at the back of the UPS. And you have the external maintenance bypass, which is outside, no, the panel, main panel ring of the operating panel of the distribution of the electrical room. So maintenance bypass, external. So you have three types. We have three types of external maintenance bypass. So we have this one is this type is you have the contactor and short burst thyristor, no, combination of thyristor and contactor. So what is the idea is that when in operational, contactor is closed, no. When there's something problem here, there's a bypass board here which communicate with the contactor condition and the bypass. So this one, the thyristor is rated lower than the operational because it will only handle for a couple of for short time. So once there's a problem, the static bypass thyristor will handle that one, and then it will trigger the bypass board, will trigger this contactor to transfer the load to the bypass input. So there's a proper sequence of synchronization between the thyristor and these two contactor. Problem is for this one is the reliability of the contactor. The next one is the full rated thyristor and contactor combination. So you have for the bypass, you use thyristor, and for the input is the inverter, the contactor. So normal operation, it goes to the contactor close. So there's a bypass board in this side and communicates once there's a problem, trigger the thyristor, then put the load to the bypass, then close this, open this contactor. Okay, the dominant type of the bypass is the thyristor, no, combination. So the inverter, there's no more contactor, no, because the thyristor is more reliable than the contactor. So you have a thyristor here, the bypass board in the middle. So communicate with the inverter thyristor and the bypass thyristor. If there's a problem, transfer here, make before break to the bypass board, to the bypass line to the output, the load of the client. Okay. Now this is the most interesting part, the inverter. It's part of the UPS that converts direct current to alternating current. So DC to AC. So use BGT, power MOSFET, SCR, IGBT. Mostly old model of UPS is they used a BGT before, then power MOSFET, SCR, and IGBT. No? So there are two types of inverter, the ferro-resonant inverter and pulse width modulation. So for pulse width modulation inverter, there's two types, 2-level conversion and 3-level conversion. Okay. Ferro-resonant, it is a simple square wave generator that is commonly referred as a passive regulating device. So this is a diagram. You have two switching component here, positive. Then you have the transformer. As you know that the transformer, there's a positive side. This is a positive side of the transformer. This is a secondary positive side. So once you have a DC bus coming from here, when the signal is negative side, so you have negative side here, it goes to the components once it's on. So you can see it goes to the side of the transformer that is positive. So negative positive, it will produce a negative square wave. On the other side, the positive side, positive polarity, once the power goes here, positive positive, so it produces a positive side of the square wave. So you have a negative and positive side. Then it goes to the secondary of the saturated transformer. This is a special type of transformer. No, it's not the same as that what we use in a daily, in the buildings or in the components circuit. You know, so it's a special type of ferroresonant transformer. It's used as saturation. So once the power comes here, galvanic oscillation, there's a saturation between on the secondary. Then there's a capacitor. I did not put that as a capacitor. It works with a capacitor to convert the square wave to sine wave. Okay, ferroresonant. Okay, this is the one that I discussed. So negative side, it goes to this flow. It's on. Negative positive, it produces negative square wave. Okay. The other side, positive, 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 it's on. To negative, it produces positive square wave. So this is the, say on the secondary side, this is the positive sinusoidal. Then the combination, you have a sinusoidal wave here, AC. So convert DC to AC. So pulse width modulation, this is the pulse width modulation inverter. So you have two IGBT here on each phase, line 1, line 2, line 3. You have IGBT driver, IGBT controller, and you have delta to Y transformer, and you have a low pass filter. Inductor plus capacitor, low pass filter. How it works? So basically, this negative, positive and negative DC bus produced usually is a 400 volts as the capacitor. This T1 or T2 on the line 1, right, works together to produce modulate pulses that change the variation of the width to create a square wave. It's a up down between the switching of the line T1 and T2. So it variety, the control of the inverter control and IGBT sequence with IGBT driver, it changes the width of the square pulses that form a square wave positive side. Then it goes to the 0 point. Then they work again together, T2 to T1, to produce negative sides. So square wave. So same one, line 1, line 2, line 3, 120 degrees phase difference for each other. So it goes to the delta to Y transformer. Once it passes here, pass to the negative inductor and capacitor, low pass, which form a low pass filter that's filter the square wave and convert filter it to 60 hertz. Allow it to only the frequency of 60 hertz or 50 hertz. It depends in which region you are and what equipment. No, type 60 the frequency rating, 50 or 60 hertz. So okay. Now it's a 3-level conversion. So with this, we discussed the 2-level. This one is the 3-level. This is the dominant right now. So you can see you have I mentioned before the battery, right? You have positive side of the battery, you have negative side of the battery, and this is the neutral. Just that I put it here, but it is connected same on this side. So this side is a neutral. So positive, neutral, neutral, negative. So positive side, negative side. So 400 volts. For this technology, it used a higher voltage DC, 800 volts typically. But other, it depends on the manufacturer, no? But this is the configuration. You have the capacitor VDC over 2. So lower capacity of the capacitor. So you have here, there are more IGBT. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 IGBT on each phase. So 4 times 3, 12 IGBT, no? So, but this one, the rating of the IGBT is 1/2 of the rating of the 2 level. How it works? So it works with the switch partnering and switching of the combination of T1, T2, partner sila, T1 and T2, and T3 and T4. So how it works? T1 and T2 is responsible for producing the positive sides. Okay, earlier to the 2 level, both the T1 and T2 operate and produce positive side and negative side. For this one, T1 and T2 only produce positive side of a square wave by using a pulse width modulation with varying the width of the pulses. So the negative side, after the T1 and T2 produce this one, reach the 0 point, triggers the IGBT driver, IGBT controller, and IGBT driver trigger T3 and T4 to produce the negative side. Again, varying the pulse width, it will create a square wave and operate together to produce the negative side. Now, while working, the T3 and T4 is working on the negative side of the square wave, T1 and T2 is resting. So for this one, they were able to rest, no? That's why it has a higher efficiency. So T3 and T4 produce the negative sides, and for line 1, line 2, line 3, it's the same sequence plus the phase shift difference 120, it forms 3 phase. So that's the advantage. The T1 and T2 able to rest when the T3 and T4 is working, or vice versa. Okay. And then we go to this one, same scenario. It goes to the delta transformer. Once it goes to the delta transformer, for the output low pass filter allows to pass 60 hertz. So you will have the output of sinusoidal with 60 hertz frequency or 50 hertz. So communication, okay. Communication of the UPS. So you have a system controller board or the motherboard, you have interface controller, and you have a static inverter rectifier communication display, SCR. So how it works, for example, there's a problem on the rectifier, SCR, like this one, have a problem. The rectifier has a problem, the rectifier control board detect that there's a problem with the SCR. It reports to the interface controller, convert the analog signal to digital signal to the system controller board. Interpret this one, give command to interface controller, and he will give command to the static control board to initiate, and at the same time inverter control board to a GBT driver and bypass SCR to initiate and make a sequence of transferring the load to the bypass. While doing that one, the interface controls, the system controller board and interface controller board communicate with the communication boards and display board, and also parallel card. So how it happens when that particular fault comes, the display board will indicate a rectifier fault, UPS in static bypass. If you have a parallel card and network card, it will go to your network room, control room, and give an alert that there's a problem with the SCR rectifier. So you'll be alerted. So that's the sequence of the communication of the control board. Basically, you have also two power supply, auxiliary power supply for the backup, which powers the logic gates. So this is the basic operation, normal operation in the building. So you have the electrical room here, input side, rectifier, inverter, power. So this is the sequence of power line. The load is here. The external maintenance bypass is open. This one static switch is off. Back rectifier charge, step down DC bus step down to battery voltage. So they have generator here, building generator. So this one is on battery. Once the power, there's a power interruption here on the utility, and the power of the UPS will extract to the batteries. No, they get extract the power to the batteries. Goes here. Example, you have 40 batteries. 40 batteries at low volt condition of each battery is 13.5 or 2.25 per cell. So you have 540 volts here. So you have 540 volts, but your DC bus is 800 volts. So it goes to the boost converter and step up the voltage DC from 540 to 800 volt DC and operate to the inverter and gives power to the load. Okay, static bypass. Once you are in static bypass condition, this one is on, inverter is off. See, the rectifier is still on. The power, this time it's already on the generator. It goes here, then to the load. So the power that you get is from the generator because they already activate the generator. In that scenario. Okay. Okay, internal maintenance. So basically we have two for internal maintenance. So you can see this one in internal maintenance, the power system is in the generator, goes the internal maintenance bypass is on, and it goes here. The external is still off. So you use this one if there's a problem with the UPS, try to troubleshoot or repair or do replacement. But the thing is, it's not safe because you still have power on the equipment on the input side and also the output side. For safety, you need to do, if you're going to do a replacement, you put the system on external bypass. Another thing for internal bypass is doing a calibration or you do firmware upgrade. Right now, you can do upgrades online, but before, most of the time you do it on bypass. Okay, so the next one is external maintenance bypass. On this diagram, generators here, auxiliary, this is the ATS system. There's a power, if there's utility power problem, it switches to generator. The generator ramp up while UPS is using the batteries. Now that ganyan yung sequence niya. So for this one is external bypass. So power goes here and there on yung external bypass and go to the load. As you can see, it's clear to operate or replace the UPS. Even you replace the whole UPS, you're safe. You do annual shutdown, annual maintenance shutdown or repair, parts replacement. So you put it is recommended for safety to put in external bypass. Shutdown. Okay, for shutdown of the UPS, you operate the system. It's just we have limited time to have a simulation. So basically, once the UPS is shut down, all are off on the UPS, isolated, and goes to external bypass. Okay, next one is fault. Once there's a fault, there's a rectifier fault or inverter fault, so you can see it goes to the static switch bypass. Once there's a fault here or fault anywhere in the UPS, overload, short circuit, so it will synchronize and goes to the static bypass condition. Okay, this is the configuration of the UPS. So you have standalone, isolated redundancy, parallel, parallel redundant, parallel capacity. Okay, do a quick one for this one. So single UPS standalone is just that you have a UPS supported with the load. So you have 200 kVA here, you have 300 kVA. It is for best practice, you need to put only 80% of the capacity of the UPS. No, 80% lang maximum, no? 80% or less for best practice. So this hot standby, so usually this one is very common in a building. You have a building UPS, and then you have a data center. There's a UPS, then a workstation. For workstation, most of the time you have a small UPS here. So that one is this configuration has standby. If there's a power failure on the UPS, this UPS is still in normal condition because this one used battery. Mag-on battery na to, pero normal yung output niya. Kaya normal pa to. Tsaka sa workstation, normal pa rin. Pag naubos na, nag-shutdown na to, then this one will go on battery. Yung UPS sa workstation will go on battery. Well, once na naubos na yung battery nila, shutdown na siya. Usually naman, may graceful shutdown yan. Pagka nakakonect yung communication cable nyo, the UPS will communicate with the server, the software niya to shut down the system, the server, before it totally shut down. At 5 minutes, 10 minutes interval, it depends on the setting. So this configuration, redundant, parallel redundant. So you have 600 kVA here, no? The load of your servers. So you have UPS, 4 UPS, 200 kVA each connected together on parallel. So 200 is 800. So N plus 1 siya, no? So N plus 1, I mean 200, 200, 200, 600. Your load is 600. N plus 1. Plus 1 unit of 200 kVA. Ang advantage nito, any problem with the UPS, one of the UPS can still support your load. But usually for best practice, at least 80% lang yung load. Kaya ng tatlong UPS yung load mo na 80% pa rin ang capacity nila. Pero dito, I just want to emphasize yung N. Kaya 222, 600, 600 yung N. Dagdagan ng isa plus 1. So the next one is parallel redundant. So basically parallel redundant 2N. This is very common in a big data center, no? Critical. So pagka nagkaroon ng power failure sa kanila, yung mga colo provider, no? Karoon ng kasi availability, there will be availability penalty kung nagkaroon ng problem. Even dina-down yung system. Pagka na-lessen yung redundancy. So basically 200, 200, set A, 200, 200, set B. So N, N, 2N. Ang load mo 300 kVA. This two part N can support your load. This one also. So they are sharing the load. If there's a problem on the A to B, on the B side, two of the UPS have problem, it can still support the load. So sa data center, they call it either tier 3 classification or tier 4, depende on configuration. Kasi meron pang configuration yan eh. So 300 kVA. So yon. So ito naman is parallel capacity system. So ito usually nagdadagdag ka ng UPS to increase the capacity, kaya parallel capacity. So 200, 200, 200, 800, you load mo 700. So 800 can support this one. But if you have problem with one UPS, wala na, overload ka na. So usually nangyayari to pagka nagdagdag ng load yung client sa site. So usually, kunyari 600 lang, ito 500 lang, yun yung load nila. Nagdagdag sila. So nagdagdag sila sa pang unit, pinarallel nila for 4 na. So yung ibang manufacturer, they can support up to 6, yung iba up to 8. Typically up to 4 lang. Pero there are some who use 6 to 8. So internal battery configuration, you have internal batteries, external, parallel UPS separate, and UPS with multiple batteries. Okay, so you have here UPS, usually small UPS, then 300 to 10 kVA use internals. Some manufacturer use until 20 kVA. Mayroon silang internal batteries. So nandito yung internal batteries. It's housed together with the power module o UPS. So supports the IT load center. So the next one is external batteries. So external batteries is ganun din, yung may UPS ka, may battery cabinet, naka-separate siya. Okay, yung external batteries configuration. Tapos you have the parallel UPS common batteries. So may dalawang unit ka ng UPS na in parallel pero isa lang ang batteries niya. Possible yan. Problem lang, masyado siya risky. Masira itong isang UPS, wala ka ng backup power. Masira itong isang battery, wala ka ng backup power. So ito ang may individual, no? May separate na battery ang bawat UPS. So ito yung typical pag parallel ang UPS, no? Kanya-kanya separate external batteries. So masira man to, maintenance mo to, okay lang. Switch off mo yan, maintenance nito, may backup power ka pa rito. Mag-share sila ng load. Usually, pagka-parallel, ang load mo lang dyan is less than 50% ang bawat isa, no? Typically, ang best practice is 40%. 40% lang ng capacity dito, yung load 40%. So 80% siya in total. So they're sharing the load. 40 rito, magka-problema tong UPS 2, sasaluhin ng UPS 1. Kayang-kaya niyan saluhin yung load ng data center. 80% pa. Magkaroon ng problem ng battery ito, so okay pa rin, may backup pa rin. Kasi kaya pa rin i-support. Nga lang, yung backup time ang malilesen compared to operational yung dalawa. So ito ang pinakamaganda, yung parallel UPS, parallel UPS separate batteries. Ba to? Okay, wait, multiple ito. Parallel UPS with multiple string, no? Data center, so may UPS ka dyan, standalone lang to, di siya nakaparallel, no? Standalone UPS, may may batteries. Usually pagka kailangan yung mga telecom na mas gusto nila yung mahabang backup time, mas prepare yung ganitong configuration na naka-separate. Kasi pag i-maintain mo yung isa, okay lang kasi bababa lang yung backup time mo just in case mag-on battery. So very gustong-gusto to ng mga service engineers, no? Kasi isolated talaga, di critical, nandoon pa rin yung backup. Kahit may isa. So we go with the latest technology, no? Yung power density. So update sa technology, no? So 1996 we have standalone na IGBT, no? IGBT 2. Yan yung ginagamit. Then in 2013 module na, no? Ganito module, 6-pack ng ganito. Kayang i-house dito. Maliit na siya, 6-pack na. Kaya. So usually ito na yung ginagamit ngayon. Then yung iba is yung technology of the future, or actually nandito na silicon carbide. It's a combination of silicon and carbon. So ang kasi nila, yung mga researcher at mga inventor, na-reach nila yung capacity ng capability ng silicon material. We're talking about the silicon material. Like sa diode, di ba, may silicon at germanium. Mas 0.7 silicon, 0.3 germanium. So ito, ganito yon. So same IGBT siya, ito MOSFET, wala. Yung IGBT na silicon carbide underdeveloped pa eh. Research pa yan in under test. Yung silicon carbide, nag-umpisa to ng late 1990s to early 2000, nag-research sila. Naghanap na kasi sila ng material kasi na-reach na nila yung capability ng efficiency ng silicon material na IGBT. So trinay nila sa MOSFET kasi alam naman nila MOSFET mas better in operation sa compared to IGBT. It's just that ang niya lang is yung capacity. Mas higher capacity operating ng IGBT. So inumpisa nila, meron na rin diode at saka silicon carbide diode at silicon carbide na BGT. So combination ng silicon at saka carbon, 1:1, combined together, silicon carbide. Itong material na to, maraming use na to sa iba't ibang industry, no? Hanggang sa trinay ng mga researcher, why about use silicon carbide? So they use it, and in 2018 mayroon na yung silicon carbide MOSFET. Kaso hindi pa to, syempre as typical, pagka na-introduce na, mas mahal pa siya. Tsaka yung reliability niya kasi tinitest and improve pa. So pero meron na, existing na gagamit ng ato sa mga railway system, ganun. So silicon carbide. Ito yung characteristic, no, ng IGBT and IGBT module. Ito yung IGBT module kanina. Ito yung IGBT. So makikita mo yung power capability at saka yung switching frequency, no? So ito is IGBT. Ito yung sa MOSFET, yung silicon MOSFET, no? Kanina silicon IGBT. So ito yung frequency, ito yung power capability. And then we have silicon carbide na MOSFET at saka silicon carbide na module. So makikita mo mas mataas yung power capability ng silicon carbide compared to silicon material na IGBT. So ito yung catch dyan, no? Aside from power capability, mas higher tolerance ng silicon carbide sa cooling, sa temperature. Mas nag-ooperate siya at higher temperature. So anong ibig sabihin nun? Which means mag-ooperate ka at higher capacity and at high tolerable yung higher temperature. Ang ano niyan, you can produce equipment that is compact because for a particular kVA, kunyari 100 kVA, mas maliit yung yung material mo, yung equipment mo. Kasi ginamit mo yung silicon carbide, mas mataas yung power capability. Tapos na MOSFET, no? Tapos robust yung tolerance niya sa temperature, higher temperature is mas mataas compared to silicon type na material. So ibig sabihin no, yung cooling na required ng silicon carbide na equipment is mas maliit din, which means it saves energy. So it's cleaner and efficient, no? So itong technology na to, I think it's in the next 5 to 10 years, magdo-dominate na to sa mga equipment. Although present na to sa mga iba, pero hindi pa siya dominated, no? So we will have an equipment that is more compact, that produce higher capacity, mas mataas ang switching niya, tapos mas robust siya in terms of environment condition, temperature. So maliit yung cooling system na required nito, makakatipid ka sa cooling system, air conditioning system mo, then maliit yung makakatipid ka sa space. So mas clean and highly efficient tong equipment na na using silicon carbide MOSFET. So tamang-tama sa team ng natin ngayon, clean and greener, So this is the future. So meron pa tayong isa, yung galvanium nitride, no? It works naman at higher temperature but at lower frequency. Higher frequency at lower improve in power capacity, pero ang lang nito, it works on a smaller capacity. So it's an option sa technology, which is higher efficient than mas robust compared to current silicon. So ito yung comparison niya. So yun yung comparison niya, no? So right now underdeveloped yung IGBT na using silicon carbide. But the thing is, I hope in the future na magkaroon ng isang component na match sa capability ng silicon carbide material. So also known as carbonarium, is hard chemical compound containing silicon carbon. So di ko nabasahin yan. Okay, in 2018, first commercial JFET rated 1,200. So 2008, no? Nandiyan dyan na yan kasi hindi pa nag-dominate. Expensive, tsaka under test pa yung iba. So yun. Packaging chips. So kahit nasa Tesla Model 3, ginamit na rin siya, no? So in summary, okay, so UPS plays an important role sa society natin, lalo na yung naka-online tayo, critical loads, sa mga banking system, sa mga data center, sa halos lahat na, no? So it's very important that we have quality power that will goes to the load equipment natin. At saka may backup time tayo like lithium batteries, which is battery of the future, at the same time supports the load. So it is very important that we use and select the proper UPS based on our need. It plays a big role for the engineers, no, especially in IT industries, power industries, and even those satellite communication, tower type broadcasting, anywhere, lalo sa factories. Okay, so that's it. That's the end of my presentation. It's a quick one and mabilis because we have time. Yeah. If you have any question, moderator?
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Sasuman, for that very informative talk. So we will now move to the Q&A portion of the event. And as mentioned earlier, we have already pre-selected 3 questions, or at this moment, 2 questions for our speaker with a limitation in time. If you have any more questions, you can drop them in the chat box and we will reach out to you for the response. Okay, so wait for a while. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so for the first question from Engineer Roberto Cabungcal, how to compute battery backup time?
Okay, for the factors of battery backup time, you need to have to know your load, no, your load, and so that you're able to select the UPS and then the type of battery that you're going to use. So there are other factors to compute the batteries. I think maybe on the next topic we can have a detailed size, because it will take a lot of time how to size the battery backup, no. But typically you need to know your load, and you will compute that one. Select the UPS, then you will compute the battery backup time. So it's better if I can show it in detail, because we already did it in advanced UPS last April in the IECEP result. So Mr. Roberto, we can I can help you, because it's a long process of computation. You need to know what is your load. You need to know what is the capacity of your load, and that's are the factors that you need to know the UPS, because you need to know the charging, and you are able to compute the power of that one in capacity. Then you can compute select the right capacity of the battery. Maybe in the other webinar we can put it in details. It's hard to tell just to guess, you know. You will need to put proper computation. There are a lot of factors that we need to have to compute that one. We already did that one in advanced UPS in last April.
Okay po. For the next question, question number 2, what is the main reason that the inverter devices are more efficient than traditional devices?
And the main reason that is I think you're talking about the three level conversion of the the three-level conversion power pulse width modulation. Inverter, last time they used the MOSFET, but the problem of MOSFET is it's just a limited capability. As you can see, they after the MOSFET they follow the two-level, no, which is the components of IGBT stress out because they are working continuously. By the use of the three-level, one set of the IGBT, T1 and T2 can rest. They will produce positive side of the square wave, then they rest, while the other one is T3, T4 will do the negative side. So it's more highly efficient. But it already reached the peak of that one. There's a one manufacturer brand, they already use a silicon carbide MOSFET, which is more efficient and robust. And I think that will be the trend of the other manufacturers will follow the trend of using the silicon carbide MOSFET.
Okay po. For the next and last question. Oh, I'm sorry. For a while. Okay. Okay, for question number 3 and for the last question, can I repurpose an old power bank into a UPS for our home router? If so, what should I consider in the design?
I don't recommend that one. No. For a UPS, you need to have a proper size of the UPS. Like if you use a VRLA type of a battery, use the recommended by manufacturer. Producing DIY like that, it's a risk because you don't know what is the UPS design. It's not advisable. Use the proper manufactured UPS unit.
Okay po, thank you. Once again, thank you so much to our speaker engineer Sasuman. Again, for our engineers, if you have any more questions to engineer Sasuman, you can drop them in the chat box and we will reach out to you for the response. Now, at this juncture, to give the plaque of appreciation, may we call on one of the Board of Trustees from the IECEP Cavite, Engineer Leia Q. Santos.
Hello, sir. Am I audible po? Sorry.
Medyo choppy lang po, ma'am. Okay. So to award the Certificate of Appreciation, let me read the citation. So the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Power Electronics Society with accreditation number 2 awards Certificate of Appreciation is hereby presented to Engineer Manolito B. Sasuman in sincere acknowledgement with his invaluable contribution as a research speaker for the second colloquium on power and clean energy with the topic Uninterruptible Power Supply Fundamentals, Applications, and Update on the technology. Given this on 13th of August 2022. Signed by the Governor of the IECEP Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Donald M. Lapiguera, the Governor of IECEP Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Gerald U. Chokson, Governor of IECEP Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Eastern Region Chapter, Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, Governor of IECEP Cavite Chapter, Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, the Chair of the IECEP Power Electronics Society, Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, and Secretary of the IECEP Power Electronics Society, Engineer Antonio L. Dixon Jr. Once again, thank you very much to our speaker, Engineer Sasuman.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you po. For the next, at this juncture, for the sponsor presentation, may we call on the Director for the Admission and Student Recruitment of the Adamson University, Mr. Richmond Yap. Unfortunately, Mr. Yap will not be able to attend today, but we will play their promotional video instead. So technical committee, let's please take the lead. Oh, okay. Nandito po pala si Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap, the floor is yours na po.
Do you know where you're going? Do you know where the road you're taking will lead? Your future depends on what you're doing right now. You wonder if you made the right choice. If your choices lead you to your dreams or nightmares. If your choices led you to Adamson University, then they have led you to a better future that begins with an amazing present. In AdU, we believe in solidarity. We are drawn together by a shared vision and mission. Here, our community is a family. Here, education is a shared responsibility where participation, teamwork, interdependence, communication, and dialogue is customary. In AdU, we inculcate social responsibility, the mark of an authentic Catholic faith. We are dedicated to your sustained integral development. We are committed to provide you with programs, facilities, services, and an education that guarantees your holistic development and continuous beneficial learning. We hold sacred the spirit of St. Vincent de Paul. His love for learning and love for the poor permeates our community. And finally, key to an Adamsonian education is the search for excellence. We continue to hold the highest standards of academic excellence and professionalism in service. This
is the hallmark of our educative endeavors. Welcome to Adamson University. Here, your dreams for a brighter tomorrow will start coming true. There is a rush that comes with being in Manila, a sense of dynamism, of growth, of the old mixing with the new, of yesterday and today coming together, of youthful energy and older wisdom blending perfectly, of science and faith melding effortlessly. And much of that energy and synergy springs from Adamson University. Adamson University lies sprawled in the heart of Manila along San Marcelino Street, one of the country's most historic avenues. Envisioned and designed by educators with a heart for the less privileged and a particular skew towards scientific and technical education, Adamson University is pushing forward while being totally committed to its vision of being a recognized leading center for quality education, particularly for the socially disadvantaged. This was the dream of its founder and first president, Dr. George Lucas Adamson, and his cousins George and Alexander Athos Adamson. On July 1, 1932, the Adamson School of Industrial Chemistry opened its doors to students, operating on the principle of a maximum amount of practical education in a minimum amount of time. 85 years into the future, and Adamson University is still living up to those principles, with the additional skew towards helping the poor as a Catholic institution, creating curriculum based on the present needs of society, thus allowing graduates to find work faster, as well as co-curricular activities that develop students' talents, character, confidence, and team spirit.
The Adamson University you see today began with the best intentions to give the burgeoning Filipino youth a technical and scientific education which was badly in need in the 1930s. But fast forward to today, and this school has become a center of quality learning and service, both here and abroad. All this ties in beautifully with the university's vision and mission.
Impelled by the dream to be part of nation building and driven by a love for education, Adamson University spares no expense in equipping the school and its students with the facilities necessary for a well-rounded education. Adamson University, or ADU as it is fondly called, is known across the country and in some parts of the world for its engineering courses. This, in large part, is due to a team of some of the finest and most skilled professors, as well as the state-of-the-art facilities available for both theory learning and practice. ADU has equipped itself with its leading-edge Information Technology Center. With the creation of the ITC, the university is moving towards becoming a fully computerized campus. Adamson University has 9 colleges, a basic education department, and a school of theology. The university offers other cutting-edge laboratories for the school's many course offerings, such as the pharmacy lab and other science laboratories. But Adamson University is most proud of its chemistry laboratory, which is considered one of the largest in Asia, housing up to 1,000 students. Aiming to give as many students the opportunity to learn and do what interests them, The university offers Bachelor of Science, and Bachelor of Arts programs. It also offers masteral and doctoral programs, offering those who choose to go on for higher education the chance to do so. The university's colleges belong to several national professional organizations, allowing our students to network with the best local minds in their particular field of choice. Beyond all these, some of Adamson University's degree programs have been recognized by the Commission on Higher Education as centers of development. In 2010, ADU passed the IECEP and received autonomous status from CHED. The university has always received an entire roster of certifications and awards.
There's much to be proud of, but at the heart of all this theory and practice is the true heart of Saint Vincent de Paul, our patron saint, a heroic yet humble man who devoted his life to the service of the poor. Following in his footsteps, we are trying to cultivate Adamsonians who will develop the virtue of using their talents to serve others. We are creating young Filipinos whose powerful faith allows them to freely and completely share their strengths with others, especially those in need.
In 1964, the Adamsons turned the university over to the Congregation of the Mission, also known as the Vincentians, whose mission is to evangelize the poor. While Dr. George Lucas Adamson remained as president for 3 more years, the school became a Catholic university, imbibing the spirit of St. Vincent de Paul in its teaching its students and academe, sensitivity to the presence of God, compassionate service, and the building of supportive relationships towards an effective service to persons in need. As such, Adamson University has one of the most affordable tuitions for a learning institution of its caliber, as well as numerous scholarships given out each school year. The school and its students are also recipients of the grants from several local and international foundations. But here, academic skills are not the only way to get a scholarship. ADU offers scholarships to its athletes, ADU Chorale, Band, and Pep Squad, with the intent to show that while academics are necessary, they are not the only way to get ahead. Based on the teachings of St. Vincent de Paul and the many presidents that have been at the helm of this illustrious institution for decades, there are 3 attributes that define a true Adamsonian.
You have competence when you are able to produce outputs based on the learnings that you had in the classroom. This is an education which many others can only dream of, but I am actually experiencing. We need to develop our creative and critical thinking, our fluency and articulateness, and also our lifelong learning. We really need to become up to date with technology because our generation as well as our businesses are slowly becoming tech savvy. We need to focus on both theory and practice. And in this way, we will become well-rounded Filipinos and we will make our university proud.
One of the theses of Adamsonian attributes is character. Mingled, of course, with the academics we offer here at ADU, we also strive to build our students' character via network and leadership, via the Adamsonian identity and integrity as well, by commitment to social transformation, by developing patriotism and, of course, a universal outlook, and by learning to care for the environment.
And lastly, charity. This will be guided and powered by our faith in God and the spirit of St. Vincent de Paul. An intense love for learning and an equally intense love for the poor. As high as the Falcon soars, that is how high we dream our students will soar as well. Because with them, the nation will fly higher.
Yo, 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 what's up, classmates? Hi, I'm Julius Nocon, and welcome to Adamson University, the nest of the soaring falcons, and your second home while you're at home. Kamusta, guys? How's everyone doing? Okay lang ba kayo? As we all know, Adamson U has adopted full online education. This means classes will be done online until we can all safely go back to the campus. But for now, San Marcelino will be in our fingertips. Classes will be held on our newly acquired Adamson U Blackboard, an online learning platform where we can share school files with our professors, teachers, and students. Now, while we wait for the resumption of the face-to-face classes, I'll be giving you a glimpse, tamang pahapyaw lang, of what's it like to be an Adamsonian and to be in Adamson. Get ready for the taste of the classmate experience. Let's talk about a short history of Adamson University. Adamson University was founded as the Adamson School of Industrial Chemistry by a Greek chemist named Dr. George Lucas Adamson. On June 20, 1932, it became a pioneer in technological education here in the country, with programs in engineering and the sciences. Leadership was transferred to the Congregation of the Mission, or the Vincentians, in 1964. Yes, Adamson U is a Catholic institution, with Saint Vincent de Paul, the founder of the congregation, as its patron saint. Today, Adamson U has 40 undergraduate programs, with 33 having been accredited by various accrediting bodies here in the country. It also has ties with numerous companies and is one of the few universities that has a commercialized invention by its own spin-off company, Envigor. Learning the classmate way. We have a very distinct name for all our fellow Adamsonians. Can anyone guess? Yes, tama. Here at Adamson U, we are all classmates. Pero kuya and ate, ano pa nga ba ang meron sa Adamson? For your academics, we have a lot in store for you. Our teachers underwent training, specifically for online education, to ensure efficiency and continuity for your learning. We also have our brand new Dr. Carlos Chu Center for Technology Innovation and Research that has 31 brand new classrooms, 5 computer laboratories, and 6 student centers. We also have a world-class laboratory bannered by our chemistry laboratory, which is recognized as one of the biggest in the Asian region. Being able to fit at least 12 classes simultaneously. Wow! Speaking of laboratories, Adamson U also has a specialized lab for 3D printing. Neat, isn't it? Our computer and Mac laboratories are also equipped with the latest softwares for you to use. Now, if you're more of a reader type or you're just looking for a good place to study, there's no place like our Leandro Montañana library. We also have Adamson U bookstore where you can buy academic materials and university merchandise. And before I forget, Adamson U is equipped with Wi-Fi connection. To connect, you just have to type your student number and designated password. And voila! You have internet connection for your academics and extracurriculars. We can't wait to have you back, classmates. But for now, let's just take a short tour around the campus. Around Adamson U. Once we get back to San Marcelino, you might wanna ask, saan po kayo tumatambay para mag-aral? O kapag wala kayong klase, ano po ang mga magagandang tambayan at mga must-see sa campus? Don't you worry, we got you covered! Adamson U has hangout places where you and your classmates can study or just socialize. Let's see. Madami lugar sa ato eh. There's the ST Quad, the CS Walkway, our canteens in SV, ST, OC, and CS, Garden Cafe. Wait, eto na talaga. Kung gusto mo pa makilala ang Adamson at si Adamson mismo, you can visit the Adamson U Museum at the St. Vincent Building. This houses the history of the university since it was founded in 1932. It's transferred to the Vincentians and until today. So if you're feeling a bit nostalgic, yes, for our arts enthusiasts, we have the Adamson Theater and the University Gallery. These cultural centers feature free theater plays and art exhibits from national and international artists. If you're looking for spiritual solace, somewhere quiet, peaceful, somewhere to reflect, we have the San Vicente de Paul Parish and the University Chapel at the ST area. Beside the SV building is the Adamson U Gym and Covered Court, where our Soaring Falcons train. Trivia, mga classmates, they live in the Falcons Nest 1 and 2, beside the parish. We also have our own in-campus radio station, which delivers us campus news, discusses university issues, and plays our favorite music from time to time. This also serves as training ground for our communication students. And as you've seen from the spots I've mentioned, we have an excellent ambience here at Adamson. Ano pa ba? We have the Botanical Garden or BOTAX and the historic lobbies of the CS and SV buildings and the grad-pick-worthy SV facade. Dami, di ba? Now we know places around campus. Let's meet the classmates of Adamson. Getting to know classmate. Sino-sino nga ba ang mga classmate natin? Adamson U has a very diverse community. You will surely fit anywhere. Seryoso. We have our academic scholars, our student assistants, our athletes, our musicians, our dancers, and our student leaders. Our org is Life Bunch and a whole lot more. So don't be afraid to explore beyond academics. We also have our international students from a wide array of countries. Kahit galing sila sa iba't ibang bansa, in Adamson, we are all Adamsonians. At saka wag rin natin kalimutan na classmate din sila ma'am at sir. Our ates and kuyas in different offices, syempre sila ate at kuya maintenance, si father, and our advocates. In Adamson U, we are one community, one Vincentian, and one Adamsonian. Find friends, fit in. talk to your classmates. Masaya, promise. We have a lot more in store for you, classmates. But for now, I hope you picked up a thing or two about your new home. If you have questions, you can shoot us an email or message us at our social media accounts. Again, I'm Julius Nocon, looking forward to seeing you in San Marcelino sooner than later. We'll be waiting for you, classmates. Welcome to the Falcon's Nest.
Wow, thank you for that wonderful and informative promotional ads, Adamson University and Mr. Richmond Depp. At this juncture, may we call on Engineer Leia Q. Santos, one of the Board of Trustees of the IECEP Cavite, to award the Certificate of Appreciation to our dear Adamson University to be received by Mr. Richmond Yap.
Hi, good morning. Am I audible po?
Yes po.
Yan. Allow me to read the citation. So this certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Adamson University in sincere acknowledgement with the company's invaluable contribution as a sponsor for the second colloquium on power and clean energy, given this 30th day of August 2022. Signed by Engineer Donald M. Lapiguera, Governor IECEP Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Gerald Piaxton, Governor IECEP Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Muhammad Ali Mauna, Governor IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter, Engineer Dr. Jodelix M. Sorcilia, Governor IECEP Cavite Chapter, Engineer Mark Philip Fernandez, Chairman, IECEP Power Electronic Society, and Engineer Antonio L. Vision Jr., Secretary, IECEP Power Electronic Society. Congratulations.
Thank you, Engineer Leo Q. Santos of IECEP Cavite, and thank you very much, Mr. Richmond Yap of Adamson University. So at this juncture,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much po. To introduce our second speaker, we have Engineer Jesus P. Calasara Jr., the Committee Member for Training and Education, IECEP Power Electronics Society.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Narinig niyo man ako, sir, ma'am?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, or good day sa iba't ibang places natin today. So my task for today was to introduce our second speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce one of well-known individual in the field of renewable energy. So she's previously worked as a program lead of security of supply and research fellow at Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore. She was also with Energy Research Institute at Nanyang Technological University as a lead coordinator of two major programs, Southeast Asian Collaboration for Ocean Renewable and the Joint PhD Industry Program. She also been involved in different energy-related research and development projects funded by international universities and government agencies across Southeast Asia. She's completed her master's degree in Asian Study from the S. Haratman School of International Studies NTU, and her PhD in Political Science from National University of Singapore. Her academic research includes energy security, renewable energy technology development in Southeast Asia, and science and technology and society studies. Her current research focus on how energy communities in developing countries adopt clean energy technologies to achieve sustainable development. Specifically, she studied impact of renewable energy on energy access and equity of off-grid remote and coastal communities in the Philippines. A part of her our renewable portfolio looks at the social and policy implication of relative novel renewable energy technologies like marine renewable in island community. And currently, she is a senior consultant, policy and planning manager at Aquaterra Asia, an environmental energy service company that focuses on multidisciplinary approach on achieving sustainable development, specifically in the region. So without further ado, please welcome with virtual clap, Dr. Mary Ann Franco.
Thank you very much, Engineer Jesus Calasara, and thank you everyone for being here in the panel and the organizers for actually inviting me to present in this webinar. I just wanted to do the usual check. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So as what Engineer Jesus mentioned, I am Mary Ann Franco, a senior consultant at the Aquaterra Asia. And today I'm presenting my recent findings on our research on the adoption of distributed renewable energy in rural and remote areas in the Philippines. So just to have a short introduction about the company. So Aquaterra is an environmental services company that operates globally and based on the very north part of UK, which is in Orkney, Stromness. So we provide environmental expertise and operational support for offshore, coastal, and land-based activities. The company's aim is to make people, communities, business projects, and regions and wider world better and more sustainable. So as we are focused more on offshore and ocean-based, we also have different sectors that we focus. Offshore wind, oil and gas, infrastructure, aquaculture, wave and tidal energy, and onshore wind. I won't go through this slides, but I just wanted to mention that Aquaterra is not, a typical consultancy organization. So we, as mentioned in the introduction, we wanted to have a holistic perspective on sustainable development. So I think for my presentation today, it will be quite different. It's not that engineering technical, but it's more on the social impacts of the renewable energy adoption in the community level. So this is where we work. So I'm currently based in Singapore. So the headquarters for Southeast Asia is actually in Singapore, but most of our...
Excuse me, Dr. Franco. I think you're not sharing your screen yet.
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen yet. Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry for that. Hang on. Sorry. Okay. Share. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So is it shared now? Not yet. Sure. Yep. Is it shared now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry for that, but it didn't miss a lot anyway. It's all about the company. So here is the locations of our research and of our projects. So Aquaterra Asia is actually based in Singapore, but our areas or our projects are actually in the Philippines, Indonesia, and in Vietnam, currently in Southeast Asia. But we do have other projects in the islandic communities outside the Southeast Asian region. So coming to this presentation, what do we want to talk about? What is the current situation of distributed energy system in the Philippines? Why is it important? That's one thing. What is the problem in the gaps? What are the gaps in the current situation in DES in the Philippines? What are the possible explanations for these gaps? What is the result of the fieldwork and the studies that I did? So what, right? So what? And then summary and takeaways and policy implications. So as I've mentioned, we are going into more of the social aspects and political aspects of distributed energy systems in island communities of the Philippines. So I think this is a familiar photo to everyone. I took this in Camotes Island in Cebu before the pandemic. So even as the pandemic rages on the Philippines, the beach is the first place to come to mind, when you ask someone for ideal getaway. So I think when the restrictions were lessened, so people, really wanted to go to the beach and to relax. So our islands are often associated with tourism, very rich sea and diverse marine life, and white sand beaches, and of course, warm welcome of the island residents. However, behind this very pristine, and idealized backdrop of the real world scenario is local residents trying to get through the day. So fishermen preparing their nets on the early morning catch, housewives crafting trinkets and souvenirs, all scrambling to complete their task before the sun sets. So this island, this scenario in our head are the same ones that rely heavily on diesel generators or other off-grid and highly polluting sources of electricity. To contextualize it around the world, so 3 billion of the global population are actually still using conventional fuels as the main source of energy. So according to the reports, without sustained and coordinated efforts, 650 million people will continue to have no access by 2030. So this problem has been reflected under, Sustainable Development Goal number 7, access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable and modern energy. This has been the main topic in COP26 and the upcoming COP27 this year, where access to equitable electricity have been pushed not only by the governments, but mostly of the affected areas, different stakeholders in the communities, especially in developing and island states and communities. So the Southeast Asia region is not exempted to this problem. So around 45 million in Southeast Asia have no electricity access in 2019. And this number is actually concentrated in Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Myanmar, and the Philippines. So aside from the energy problem, it also poses higher risks, especially for polluted air because of the source of electricity, which is diesel fuel. So to address the problem, so what are we doing about it? What is the government doing about it? The region or the governments in the region utilizes renewable energy technologies as an alternative source of electricity. So ASEAN has an inspirational target of 23% RE in 2025. That's a bit really fast, very ambitious. The Philippines as well faces the challenge of establishing stable and sustainable energy sources across its archipelago. So especially for the very remote islands, unreachable by on-grid electrification, the government utilizes different mechanisms to address lack of energy access. And one of them is really deploying renewable energy technology. So for these remote islands, which is the focus of this presentation, because of the geographic and infrastructural difficulties, the government utilizes renewable to provide only for basic electricity needs of the communities, like lighting, low-powered appliances, mobile charging. So for example, they install small to mid-scale solar PV systems in the households, and sometimes, they give subsidies to the households. For the business side, they also give incentives to RE developers to deploy RE systems in these areas. So in this graph, we can actually see the positive trend of RE at the regional and Philippines level. So while the installed capacity of fossil fuel is somehow similar to renewables, there has been a spike in 2020. So the region is actually looking at solar and wind as major RE sources, and with Vietnam expanding its solar PV projects, while the Philippines and Thailand on wind energy. So there is a positive note on that. However, even with the presence of this very aggressive government strategies by different Southeast Asian countries, the reality of it is that renewable energy adoption in off-grid and remote island communities remain very low. So access to electricity is very poor. Most of these areas actually that I visited, and perhaps people from the webinar who have experience living in islands would know that sometimes they only have 4 to 6 hours of electricity per day, or even none at all. So there is this concept of inequity towards electricity access. So the renewable energy policy framework in the Philippines, especially for these off-grid areas, treat energy as the end rather than the means to achieve a desired outcome. So if we have solar PV system which produces light, then that's already electrification. So in summary, there is an integrated adoption towards approach on RET adoption is needed. So communities are less involved in the decision making of how the RETs are designed and deployed and implemented to address their direct energy needs and changing socioeconomic needs. So to add to that is that these areas are also disaster vulnerable areas. So the energy resilience of these systems should also be taken into consideration. So this is the energy trilemma. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard about these terms, very inward for the energy sector. So energy trilemma is basically ensuring energy security, equitable energy access, and achieving environmental sustainability at the same time. So this graph shows that out of 127 countries ranked in terms of energy trilemma index, the developing countries of Southeast Asia region are part of the almost bottom half of the list. So the color represents how much energy security, equity, and environmental sustainability improved from 2000 baseline numbers, and how each tries to strike the balance of these three aspects. So focusing specifically in the Philippines receive a grade of B. A is the highest, D is the lowest for energy security. And we have seen this policy being emphasized in government speeches, government policies, like energy security is really important to have affordable, accessible electricity. But the Philippines ranked D for equity and C for environmental sustainability. Although it seems that this trend is changing, in that same analysis in 2019, it was reported that electricity access in urban or in city areas in the Philippines is outstanding, like 98%, but in rural and remote areas remain to be 41%. So there is this discrepancy of electricity access in urban and rural areas. So the major gap really is that there is a lack of a lot of opportunities for rural residents to take advantage of electricity as a means to achieve sustainable development, sustainable livelihood, and even, just living. So electrification, as I mentioned a while ago, is treated as a hardware issue, or there is a thinking that simply deploying solar PV, SHS, solar home system, to these energy poor areas will solve the electricity access problem. There is also lack of addressing energy resilience, as what I've mentioned, as these communities are actually, most of them are located to disaster vulnerable areas. So what I was interested in is how effective then are community-based energy systems? How effective then are distributed energy RE projects in rural areas, in rural communities? What are they? What are the benefits and challenges that they bring in terms of adoption of renewable energy? And most especially, what determines their success and failure to bring about successful and long-term renewable adoption in off-grid islands? Let me just Of course, we need to define what is a successful renewable energy adoption. And this is where my social science background comes in, is where we need to define what it starts with how we define renewable energy technology. So RET systems is not only solar PV panels, although they're a very important component of it, that we see, but it is a system composed of hardware, which is, the physical components of the solar PV system. For example, the software, which is the information or the technical knowledge that we need to have to order to operate this hardware, and the orgware, which is the lesser aspect or component of renewable energy system that is being looked into. So the orgware is, the project structure, the stakeholders, the management, or in short, the rules of the game in terms of renewable energy, community-based energy projects. So this involves social interactions with the communities and the roles that stakeholders play to ensure the sustainability of these projects. So what is then a successful RET adoption based from this framework? So it is a process where these three components co-evolved and are co-produced over time. So in total, I studied in-depth various community-based RE projects in 6 remote islands in the Philippines. So let me just... So this is the summary of the methodology. So it is an ongoing study, which was unfortunately stopped by by COVID. But yeah, I'm actually back here in the Philippines to hopefully continue the field work in the island. So this is just a short summary of the methodology. I use the case study approach, which I think would be quite interesting for our engineer colleagues in the panel. Case study approach and typical case selection. So I studied 5 community-based RE projects in Central Visayas. So the field work was about 3 months. So I actually lived with them, do participant observation and ethnography, did 65 interviews and 2 group discussions among the different stakeholders. The interviews were composed of different stakeholders like household beneficiaries, project developers, project implementers, local government units, and small medium businesses within the communities. So what is the community context? So I'm sure that as Filipinos, we are so familiar with this. We have been hit by typhoons 20 to 30 times a year, and this has been escalated more because of climate change, especially for disaster vulnerable areas. So each of the communities is a typical case. A rural island community that is disaster vulnerable has no or limited electricity, pays high electricity price relative to their daily income. There is a need for stable electricity because they are usually not connected to the grid. And the primary electricity source is from diesel generator that is switched on 4 to 6 hours per day. So all are beneficiaries of community-based RE projects. So here are some interesting quotes from the respondents during the field work. So in Gulutongan, people are not used to switches at their home. So 90% of their houses do not have switches. Even our own house does not have switch because the main switch is actually in the centralized diesel generator provided by the local government. So when that is turned on, everything in the island turns on. So they don't have to have switch. I do not use the second response was that I do not use television when I iron my clothes. However, during Cardo, which I think everyone is familiar with Provinciano, I will stop ironing my clothes and switch to watching TV. So indirectly, the housewife has been load managing, right? So that's one interesting thing. And yeah, the last one is very interesting is because when I asked him, how did you pay for your solar PV system? So he said that he exchanged it for fighting rooster, which costs about, it depends, like 3,000 to 10,000. So he was able to exchange his rooster to a solar PV, solar home system. So I wouldn't bore you with the details of each of the community-based energy projects, but if you're interested, you can drop me an email or a chat so that I can provide you with the information of this energy projects. This is just a summary. In this table, you can actually see the project name, the project description, and the implementers, the island communities and the beneficiaries of this project, the type of renewable energy systems that they deploy, the years of operation of RET system, and who are the beneficiaries of this renewable energy projects. So in total, there were 5 community-based energy projects that I studied. One is an energy relief program for disaster-prone areas in Bantayan, Malapascua, Camotes, and Alang-Alang, Leyte. This was they were created after Typhoon Haiyan, so they were able to actually proceed with energy relief to these communities. The second one is the Panganan Island Solar Electrification Project, IECEP. I think you would be familiar with this because it's the first off-grid solar farm that has been created in the Philippines. The next one is the Department of Energy Solar Home System in Panganan as part of the TEP, Total Electrification Program. And the next ones would be the one-time donation drive. So although this is very simple projects, but most of solar home systems are actually through donations, through one-time donations by external or international organizations like ADB or World Bank. And the next project would be a rooftop solar PV system in Gilatongan as part of IECEP cells. I actually also included in the analysis those that were directly bought by the household. So it was interesting to know their motivation of actually buying one. So if you can recall, most of these are low-income families, but they actually shelled out some of their income to buy solar PV system. So it was interesting to know the motivation. So as a caveat, I did not intend to compare these projects. They are very different scale and they are very different systems. But what I wanted to understand, it was interesting to understand, is that even though they are quite different, the nature of the projects are different. You see similar patterns for each of the project, which we will be discussing later on. So what were the involvement? What were the findings in the study? So what were the findings during the fieldwork? So the different community-based distributed RE projects had all emphasized, the importance of community members, of the participation of the island residents themselves in RET adoption. So it is not, as for example, for donor organization, it's not something that they have in mind instantly. So the donor organizations would have the mindset of like, okay, there is a problem on lighting, let's put solar PV system. But it doesn't come to mind directly that they need to have acceptability or the engagement of the communities in order for this system to last longer. So later I'll show like how long this donated solar PV system lasts in communities like this. So because of the nature of distributed renewable energy systems, the project team needs to build trust, between them and the beneficiaries. So they let the end users, the residents, to take part in some of the key decision-making process of the project. They deployed suitable hardware components. So Project and Kindle actually devised this modular suitcase wherein there is a solar PV system, there's already a battery, there's also already a bulb, and a simple emergency kit within that suitcase that that communities can use during or after disaster. So it was really fascinating to see that. So the hardware components are, are okay. One of the projects, as I've mentioned, had modular design. Another example is the project team in Gilotongan, where they decided to put the solar PV systems in the rooftop instead in land. So we actually asked the question, why? Because of the land legal issues, it was easier for the communities themselves, if they need to relocate, to take rooftop solar PV instead of the land-based solar PV systems. And they will also avoid legal issues with the right owners of the island. So if you're just going there with no idea of the political issues, it will be just like, oh, I give you the solar PV system, but, at the end of the day, they won't be able to use it because you cannot put it on land because they have land issues. So these are the small things that, that the project team needs to or needed to know before deploying this system. So there were presence of knowledge transfer and the establishment of community-based institutions. So I think the best example of that was in the Panganan Solar Farm, where they actually created a separate community cooperative just to manage and sustain the solar farm, the RETs. So they were also able to enhance the technical skills of the households by training them to use basically the solar PVs. So all of the project implementers, the community-based energy projects, utilize various forms of social capital. So social capital is something like establishing relationship and trusts between the communities and your team. They use different local institutions and networks and mechanisms for beneficiaries to participate in the project. So they have given a lot of incentives for them to participate. So in short, the project team of the different projects let the community members be active stakeholders. So one project team actually mentioned that they avoid using beneficiaries because it connotes that communities are only recipients. So what they use are stewards. So stewardship actually promotes active participation and even management of renewable energy system. So those are little things that we learn from community-based energy projects that is quite worthwhile to remember. So again, I won't bore you with the details of each of the community engagement activities. So this is just a summary. They all have pre-deployment activities. They have presence of knowledge transfer, how to use a solar PV system. The differences, though, is the establishment of what type of local institutions that this project team actually established to sustain the system. So as I've mentioned, Enkindle used the stewardship approach. The Panganan Islands, the PICEP actually established a community cooperative, a standalone community cooperative, and so on. All of them also made use of formal and informal institutions to establish relationship with the community. So for example, in Enkindle, in Alang-Alang, in Leyte, a steward was the head of the church, the head of the church within that community, or the most senior or trusted person in the community. And this has big implications on the long-term adoption of renewable energy system in this community. So later on, I'll mention what is the impact. We can go back to this slide later on during the discussion, but at least all of them try to engage the communities, even just on the onset of the energy implementation. So this is the other three types of community energy projects. Not surprising that donated REs don't have pre-deployment activities. They just basically install and repair and maintenance. And they the ownership, that type of ownership is at the individual level. So there's not certainly like community-based or community level management system that they employ. So this is quite heavy text, but as I talk, probably you can read this interesting passages from the interview. So indeed, community-based RE projects were able to help the beneficiaries in many different ways. So the main benefit was the provision of electricity, which was mostly used for lighting and powering up communication devices, especially for those that were affected by Typhoon Haiyan. So during non-typhoon season, beneficiaries use RETs to increase their productivity and have additional income for the family. So people could extend their working time and with the availability of alternative source. So in this passage, the RETs placed in the community centers and common areas had also affected the communities in very positive ways. So health officers were able to continuously provide services in the company. So this is one passage from the health officer in Camotes, wherein even though they don't have any other lights, the lighting that was provided by solar PV system were able to help them in the delivery of the babies and even providing medical assistance to the communities. In this next passage, we're in Panganan Islands. The Panganan residents who use the solar farm recall that they had additional sources of recreation, so like television, radios, and karaoke systems. So interestingly, in all of the island communities I visited, karaoke is top one in equipment that they wanted to have if they have access to extra electricity source. So that was very interesting. It reflects on the culture of the Filipinos. So Panganan residents who use the solar farm were able to have recreation, televisions, karaoke systems, and also access to household appliances, which is more than the lights. So they were able to have access to refrigerators and freezers. Households in Gilutangan mentioned that their solar-powered radios were the only source of entertainment when the diesel generator was off, which was true. And during my fieldwork there were a lot of this, solar-powered radios being used in the communities. Finally, few beneficiaries recognized the impact of the environmental impact of renewable energy. And being exposed to clean source of energy, residents mentioned that electricity produced from solar don't have any air and noise pollution while its waste is actually lower compared to diesel fuel. So it's interesting that the narrative actually is beyond lighting, but they also see the benefit of it in terms of the environmental impact. So this is the previous slide says all of the good things about a community-based energy system, but despite the beneficial impact of RE, the crucial pit stop, the reality check comes in when the hardware components of the renewable energy systems started to deteriorate or spoil. So beneficiaries were not able to replace or repair the RETs, and their capabilities, even though they know how to use it, were not enough to actually manage and sustain them. So from the project implementers side, there were internal project management issues like the usual ones, lack of funding, resources, manpower, or capability that hindered the continuous implementation of the projects. So interestingly, aside from the usual and expected, these are expected financial technical difficulties, the political and social tensions among the residents and, the power holders within the community have also actually affected a lot in the adoption and the long-term use of renewable energy system. So for example, in one island, there were instances wherein the residents' children actually threw stones or tirador, at the solar panels installed in their neighbors or at the school, which adversely affected its performance. So this type of stress were also brought up by the rooftop solar PV beneficiaries, as they were scared that, if they will receive this solar PV system, they might be, they might be the focus of, hate, or children will, throw stones to their solar PV systems. There were also power play between the LGUs and the project teams in terms of selection of beneficiaries. So there was instances wherein the selected beneficiaries are the only ones that voted for the incumbent or the current governor or mayor, which is, kind of sad. And so this political and social tensions, although we don't usually, evaluate that in terms of community-based energy projects, those are underlying issues that long-term actually impact the adoption of renewable energy technologies in island communities. So the question now here is that what the difference between the short-term versus the long-term renewable energy use of distributed energy system. So if we evaluate all of the projects against their immediate impact, or even against their vision or mission, like providing lights and providing mobile charging to these communities, or giving them benefits for immediate energy relief. Actually, all of the community-based projects are considered to be successful. There's no contention to that. But the question is long-term adoption. So beyond 1 year, beyond 2 years, beyond 3 years. So when the different components like the hardware, software, and orgware, are they being co-produced or co-evolved together along with each other over time? Which means that whether the beneficiaries are still using the physical components, that's one, to provide their basic needs. Second is when they continuously operate and maintain, or they have the capability to do that. And third is that there are existing community and project mechanisms within the communities that can sustain the renewable energy system beyond its deterioration or spoilage of the RET components. So from the study itself, only 8 of the renewable energy systems were still working, and 2 ongoing projects in Gilutongan, which is the 12 solar home system. So the caveat of this was done in 2020, so I'm not sure in 2022 what is the update on this, but hopefully they still have it. But unfortunately, Gilutongan was actually affected by the recent typhoon last year. So it is interesting to see whether what happened to them in terms of this project. So most of the community-based RE projects actually failed to continuously produce the 3 components, either because they're so fixated on one component alone that they forgot the 2 other components, or it's also a reason where communities were not able to use the RET systems because they don't have the finances to do so. So there's no capability, or there is really no mechanism for them to actually maintain the system. So those are the reasons why. So aside from the economic incentives that they gain from the renewable energy technologies, so within the successful cases in Project and Kindle in Gilutongan, what is interesting to see is that even though they have the economic capability to pay the repair and the sustainability of the REC systems, what is interesting was the strong personal bond and the familiarity between the beneficiaries, the stewards, and the project team. So for example, as I mentioned a while ago, the ones that they're actually using the solar PV systems is the one headed by the head of the church, or the most trusted community leader. So when I was asking them like, yes ma'am, so how did you actually maintain or monitor this solar home system? It's quite expensive, So and then she said that, I indirectly monitor them using or during family gatherings. Like if I will ask my niece or my other auntie, like, have you taken care of your solar home system? What are you doing about it? And things like that. And for the ones which is the head of the church, she would always, a part of their donations would always be given to the maintenance and repair of the solar home system. So even though it was an informal arrangement, it kind of worked. And people with high level of trusts on those two words actually, react to authority and actually pay for the solar home system repair. So a decentralized organizational management structure is very helpful. So it's one of the policy recommendations that I'll be discussing later on. Distributed energy systems are easier to control and manage from the study that I have seen, compared to a centralized renewable energy technology. But this has to come with the organization infrastructure to maintain and repair them. So it's not enough to just deploy the distributed energy system, but it also has to be hand in hand with decentralized structures or organizational structures to manage and sustain them. So this is what I've mentioned a while ago. So of course there is limitations to community-based approach and community participation in terms of renewable energy adoption in the rural islands. So as scholars, as experts have mentioned, that community participation is not the answer to everything. It's neither neutral, morally and inherently good, or efficient to address all the needs of those participating within the community. So aside from the orgware issues within the project themselves, there were social, political, economic, and even structural constraints that impeded the long-term adoption of the community. So we cannot always blame, the community, the project team, or the beneficiaries of not taking care of the system. So there are inherent conditions within the communities that actually impedes the adoption. So for example, social aspects like the feeling of accountability fades, without constant interaction. So it's human nature, right? Establishing trust and sustaining it. So how do I compare it? I compare it to relationships, right? So building trust is easier at the onset, I think, than actually maintaining it. So it's easier to build trust in first instance, but it's quite difficult to maintain it in long term. So effort, time, and even incentives are needed to sustain trust. Political aspect wherein, RE project used for political gains, lack of transparency in decision making, changing community leadership. So example for the Panganan solar farm, there was a lot of tensions when there was a change in leadership and the direction of the PICCB. Economic and individual components or factors. So of course, difference in economic capability to maintain the RETs. Communities' motivation and capability changes through time. So for Enkindle, which is an immediate energy relief, after the disaster, when it's peacetime, when there is no need for solar PV, then they don't have motivation to actually repair or maintain them because they already have access to electricity. So these are the things that changes through time and to the context of the communities themselves. Structural factors wherein challenges within the orgware were out of communities' control. So there is difficulty, for example, in finding the spare parts for the solar farm in Panganan, as they are barely sold at this point. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was deployed in 1998, and the technology itself there is quite, outdated, and they couldn't find spare parts to actually repair and sustain them at this point. So, conclusion. So, what determines the success or failure of community-based or distributed energy systems in poor rural communities in the Philippines? So, despite the variety in scale, impact, and conditions, the different community-based RE projects had all emphasized, as I've mentioned, involving the communities themselves. The project implementers use different forms of social capital, like establishing network, establishing trust, building, relationship with the communities to transform the beneficiaries from passive recipients to active stakeholders within the project. There are tangible and intangible benefits of distributed energy systems in the community. So the RETs were designed with inputs from the communities and considers not only the technical resource, but the political and socioeconomic needs of the beneficiaries. However, the real test to achieve long-term RET adoption is the orgware, or the ability of stakeholders to play by the rules of the game. The crucial turning point in this is that when the physical components, for example, of a solar PV system started to deteriorate and the community's software skills were insufficient. This was also where the strength of the community-based networks or institutions of the project are actually tested. This is also the reason why from all of the community-based or distributed energy projects that I have studied, the one-time, big-time donation projects lasted the least compared to those projects who established or enhanced the community's capability themselves. So, if the project, what the donation drive probably, or the funders would see 5-year trend on the projects, usually it only lasts 2 years. So it's either it's not being used by the communities themselves, even though it's still working, or it has deteriorated already. So one-time donation drives actually lasted the least in terms of community-based or distributed energy system. So contextual constraints are present and often inherent in the communities were significant impediments to the long-term RET adoption, which is not usually looked into when we are doing one-time donation drives. So because we don't spend enough time with the communities to know the contextual constraints. So I think I'm 5 slides away from finishing. In summary, the renewable energy transition framework of the region can benefit from allowing avenues. So these are the policy recommendations and suggestions from the study. Can benefit from allowing avenues for local and community stakeholders to directly participate in decision-making process of the energy transition project. So while it is important to have technological and market-driven solutions, it is crucially important to reimagine our renewable energy future that considers the human aspect of the whole sustainable energy transition framework. So government activities might be primarily focused on hitting national, regional, or local targets, but they should also holistically address the direct energy realities and the socioeconomic needs of the communities themselves, especially for the marginalized and energy poor and isolated areas. And this has been less talked about, and I'm happy that it has been increasingly being discussed in international forum. We should also highlight the role of women and indigenous people in coming up with localized energy solutions. And finally, encourage community-based approaches and engagement towards long-term energy transition. So I've mentioned a while ago that we are familiar with energy trilemma. Now I think there is, a fourth and equally important aspect, which is energy equity and democracy. So some reflections. First, I always argue that renewable energy adoption is more than a hardware issue. Long-term transition to renewables cannot just be addressed by deploying technologies to the communities and assuming that people will continuously use it. So any clean and renewable energy intervention, not only distributed energy systems, should also invest in the people who will use and adopt these technologies and increase their capacity in the adoption process. Second, renewable energy framework would need to be defined. What does electrification really means, and what does having access to energy truly means? Is it having electricity 4 to 6 hours per day, or just for their basic needs, or is it having equal access to power to improve their everyday lives and achieve sustainable development? So in terms of the type of technology, as I mentioned, there is a need to assess actual conditions of the community. These households are actually mostly living on a day-to-day basis, and their ability to control their electricity consumption would be helpful for them to allocate their daily expenses. Are distributed energy solutions better in these areas? I can say yes. But the main caveat of the effectiveness of DES is that they should also be accompanied by decentralized management or organizational structure. So again, finally, I've mentioned the role of women and the indigenous marginalized groups. Actually, during my fieldwork and just sharing, most of my correspondents were actually wives. I didn't choose that. So when I came there, it was just open discussion. Most of them are wives and the homemakers of the family. They're the ones who know how much electricity was consumed, which appliances were connected to solar PVs, and how often do they use them. So they actually manage the electricity locally, like the load management of their household without them even knowing it. So if the project developers are actually, thinking about that, then they will utilize, the homemakers as part of their project. So I'm happy to report that more and more works are focused on the gender aspect of energy transition, which is quite encouraging. So I think it's not coincidence that the word empowerment can both be used literally and figuratively. So for me, this is how I envision renewable energy future, a group of empowered individuals. So allowing more avenues for local and community stakeholders to directly participate in decision-making process. We don't need to start from scratch. There are actual projects in the Philippines that are using community-based energy mechanisms coupled with decentralized energy systems. And I really wanted to have those experiences and actually talk to the project developers of these projects. In the region themselves, there have been efforts, to highlight the role of women and indigenous people. So they came up with localized solutions. In the Philippines, there are growing solar rooftop installations and lobbying efforts by many local organizations have successfully driven the government to amend the net metering rules to include attractive incentives. So that is a win for the centralized energy system. And to just conclude, any societal transformation, we wanted to make the world better. May it be in water or in energy or in food. It has always been a combination of complex interactions of people and systems, that cooperate or even contest one another. So while we are thinking of technology-driven energy transition, it's not, it's inevitable. It's really important. It's also important to see or aim for a democratic and participatory system that would help a lot in making renewable energy adoption lasts longer or a little bit longer in the long term. So I think that's it for me. Any questions, clarifications, or even comments would be highly appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Franco. Okay, at this juncture, we will move to the question and answer portion of our event. And as mentioned earlier, we have already pre-selected 3 questions for our speaker due to the limitation in time. If you have any more questions, you can drop them in the chat box and we will reach out to you for the response. So for the first question from Engineer John Marlon Nanad, is there a problem regarding the used batteries from this system regarding environmental pollution?
Yes. Yes. Actually, it was not really part of my of my study. But when I was asking them whether which of the component of the solar home system deteriorated first. So that's interesting, right? So ano yung part ng system na nasisira agad? One is the cable that they use connecting the system itself. So the actual data, the actual cable that they use are the ones that are for internal and not for external atmosphere. And the second one is the battery. And because they are actually the ones that are easy or that are the fastest to deteriorate, they don't know how to do, they don't know how to handle those. So they actually just leave the batteries there, or for creative and resourceful communities, they actually use them for other purposes. So is there a problem regarding the batteries from the system regarding environmental pollution? I think there is. There is a need for them to actually be capable of knowing what to do with these battery systems once they hit the lifespan. So usually the batteries that they use for SHS is the one, the Motolite battery system. I haven't been in the Philippines for a long time, but when I saw that, it kind of reminds me of those, batteries in cars before. So those are the mostly used batteries in SHS and for donated projects. So yeah, to answer your question, yes.
Thank you po. For the next question from Engineer Herman Flaviano Jr. Do you include in your study, or does the government have a plan or have planned to develop the local production of solar PV, inverters, batteries, and others?
Actually, yes. So one of the projects that I studied was the solar home system by the DOE, the Department of Energy. So there was this big project in off-grid islands, especially in the Visayas part, wherein they deployed solar home systems for those poor energy access communities. So they have indicators where to put the solar home system. So they do have. Interestingly, some of the projects or some of the solar home systems deployed actually have community-based mechanisms. So they elected a separate institution to take a look or to manage and sustain the system. But for some, they don't have. So there is this discrepancy of the standards. So if you're deploying a system, some of them they are required to actually elect a certain organization, but for some no. So when we study them, who do you think have used the system longer? So of course those that have the community-based organization. So to answer your question, yes, I included them, and it's interesting to actually see the differences in how they implement the policies themselves. So for local government units which are very aggressive on renewable energy, they really provided separate assistance to the solar home systems. But for those who, no. So yeah.
Okay, thank you po. And for the question number 3 and for the last question from Engineer Joel Arjona, aside from donors, are there any community-based RETs solely under government subsidy and administration?
Yes, so that's the solar home system. I'm not sure because I did this study, the fieldwork around late 2019, 2020. With the change of administration, I don't know if they're still gonna pursue that solar home system deployment. But SHS is part of the Total Electrification Program by the DOE, and it's mandated to actually have to actually deploy solar home systems to energy poor areas. And I think increasingly there has been a push as well for green energy options, which we have been waiting for quite some time already, so that the residents can actually choose which sources that they got their electricity from. I'm just not sure, probably someone from the crowd would know better, like if it actually includes off-grid areas. As I've mentioned in the presentation a while ago, we're so focused on large scale. I totally understand that, large scale deployments, but on the side, the side discussions are just with the off-grid, so they're not really the focus of the discussions. I'm not sure now, but yeah, Yes, there are. So the solar home systems as part of the TEP.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Franco. And that's it for our question and answer portion. Again, if you have any more questions, our dear engineers, you can drop them in the chat box and we will reach out to you for the response. At this juncture, to give the plaque of appreciation to our dear speaker, may we call on the Vice Governor of IECEP Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Alvin de Guzman.
Thank you, Engineer Edmark. It is my pleasure to award this certificate to our distinguished speaker. So let me just read the content of it. This certificate is hereby presented to Dr. Mary Ann Franco in sincere acknowledgement with her invaluable contribution as a resource speaker for the second colloquium on power and clean energy with the topic Adoption of Distributed Renewable Energy in Rural and Remote Areas in the Philippines, given this 13th day of August 2022. The certificate is signed by the following: Engineer Donald M. Lapiguera, Governor of IECEP Bulacan Chapter; Engineer Gerald U. Chokson, Governor IECEP Mindoro Chapter; Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, Governor of IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter; Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor of IECEP Cavite Chapter; Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chairman of IECEP Power Electronic Society; and Engineer Antonio L. Diccion Jr., Secretary of IECEP Power Electronic Society. So once again, Dr. Franco, please accept this certificate of appreciation. And thank you once again for sharing your knowledge and time with us. Let us all give Dr. Franco a virtual round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well for the organizers and all the participants. It has been a pleasure presenting.
Once again, thank you so much to our dear speakers and guests, and of course to our sponsor. At this point, we would like to request all the panelists, guests, and speakers to please turn on their webcam for the photo opportunity.
Okay, medyo madami po tayo for today's session, but okay, for those who continue to open their camera, okay, go ahead. And then on the count of 3 po, smile tayo. Medyo marami po tayo. We have 9 pages po so far. And then 1, 2, 3. Okay po, wait lang po. Next page po, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, hold your smiles po. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ayan. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And for the last page po, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much po.
Once again, thank you so much to our speakers, Engineer Sasuman and Dr. Franco. And of course, to our organizing committee, IECEP Power Electronic Society, IECEP Cavite, IECEP Bulacan, IECEP Mindoro, and IECEP KSA-ERC. So at this point, we'll have the announcements portion. First, we have already completed the first part of our webinar, the AM session, tackling 2 topics for this AM session. And then later on, at 1:30, we are asking the participants to come back for the PM session. So for the PM session, we'll have another topic and forum. The evaluation link will now be posted in the chat box. So Gov Donald, Ms. Faye, and Edward, please post the evaluation link for the first two topics. And at this point, we will be having our lunch break. And once again, thank you so much to our sponsors, ABB and Adamson, and to our speakers, as well as to our members who attended this AM session. Please be back 1:30 for the PM session.
There is a rush that comes with being in Manila, a sense of dynamism, of growth, of the old mixing with the new, of yesterday and today coming together, of youthful energy and older wisdom blending perfectly, of science and faith melding effortlessly. And much of that energy and synergy springs from Adamson University. Adamson University lies sprawled in the heart of Manila along San Marcelino Street, one of the country's most historic avenues. Envisioned and designed by educators with a heart for the less privileged and a particular skew towards scientific and technical education, Adamson University is pushing forward while being totally committed to its vision of being a recognized leading center for quality education, particularly for the socially disadvantaged. This was the dream of its founder and first president, Dr. George Lucas Adamson, and his cousins George and Alexander Athos Adamson. On July 1, 1932, the Adamson School of Industrial Chemistry opened its doors to students, operating on the principle of a maximum amount of practical education in a minimum amount of time. 85 years into the future, and Adamson University is still living up to those principles, with the additional skew towards helping the poor as a Catholic institution, creating curriculum based on the present needs of society, thus allowing graduates to find work faster, as well as co-curricular activities that develop students' talents, character, confidence, and team spirit.
The Adamson University you see today began with the best intentions to give the burgeoning Filipino youth a technical and scientific education which was badly in need in the 1930s. But fast forward to today, and this school has become a center of quality learning and service both here and abroad. All this ties in beautifully with the university's vision and mission.
Impelled by the dream to be part of nation building and driven by a love for education, Adamson University spares no expense in equipping the school and its students with the facilities necessary for a well-rounded education. Adamson University, or ADU as it is fondly called, is known across the country and in some parts of the world for its engineering courses. This, in large part, is due to a team of some of the finest and most skilled professors, as well as the state-of-the-art facilities available for both theory learning and practice. ADU has equipped itself with its leading-edge Information Technology Center. With the creation of the ITC, the university is moving towards becoming a fully computerized campus. Adamson University has 9 colleges, a basic education department, and a school of theology. The university offers other cutting-edge laboratories for the school's many course offerings, such as the pharmacy lab and other science laboratories. But Adamson University is most proud of its chemistry laboratory, which is considered one of the largest in Asia, housing up to 1,000 students. Aiming to give as many students the opportunity to learn and do what interests them, the university offers Bachelor of Science, and Bachelor of Arts programs. It also offers masteral and doctoral programs, offering those who choose to go on for higher education the chance to do so. The university's colleges belong to several national professional organizations, allowing our students to network with the best local minds in their particular field of choice. Beyond all these, some of Adamson University's degree programs have been recognized by the Commission on Higher Education as Centers of Development. In 2010, ADU passed the IECEP and received autonomous status from CHED. The university has always received an entire roster of certifications and awards.
There's much to be proud of, but at the heart of all this theory and practice is the true heart of Saint Vincent de Paul, our patron saint, a heroic yet humble man who devoted his life to the service of the poor. Following in his footsteps, we are trying to cultivate Adamsonians who will develop the virtue of using their talents to serve others. We are creating young Filipinos whose powerful faith allows them to freely and completely share their strengths with others, especially those in need.
In 1964, the Adamsons turned the university over to the Congregation of the Mission, also known as the Vincentians, whose mission is to evangelize the poor. While Dr. George Lucas Adamson remained as president for 3 more years, the school became a Catholic university, imbibing the spirit of St. Vincent de Paul in its teaching its students and academe, sensitivity to the presence of God, compassionate service, and the building of supportive relationships towards an effective service to persons in need. As such, Adamson University has one of the most affordable tuitions for a learning institution of its caliber, as well as numerous scholarships given out each school year. The school and its students are also recipients of the grants from several local and international foundations. But here, academic skills are not the only way to get a scholarship. ADU offers scholarships to its athletes, ADU Chorale, Band, and Pep Squad, with the intent to show that while academics are necessary, they are not the only way to get ahead. Based on the teachings of St. Vincent de Paul and the many presidents that have been at the helm of this illustrious institution for decades, there are 3 attributes that define a true Adamsonian.
You have competence when you are able to produce outputs based on the learnings that you had in the classroom. This is an education which many others can only dream of, but I am actually experiencing. We need to develop our creative and critical thinking, our fluency and articulateness, and also our lifelong learning. We really need to become up to date with technology because our generation as well as our businesses are slowly becoming tech savvy. We need to focus on both theory and practice. And in this way, we will become well-rounded Filipinos and we will make our university proud.
One of the theses of Adamsonian attributes is character. Mingled, of course, with the academics we offer here at ADU, we also strive to build our students' character via network and leadership, via the Adamsonian identity and integrity as well, by commitment to social transformation, by developing patriotism and, of course, a universal outlook, and by learning to care for the environment.
And lastly, charity. This will be guided and powered by our faith in God and the spirit of St. Vincent de Paul. An intense love for learning and an equally intense love for the poor. As high as the falcon soars, that is how high we dream our students will soar as well. Because with them, the nation will fly higher.
Hello, welcome back. Okay. Hello, welcome back to our second colloquium on power and clean energy, climate, energy, and power electronics, breaking new ground of information in these changing times. Time check po muna tayo. It's 1:18 p.m. and we are ready to start our PM session. Again, this activity is approved with 6 CPD points, and it's brought to you by IECEP Power Electronic Society, IECEP Chapters Bulacan, Cavite, KSA-ERC, and Mindoro. We have more to share with you this afternoon sessions. For the program, we have 4 topics to be discussed and an open forum before we end this activity. So we will start on power electronics application in renewable energy system. And then we will have a sponsor presentation from ABB Incorporated, updates from IECEP National Specialization Society, orientations and updates from IECEP Power Electronic Society, and we'll end on open forum and closing remarks from Engineer Erwin Eleazar. Before we begin, allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Engineer Donna Angeline C. Valdez, Committee Chair for Government Initiatives and Clean Energy Transition of IECEP Power Electronic Society. And Sir Joel. Sir Joel, are you there? Sir Joel.
Hello.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the unmute. I'm Engineer Joel Arjona, co-chairman of the Philippine Electronics Society for the Codes and Standardization. Back to you, Ma'am Donna.
Okay, for our house rules, reminders, and qualifications for e-certificates, let me read to you first the house rules. Okay, to keep doors open for better communication, greater mutual respect, and greater efficiency, please mute your device, audio, and turn off your webcam during the presentation. Turn it on only when needed. Respect the speakers on the floor. Note that you are allowed to ask questions via the Q&A mechanism of the webinar. We will not be entertaining questions via the chat box. No spamming on the chat box. Create a discussion or ask questions during a discussion period, as mentioned by the speaker related to the topic. Do not close your session or log out during the seminar. You may leave anytime in between, but your re-login may not be connected as it may interrupt the system. You can log out after the event finishes. Don't forget to fill out the attendance and evaluation form later. The link will be posted at the chat box after the webinar. Sir Joel?
How to qualify for e-certificates. Registered and confirmed participant at my IECEP, completed 90% of the session, signed in attendance form, passed the evaluation test, accomplished the webinar evaluation survey. Back to you, Ma'am Donna.
Okay. So let me know on the technical side if we are okay to ready on our webinar proper. Okay, to introduce our first resource speaker for this afternoon, may we call on Engineer Jacqueline Kate Seeger Duque, the Vice Governor for Education of IECEP Cavite.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Donna. So let me welcome our speaker for this afternoon. So he is a professional electronics engineer who is currently working as the principal engineer at Amber Kinetics Philippines. He obtained his bachelor's degree in electronics and communications engineering in 1984 at De La Salle University. His main specialization is in the field of power electronics with a subspecialization in energy storage. He also has worked with various companies such as Emerson Network Power and Flex Power Philippines as design engineering manager, and to name a few. He also has a US patent for switching bursting method and apparatus for reducing standby power and improving load regulation in a DC-DC converter. Engineers, it is my indeed honor to present our first resource speaker this afternoon. Let us all give him a round of virtual applause, Engineer Samuel P. Mabanta.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction. I'm connected with Amber Kinetics, and I'll try to present my slides. And can you see my slides? Is my audio okay?
Hi, Engineer Samuel. I think your slide is not in presenters. Set up.
Sorry.
We can see your notes in there.
I see. Okay. How about that?
Yes, it's much better, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The audio is okay. You can hear me.
Your audio is okay, but I think medyo mahina po.
Oh, okay. I'll speak up. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. The topic is about power electronics in renewable energy systems. Initially, it was power electronics applications in renewable energy systems, but I thought it would be more simple if it's power electronics in renewable energy systems, power electronics for renewable energy systems, but that really doesn't matter because the two subjects, power electronics and renewable energy, is the summary of the future of green engineering. Okay, so why is renewable energy urgent? I would try to stir up your minds to come up with ideas that can contribute to the fast approaching global disaster. Man has messed up our Mother Earth so bad, but what is coming other than that is worse than we have already experienced. So let me start with this chart. Energy used in power industry, mobility, buildings, consists of 83% of all global emissions. So this is what's happening right now. And the carbon is about 36 billion metric tons per year being generated from all these sectors using oil, gas, and coal. So what we have really is, if we enumerate all the disasters, man-made disasters the world has faced over the half century, the Chernobyl breakdown, the Chernobyl meltdown, the California forest fires, the oil spills at deep water. These disasters, every one of them catastrophic and brought unimaginable harm to living things, yet every one of them completely insignificant to what's coming, that's taking place on planet Earth. That disaster is climate change. This disaster that is coming is brought about by the greenhouse effect due to the carbon emissions that we are generating. And it will lead to a lot of problems in food security, water availability, flooding in the coastlines, in the cities, and also public health. If you break it down and look at just the carbon footprint, those sectors contributing, what you will find is just, what you will just find is that if we just maintain and not do nothing, the emission rates, the carbon threshold of 1.5 degrees of warming would mostly be breached by 2030. And 2030 is not that long. It's 8 years from now. And 8 years is not even a design cycle for the products that we're developing, like automotive or alternate energy. So the power, the industry, mobility, and buildings, they're all critical to the to what's coming. We had to do something about this. Basically, if we don't do anything, then that problem, that threshold will be breached on that time frame. So this is not an option. We cannot fail. We had to do something to alleviate this problem. The path of decarbonization requires us to transform energy sources and land use. If you look at the coal, this coal, if we bring it down to 2030, it will have a significant impact on the CO2 emission. In parallel, the oil and the gas, we try to reduce that usage. It has also that parallel reduction in CO2. Then we ramp up renewable energy. Then that will eventually reach our goal of net zero effect by 2050. The mobility, what's really in store for us is the reduction of internal combustion engines and the deployment of electric vehicles. And then by 2030, that had to be turned and reduced until 2050. And that will eventually have a big impact in the carbon emissions. Also with power in the electrification, reducing the usage of those fossil fuels, coal, will also have that same effect. And to achieve that net zero goal. So what's the problem? It's the energy demand that will keep increasing, but more importantly, the source of it. And if we look at the roadmap, it's all about energy conversion. The rapid phase out of coal, oil, and gas. But what we want to focus on is the solution. It's the innovation that we all do here every day. Everyone here is an engineer. Everyone here is focused on power, and everyone here contribute to innovation. That is the solution. We are the solution. We have a responsibility as individuals, organizations where we belong, in our homes, personal lives, and how we consume energy. So this is a graph of where we are right now. In 2020, we have added 256 gigawatts of renewable energy, basically from solar and wind. That's a lot of help coming from the global horizon. But let's see the countries that have contributed to this. China is leading that effort, followed by US, Brazil, India, and some of the first world countries. None here coming from our neighbors, Southeast Asia. There's been a dramatic increase of capacity of global solar energy in recent years, along with the various types of renewable energy sources. Then we can look at what's happening here locally in the Philippines. So energy demand increased by 30% from 10 years ago. You can see a dip there. We know that that's the effect of global, the pandemic. But that increase in demand is basically coming from coal. Our renewable energy efforts actually decreased, but actually it decreased because it remains stagnant over the years. So basically, if we are going to contribute to the net zero challenge, we had to do something locally in the Philippines. So the solution, it's not enough to decrease usage of coal, oil, and natural gas and ramp up deployment of renewable energy. In fact, with that in place would raise other problems such as the duck curve. We'll describe this, or we'll explain this later. And along with that, we need an ecosystem that supports renewable energy. So this is an explanation of the duck curve. The blue line is the net, the load, and the one. This is the time from midnight till the whole day, right? Basically, that's the timing. And this is the penetration of solar energy through the years. So what we have here is solar energy appearing from around 6 a.m. until maybe 5 p.m. And over the years, it's been increasing. And this is looking at the global perspective, basically, sampling probably in the US or in some first world countries. So that solar penetration over here, as you increase that, the dip in load is decreasing, and it produces that dip, that belly, which we call the belly of the duct. But that peak here is not being addressed because that's the time when people go home, turn on their lights, turn on the aircon or the heater, maybe charge their electric vehicles. So that's not being addressed. And if you have that dip low enough, then the traditional power sources would not ramp that fast and could not cope with that. So here it's a gradual increase in solar penetration. The load line is getting deeper, and as you have maximized solar power penetration, then that dip is really very, very deep. And that penetration, which is around 11.7 gigawatt, had to be overcome using the normal power plants that we have. So it's still a problem. Just generating power from renewable energy is not enough, and other things had to be done. So how to kill the duct? So there are basic things you can do. You can make a home appliance more efficient. The inverter air cons, you've been doing that. They can lower the peak demand at night. You can also face the solar panels to the west, shift the traditional bell curve, make it delayed a little more towards the night so that you can address some of the peaks. Dispatch loads like water heaters, electric vehicles. It can use up the abundant solar energy being generated during the day. And also this one, it's a new thing, deploy grid storage. It helps create demand during the daytime and effectively storing daytime power for later, especially during the night peak. So this is an illustration of that. This is the duct curve. We want it flattened, but also addressing that peak during the night. When you apply energy shifting using the grid storage, then you can address that peak power, the peak demand, and also shifting some of the load during the day, and that will cause that to be addressed. So the load has the peak has been shifted from nighttime to daytime, and the net load will be almost flat. So the ramp up of power plants is solved with the energy storage or the grid storage. So what is the solution? Innovation is the solution. There have been a lot of solutions that have been installed, promulgating global directives in power electronic efficiencies. With grid storage, a more efficient power electronic converters are needed for charging and discharging. Encourage rapid charging to encourage growth of the EV market. Using more efficient power semiconductors for power electronic converters. Applying more innovative topologies to make power electronics more efficient. Reducing cascading power electronic converters so that to reduce the system power losses. So these are some of the solutions. Innovation basically will be the solution. So just to give you an illustration of the traditional power grid compared to the new configuration of power grid. The traditional electricity power grid is demand driven. It is hierarchical in structure. The electricity network voltage is gradually lowered so that the electricity can be used by these different consumers. While the new power grid configuration, it's a two-way flow of electricity. So you can it can come from renewable energy. The distribution is not centralized compared to the old configuration. The transmission has grid storage installed in some areas nearer to the load. The demand would be bidirectional, so it could come also from the user to supply the grid, and the grid providing power to the user. So this is the new landscape of the power grid, and it will keep on evolving as we go along. We have mentioned a lot about power electronics, and that's really the topic that I have. So let me show to you how I have explained this. Power electronics is basically the bridge between the source and the load. So the bridge is composed of semiconductor that control, convert, or condition the power coming from the source, and the load being able to use it. Without that, the load could be damaged or will not work if the source is not conditioned, converted, or controlled to adapt for the load. Once I have heard from an Indian professor that there's no DC transformer and no AC battery. So this is true. That there's really nothing of this sort. So same with the power electronics. There's no power electronics, then there's no renewable energy system. So we need to convert electricity, energy, and I'll show you how it was converted. So here we have DC. DC can be a step down, or you can go step up. So from a higher voltage to a lower voltage to a higher voltage. It can also be converted from DC to AC, or from AC to DC. So that path is been happening. Then for AC, you can also convert that to AC with a different amplitude. And another variant of that is to change frequency. So there are variable frequency drives that we need to drive the motor from resting to fast revolutions. So this is electricity being converted. So before going into more deep power electronics, I'll show you the basic power electronics switching cell. So here you can see two MOSFETs or whatever switching device you have, one on top of each other. And the signals coming in would be turning on one FET and the other being 180 degrees out of phase from the other, from the first one. So if the top power device turns on, then you have a high, and if the bottom power device turns on, then you have a low. And that goes with a train of pulses. There's one thing that needs to be taken into consideration. These two devices, these two switching devices, cannot turn on at the same time. So during that transition, there's a what you call the gap, a time gap between the two, that both of them are off, and that will ensure that the supply is not shorted. Otherwise, if you have both of them turned on, then the supply shorts the supply is shorted by these two devices, and you have a catastrophic effect. So the output voltage from this in the middle is basically the supply multiplied with the turn on time divided by the period. And this configuration, you can see that in all power electronics circuits. But if it's pulsing like that, then it's still not usable. You don't want a computer to be turning on and off. So we need to smoothen that behavior and not turning on and off. So a filter is inserted. So you have the converter and the filter. From pulsating DC, it goes to smoothened DC. And that voltage is dependent on what reference the converter uses. So this is just DC. It can also be applied to AC. So you can see if the reference is DC, then the output is also DC. But if the reference is a sinusoid, then the output voltage becomes sinusoidal as well. It will have a up and down effect. And if you filter that out, then you have a clean sinusoidal waveform. So this method is being used in some of the power factor corrections. And that's why we can achieve a near one power factor where the voltage and the current are in sync to each other. So that's the basic switching cell. So more of the power electronics. One of the basic topologies in power electronics is the buck converter. So we have a switch connected to the supply, a diode shunted to the output of the MOSFET, then the inductor. So the switch in series with the supply turns on and off, and once the switch turns on, then it charges or energizes the inductor along with the behavior of LDI-dt. The voltage is equals to LDI-dt, which follows a linear path or a linear curve of the current through the inductor. And then when the switch turns off, then the inductor, being a current carrying device, would maintain that path of current, and the diode will catch it, so that the current through the inductor continues using the same behavior of voltage LDI-dt. This time the voltage of the output is being used. Then you have a linear behavior going up, then another linear behavior going down. Then this configuration evolved using the basic switching cell of a power electronic circuit. So this diode was changed into a MOSFET, and that MOSFET is 180 degrees out of phase from the first one. And what's the effect of using a MOSFET? The MOSFET will have a lower drop compared to the diode. So an increase in efficiency will be achieved using that MOSFET, because the drop of the diode will be higher compared to the drop of the MOSFET. And you can tweak that along with the first MOSFET in series with the supply. So with that, typically there's here it's a 1% improvement in efficiency. And as you increase switching frequency, the efficiency, the difference in efficiency is going smaller, because as you increase efficiency, the switching losses of the FET increases. So you reduce the advantage at higher frequencies. So that's the buck converter. Then followed by another basic topology, which is the boost converter. This is the basic boost converter: inductor first, MOSFET, and then a diode. So this is just what you call this, a different component configuration. The same inductor, FET, and diode is being used along with the capacitor, but they're wired differently. So the boost converter uses the inductor to store energy with the same V is equals LDI-dt, with the V in as the voltage. Then turn off the loop coming from the supply, going to the diode, going back to the capacitor, and back. That's the loop of the current. And the voltage across the inductor will be the difference between the output and the input. Okay, so you can see the waveform at on, then at off, that linear ramp of the inductor current, and the linear ramp down. Then the diode is replaced with the MOSFET. Like the buck converter, this will have an improvement in efficiency due to the reduced losses on the MOSFET. So before we go, you will notice if the power flow is coming from the left going to the right. How about looking at the circuit from the right going to the left? You will notice that the configuration is basically the buck converter. The buck converter is actually the opposite of the boost converter. So the boost converter is a low voltage increasing to a high voltage, and then the buck converter is the high voltage going to a low voltage. So if we regulate that, basically from the output or the input, then you have a basic bidirectional converter. And let me explain further what is a bidirectional converter. So this is a configuration of a bidirectional converter. You have a renewable energy source, a DC-DC converter, and a DC load. With the introduction of the battery, a battery is a bidirectional device. It can charge and discharge. You have that converter that will try to charge the battery and will also discharge it towards the load. So this is a DC-DC converter. You can also use that and change it to a DC AC. So you have an AC load that you can replace here. Okay, to explain this further, I have prepared a simulation using linear technology device 8228 LT8228. It's a bidirectional synchronous buck boost controller. So you can see the basic circuit, the MOSFETs on top of each other, the inductor, the capacitor at the output, and the input. So from here, from the left going to the right, is basically a buck converter. And from the right going to the left is a boost converter. So it works that way, depending on the sense voltage where the inputs are connected. So this sense with an O-ring diode is the one that triggers the power flow direction. The diodes or the MOSFETs there are protection devices in case there's some problems in the circuit on the buck or the boost. It will try to isolate that circuit to the source or to the load. So that's a good feature on this controller. So let me show a circuit. I have used an LT Spice to simulate this circuit. So you have a, this is the lower voltage and the left is the higher voltage. So if the flow is from left to right, the the left being the source and the right being the load. Then you have a voltage of around 48 volts at the input, with the resistance changed to 0, because you don't need that load for now, because it's a source. And then for the output, that voltage source is made into 0, and the resistor having that value to be the load. So that's the boost. That's the buck converter direction, and this is the boost converter direction. So let me show the results of that simulation. I'd like to show that live here, but maybe the time is not enough. I might have some problems also with the computer. So you can see this is the boost converter simulation. The triangular waveform at the inductor is seen with the on and the off. And this current is at the positive positive direction. And this is the power waveform. The power waveform at the load side. And also the power at the output side, at the input side. So basically, this circuit is operated at 100 kilohertz. And at 100 kilohertz, you can obtain an efficiency, a boost converter efficiency of 94%. So this LT Spice, you can be able to compute the input power and the output power, and with those you can compute the efficiency. So 94% is a decent power efficiency for a boost converter. Then the buck converter, doing the same thing but changing the values on the voltage and the resistance, would produce that. You can see that the inductor current is now negative because of the direction of the current being opposite from the original boost converter. So the output power and the input power are also being plotted. So you can see the power. So input power, output power, 100 kilohertz. Then you can compute for the efficiency, which is around 93.2%, a little lower than the boost converter. So this efficiency also considers the protection diodes in series at the input and the output. So if you remove that, this could be a little higher, but in actual application, you really need the protection circuit. Okay, so I think that's an explanation of the bidirectional converter. So I have prepared a poll in question. If you can, what is the biggest challenge in power converter design? Is it thermal performance, cost, efficiency, power density? You can just check that QR code, and you can enter the Okay, so I believe you can see the results. Right now, it's efficiency. Having the highest vote. So let's get back to that and go on with the presentation. So power electronics, several topologies in power electronics are available, and the other variants being evaluated with simplicity and efficiency as the main target. So efficiency is the ultimate goal in power electronics. Take care of efficiency, then size and price follows. So that's the answer. Efficiency is the biggest challenge because it covers a lot of grounds. You can make a high power density design. You can optimize price because since it's smaller, then the price is lower. The thermal performance also is affected, and the higher efficiency wins with thermal performance. There are new power semiconductor devices that have been developed with power efficiency in mind. Innovations from both power electronics and power semiconductors leads to opportunities in power network and renewable energy systems. So this is a power electronics configuration for solar panel interface. So the PV connected to the DC-DC converter. Mostly the DC-DC converter is in boost so that when the sun is at low irradiation, then we can boost it and have the same regulated voltage. There's also some controls that you can input, like the MPPT, the maximum power point tracking. So even if the power is low, even if the voltage is low, you can configure the current so that the power drawn from the PV is optimized. Then from the DC, you can now convert that to AC, and you can feed that to the grid. So you can use this for one phase or three phase, and you can regulate IV to track the maximum power. So, as for the wind, the wind is similar to the solar panel, but you want to sense the AC voltage, and that AC voltage can also track the frequency of the rotor or the turbine, and it can operate to a certain current or voltage where it can draw the maximum power. So the same thing, you can have MPPT for wind turbines. Then another stage for DC to AC is needed before you can feed it to the grid. For automotive power, you have the AC grid, then the AC-DC. The AC-DC has the power factor correction in here, so that the power factor is at its maximum and near to 1. Then you have a DC-DC converter. You can convert that to 400 or 800 volts. The trend now is going to the 800 volts battery because the higher voltage means lower current, and with that, you can also use that to be charged faster because the current is lower. then going to the main DC bus, and it goes to various point of load regulators for the smaller circuits. And then that same voltage you can use to drive the motor. So these are very high power for the motor, at least 100 kilowatts, or could be double. Then the actuators to drive the controls of the car. There's also this MISO. The MISO is the multi-input single output converters. So you have various sources connected into one single converter. So the DC hydropower, wind power, solar panel, other renewable energies. There's also some human power DC generators. Then convert it into here the example is 48 volts, and it goes to a single converter to convert it to a usable power that can go to the inverter and then to the grid. Another variant of that is using the electric vehicle as storage. So this is the solar panel, boost converter, then we go into the DC, and that DC goes to the buck converter to charge your EV. And it can go the other way. The EV provides power to the DC bus. It can be used by the grid. So we have a bidirectional converter here, then the AC loads. Okay, so power electronics efficiency, various approaches in worldwide energy directives has been promulgated. So yeah, there are many directives focusing on power efficiencies. And one of them is the Code of Conduct for Power Supplies, ACDC. New power semiconductor devices have been developed with power efficiency in mind. Innovations for both power electronics and power semiconductors are all geared towards power efficiency. So this is a somehow the roadmap. What we have is basically the levels of efficiency. The levels of efficiency. Actually, the 1 and 2 is not here, but the 1 and 2 is actually a trial when it was promulgated in sometime 2003 or 2004. Then the it goes to 3, 4, 5, and 6. The current level now is 6. If you have some Apple chargers, you can see that it is level 5. Some Samsung chargers are level 6. Your laptop is level 6. So this levels, before you can sell in the market, you have to be certified, comply. And efficiency is focus. It's not only efficiency that's in focus here, also the standby power. Before, the standby power was not regulated. You have devices connected to the outlet doing nothing, and that's wasting energy. So now they regulated the standby power when the chargers or the power supplies are not connected to a load. So for the level 6, the latest, I think it's around 0.1 watt. Imagine 0.1 watt. Before it was not even regulated to 1 watt. So that's an improvement. So this is the plot of the efficiency regulations for all power supplies. So you have level 4, level 5, level 6. So the targets for efficiency before you can sell that to the market is really increasing, and the design is getting harder and harder. You had to look for ways in order to meet the cost target of your design, and also make it feasible, reliable. So here you can see the level 1 to level 5. So some of them focusing on the efficiency. There's a formula for the efficiency target, and also the standby power. So before the mandatory level 3, standby power are at least 1 watt and more. So that's really a big jump to where it is right now. So level 6, that's about 1 watt. The efficiency targets, you can use that formula to compute the target. So why was that directive being promulgated? From the times of Nokia until Apple, the demand for smartphones has been increasing. I remember when we're serving Nokia, we were shipping maybe 30 million a month for their demands to supply the world market. And if you convert that, let's say we didn't do anything, we just retain the 1 watt. Just imagine this is 1.4 billion units yearly. That's already equivalent to 1.4 gigawatts of power. You need probably 3 power plants to supply that. And that's just standby power, wasting energy. Okay, so this is developments in power semiconductor devices. So this is basically the power and the frequency. So we have IGBT, we have silicon MOSFETs, we have silicon carbide MOSFETs. So silicon carbide MOSFETs are the best devices so far in these times because of its advantage in power handling and total system cost. The cost can be optimized because silicon MOSFETs can be run at a higher frequency. And with a higher frequency, it offers a lot of advantage. So this is a plot of silicon MOSFETs, silicon IGBTs, and silicon carbide MOSFETs. So the silicon MOSFETs are there. They are somehow at the lower voltage category. Then the IGBTs, they're somehow at the higher voltage, but the IGBT somehow cannot compete with the silicon carbide MOSFETs because of the higher frequency and the higher voltage that it can handle. So power semiconductors, this is the advantage of silicon carbide. You can see the advantage of silicon carbide in thermal conductivity. The mobility, electron mobility, the breakdown voltage. So all of the advantages of a silicon carbide is there compared to the silicon IGBT. So this is a typical application of silicon carbide versus IGBT, referring to a 210 kilowatt traction inverter for an automotive. So the efficiency curve for the silicon carbide MOSFET is at a higher level compared to the silicon IGBT. But what's really important is it's all flat, while the silicon IGBT is lower, much lower at those times when the when it's being operated, and that's the portion of the operation that's almost being used. Only 5% is being used at the total or full power of the inverter. So why does the size it's affected by frequency? So in the power electronics, we have in magnetics involved in this design. You have transformers, you have inductors, and the size of the magnetics varies linearly with switching frequency. So let's say you have a fixed power. You can just see this line. Lower frequency is bigger. It means this is the smallest to the biggest core of the magnetics. So if you go towards the left, then that's increasing frequency, then the size of the magnetics becomes smaller. And if you use silicon carbide, then you don't need that much of a cooling system. The heat sinks will be lighter compared to when you use IGBTs. This is an example of design for silicon carbide. And the other one is silicon IGBT. At 20 kilohertz, that's the design for IGBT. Then if you increase the frequency to 60 kilohertz, then you start reducing the inductor size, capacitors, cooling system, semiconductor. The cost will be high, but the totals will effectively be lower. We still have some savings with that, even though the semiconductor is more expensive. But the smaller equipment would be easier to install in a far area that's had limited access. So it's easier to commission a smaller equipment compared to a large one. So the applications for this is basically the electric vehicles, the charging stations, the servers for our data centers, the industrial drives for automation or robotics in the university. The data centers mentioned earlier is a power-hungry segment. You can see data centers comparable to countries in its consumption of power. It's higher compared to other African nations, and it's comparable to other developed nations like Indonesia and the UK. So the energy forecast will still be increasing for data centers because we are a very data-hungry society. We're using more and more data, and all of that is using more and more energy. When you use Netflix or post a photo in Instagram, then you're contributing to CO2, the CO2 problem. The 5 biggest global companies by market capitalization this year is currently Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Facebook. So if you use those companies, then you're putting more load to the data centers, and you're contributing to CO2. To alleviate the issues on data centers due to its massive power requirement, there has been regulations that have been promulgated. There's this 80+ certification, which started in 2007. It was voluntary then by the manufacturers of power supply. So potential savings on the power bill for efficient power can be achieved. The general rule is that more efficient power supply, the better is the longevity and reliability of these power systems. Less efficient power supply, the more heat it will generate, means also more wear and tear and higher failure rate. So this is that applies to our data centers, PCs. And we can discuss more about it in terms of topology. So you have the grid, goes to an AC-DC converter. Basically, it has the power factor correction, and then goes to a DC-DC converter, and then steps down to a more manageable or more 12 volts, which is usable to other equipments. So here it's typical system specs. It's 180 to 264, output voltage of 400 volts. Switching, we see targeting 100 kilohertz, continuous output power is 1 to 3 kilowatts, and the peak efficiency of 98.5. So the 12 volts has been, that voltage has been changing. And let's look at this next slide to find out why. So you can see the output, 12 volts been changed to 48. If you have a 1 kilowatt output, that means about 83 amperes of load. And that means also a lot of copper losses in the cabling. So the 48 volts is basically 16 times less of the power loss in the cabling. And that's a lot of advantage. So from the first generation, you have the UPS, and then the AC-DC, and the DC-DC. So the UPS, since it's cascaded to the AC-DC converter, then a cascading configuration would have a lower efficiency. Even if the UPS is 99% and the AC-DC also around 99%, then the total would be around 98%. And that's a 1% loss in efficiency. And 1% loss is a lot if you have a lot of output power. So what we have is a UPS connected to the DC, and it becomes the load, and the efficiency is basically adjusted to that to be able to charge the UPS. And when the AC grid comes down, then the UPS supports that. Then we've talked about the PFC. This one is a basic configuration for the PFC. You have a standard rectifier, and the voltage is there. Then a boost converter that would use the AC voltage as a reference, so that the voltage and the current are aligned to each other, so that you can achieve power factor of 1. The improvement here is to make one leg using silicon carbide FETs. So you have an active switching that does the rectification. And that's it. It's already, the boost converter is already embedded there. You can see this inductor and the 2 switches. And we have a more efficient configuration. So this is just a plot, the efficiency throughout the years. And the efficiency complies to the 80+ certification. Power efficiency for data servers in PCs. There's so much demand in the power, the data centers, that you want to push in more power in a single rack. So before, the boundary is at 10 kilowatts. With the advent of silicon carbide, you can now push power on a single rack of more than 10 kilowatts. So the density for the data center equipments will be better compared to what it is before. So the input also is being changed. Before it was a single phase, then it becomes a 3-phase. And also the converters are using higher switching frequency, so that you can make use of the advantage of silicon carbide. So this is just a slide for the advantages of silicon carbide. It's scalable. You can use different types of or different products for silicon carbide. The current configuration right now is you have strings going to the boost converter, then the inverter, then going to the transformer. So you have this cascading configuration. No matter how high the efficiencies of these blocks, will still end up with a lower efficiency. But if you have a single block from the central EV connection, then the efficiency of that's the efficiency to be transmitted. And this so-called semiconductor transformers will be the future of the next power system grid. So power electronics, power efficiency for electrification. So in electrification, you have generation, renewable energy using boost converters. In distribution, you have inverters along with storage. So decentralization is the answer for energy transmission. That's also due to the storage. So you want to eliminate losses from transformer and the transmission lines. The losses from transmission lines is about 2 to 4%. The transformers is about 1 to 2%. Then there's this question about AC versus DC grid. And I think that's been feasible. Yeah. Whether we change that to more DC than AC, that's still a question to answer. So power efficiency for mobility. So right now the trend is to have your own chargers because of the onboard charger for electric vehicles. You just plug it into your home when you arrive at night, and then in the morning you can use that. But people tend to go out, spend some time at longer places, long distance places. So the habit that we have is we go to a gas station and fill up the tank. Less than 5 minutes, it's done. So in electric vehicles, that's the one hindering us to deploy electric vehicles, because there's this anxiety, the range anxiety. You want to drive longer and you can charge again. And, the charge is almost empty. So that's why these fast chargers are being deployed, being developed, so that we can address the range anxiety. So you can see the fast chargers are evolving, and this one, the highest power and the shortest time to charge, so that somehow addresses the range anxiety. And more of these fast chargers had to be deployed so that you can promote the deployment of electric vehicles. So you want a charger with a power factor correction for single phase and also for the three phase. For the DC-DC, you want it to be bidirectional so that you can use that to supply the grid while your surplus with energy. So there's a 400-volt configuration, which is basically similar to the 800-volt configuration. Power efficiency for energy storage. So why energy storage? So electric energy time shift allows purchasing of generation of energy during low demand times at low cost, making it available for sale or use in high demand times, avoiding the relatively high cost of energy during those periods. And peak demand usually occurs in the weekdays, in the early to mid afternoon, with minimum demand occurring in the early mornings. With the implementation of energy storage, the storage system would be discharged in early to mid afternoon, having been charged at that time of the day with lower demand. So energy time shift can allow for producers and consumers to reduce their overall cost of electricity. I think this one is already being applied by our local power producers. Energy storage is actually a true bridge to clean energy, complements with the intermittent nature of solar and wind. Prices of batteries are still high, but the growing demand is pushing it to more cost-effective. To be more cost-effective. But energy storage, like the lithium battery, has its problems. So this is the latest occurrence in the Victoria, Australia, where you have the Tesla batteries under fire. They exploded using lithium ions, and maybe took about 2 days to put it off. So it's not easy to put off lithium batteries in fire. You can't use waters, otherwise they will become worse. So for the cars, just park in your parking area, they will explode. And, that's a problem worldwide. They have seen that occurring. For your phones, normally in your pockets will also explode with lithium-ion batteries, and the laptops as well. So there are ways to mitigate this. Basically, the overcharging and the overdischarging is still the main cause, the reason why battery management system is required. But this BMS is implemented in series configurations. Parallel batteries are not guaranteed to share charging and load currents evenly. So this proposal where you have parallel batteries, that there's some regulators that you can install so that they are being balanced with the parallel another rechargeable device, maybe a superconductor, supercapacitor, that if the charge from one battery is too high, then it will try to draw that and transfer that extra charge to another battery so that we achieve balance. So there are inherently weaker cells mixed in batch and might not be easily be avoided. So that's the reason why we have weaker batteries that could overcharge or overdischarge. Other energy technologies or other energy storage technologies are not mature yet. So like the compressed air, the energy storage, advanced battery storage, lithium sodium chemistry, flow batteries, flywheel energy storage, supercapacitors, energy storage. So these are alternatives that we can use. So Let me share to you where I work. This is an energy storage using the flywheel. This is what we call basically a mechanical battery. And this is a comparison between the chemical and the mechanical, basically lithium ion. The operating temperature is narrower for the chemical, quite insensitive for the flywheel. Design life, 1 to 3 years for the chemical. The flywheel is 25 years. Energy storage capacity, degradation, so relatively high for chemical. For mechanical, it's basically zero. There's no degradation. Control complexity, complicated. You need BMS and lots of it. For mechanical flywheel, it's simple and straightforward. Weight, that's the disadvantage. Mechanical is heavier, and battery is lighter. Installation requires cooling. Flywheel, no AC air conditioning. Scalability, chemical, complicated. Flywheel is for the flywheel to operate properly, we need three-phase motor drive. It's a variable amplitude and frequency. Bidirectional converters, because it's a battery, so we have power flow going in and out. And we need lots of sensors to maintain a low loss operation of the flywheel. So the summary here is that for sustainable ecosystem, it starts from us, to you, and to me. Our design, our ideas in technological innovation, along with the organizations that we belong. Our use of power in our small way, that's us. Then the government had to help support financially, maybe, or policy making, so that it encourages renewable energy to be developed. Continue promulgation of directives for power efficiency. We need to save the harvested renewable energy because it's precious. Don't want to waste any of it. Then renewable energy had to ramp up, replace the coal, gas, and oil, deploying storage energy in the grid side, so that you can do energy time shifting and use cheaper energy when you need it and deploy it during big demands. Encourage EV. We need to flood abundance of EV and make the internal combustion engines ramp down. To encourage EV, you need chargers, infrastructure to charge the EV. We need to remove that range anxiety. Without the chargers deployed, then there's no, you cannot encourage users to buy EV. Data centers, they're power hungry. We need to make them higher density, power density. Then to us, back to us. I think that ends my presentation. Hello?
Hello, thank you, Engineer Samuel P. Mabanta, for the inspiring and technical discussion on how power electronics be applied to renewable energy system innovation. We really have to do something about it. Climate change and the energy problem on sustainability, reliability, and affordability are not just a concern in our area, but it is a global concern. So we as engineers need to do something about it. Let us make a difference. Okay, to all the participants, you may ready your questions. We know that the topic is interesting and you have many questions in mind. You may now type it in the chat box for our question and answer session. Okay, technical team, do we have questions for Engineer Sam? Okay, mukhang wala pang nagtatype ng questions. Mukhang malinaw naman, ano po, ang discussion ni Engineer Samuel. Eto na, may question na. Okay, for question number 1 from Engineer Herman Flaviano Jr. What is the principle of a grid-tied inverters in power electronics, wherein the direction of energy is being directed either from the grid or from the inverter to the load? Engineer Samuel?
Basically, the grid-tied inverters, they would not operate without a grid, without the grid. So the offline inverters are different, so they can operate without the grid. But they follow the grid, but they are a little higher in terms of voltage compared to the grid. So that's why the load is being drawn from the inverter rather than the grid.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Samuel. Do we have another question? Okay, for question number 2, how about thermal storage? Is it viable as an alternative to battery storage? From Engineer Godfrey Kideng.
I think I've seen some thermal storage energy systems, and but I think the development is still in the infant stage, and unlike the flywheel energy system, it's an old technology basically, and there are technological advances to mitigate the losses of the rotor. Basically, in a flywheel energy system, you just need the formula 1/2 mv². So you need the mass, you need the velocity of the rotor. So that's basically the stored energy. For the thermal energy, basically it's the thermal the temperature that you need to store. But I think it's a viable option. It's just that they need to develop it further.
Okay. We have a chat here from Janelle Bermundo. For question number 2, there are studies about it. They use sand as the primary material. They burn the sand under. Thank you for that. So, do we have question number 3?
Sorry, it's not a question from me.
Yes, Engineer Sam. I think we have another question from the technical. Okay, this one. Question number 3, do you consider electrical disturbances as are one of the causes of battery failure, such as cause of fires and explosion? This is from Engineer Joel Ariona.
Okay, thank you for that question. Basically, that's part of it. We have seen like lightning or surge energy going to the grid and affecting the batteries. But for the battery to fail, it had to start with itself. That's the reason why these batteries fail, because if you overcharge or over discharge it, the effect is a thermal runaway. And the thermal runaway is something that hasn't been thought of yet to be addressed. So it starts probably with electrical disturbance, and then but it also due to its being overcharged or over discharged, or a weaker battery for that matter, before it could fail with these disturbances.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Samuel. Do we still have a question? I think meron tayo sa chat box. From the chat box, sir, is it safe po ba, from Vanessa Gail Barong, is it safe po ba for the output of a grid-tied inverter to be in parallel to the grid? Will this ensure that the power from the grid-tied inverter be consumed first, or is there a need to regulate the boot power?
If it's a grid-tied inverter, then it's really meant to consume first the load before it's turned over to the grid, because the grid-tied inverter is the voltage of that grid-tied converter or grid-tied inverter is a little higher compared to the grid, so the power is really towards the inverter before it goes to the grid. If the question is safe, then yeah, it's safe.
Okay po, thank you, Sir Sam. May pahabol pong tanong si Sir Jamel Bermundo. Another question, can we use flywheel to amplify energy?
You cannot, there's this principle that you cannot create energy You can only convert it or use it. So there's no way you can amplify it. If you're referring to like the in electrical vehicles, the braking of the car, that energy you can transfer to charge the battery. But if to create the energy or amplify it, then it's not possible.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Sam. I think that would be our last question for this session. For the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to our dear speaker, let us call Engineer Ravenal A. De Jesus, the Vice Governor for Internal Affairs of IECEP Bulacan. Again, may we call on Engineer Ravenal A. De Jesus, the Vice Governor of Internal Affairs of IECEP Bulacan, to award the Certificate of Appreciation.
Hello po, Ma'am Donna. Kahit ako na lang po, bale. Ikaw, Donna na lang po.
Okay, Engineer Donald, you may take over po.
Thank you po ulit, Sir Sam. And the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Power Electronics Society, IECEP Incorporated Society Accreditation Number 2, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is hereby presented to Engineer Samuel P. Mabanta, PECE, in sincere acknowledgement with his invaluable contribution as a resource speaker for the second colloquium on power and clean energy with the topic Power Electronics Application in Renewable Energy System, given this on 13th of August 2022. Signed by yours truly, the Governor of IECEP Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Gerald U. Chocson, Governor of IECEP Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, the Governor of IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter, and Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, the Governor of IECEP Cavite, Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chairman of IECEP Power Electronics Society, and Engineer Antonio L. Dishon, Jr., the Secretary of IECEP Power Electronics Society. Thank you very much, Sir Sam.
Thank you very much, Engineer Samuel and Engineer Donald.
Thank you.
It's back to you, Engineer Joel.
We will have a 5 minutes, or sorry, we have a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, you will come back for the next session.
There is a rush that comes with being in Manila, a sense of dynamism, of growth, of the old mixing with the new, of yesterday and today coming together, of youthful energy and older wisdom blending perfectly, of science and faith melding effortlessly. And much of that energy and synergy springs from Adamson University. Adamson University lies sprawled in the heart of Manila along San Marcelino Street, one of the country's most historic avenues. Envisioned and designed by educators with a heart for the less privileged and a particular skew towards scientific and technical education, Adamson University is pushing forward while being totally committed to its vision of being a recognized leading center for quality education, particularly for the socially disadvantaged. This was the dream of its founder and first president, Dr. George Lucas Adamson, and his cousins George and Alexander Athos Adamson. On July 1, 1932, the Adamson School of Industrial Chemistry opened its doors to students, operating on the principle of a maximum amount of practical education in a minimum amount of time. 85 years into the future, and Adamson University is still living up to those principles, with the additional skew towards helping the poor as a Catholic institution, creating curriculum based on the present needs of society, thus allowing graduates to find work faster, as well as co-curricular activities that develop students' talents, character, confidence, and team spirit.
The Adamson University you see today began with the best intentions to give the burgeoning Filipino youth a technical and scientific education which was badly in need in the 1930s. But fast forward to today, and this school has become a center of quality learning and service both here and abroad. All this ties in beautifully with the university's vision and mission.
Impelled by the dream to be part of nation building and driven by a love for education, Adamson University spares no expense in equipping the school and its students with the facilities necessary for a well-rounded education. Adamson University, or ADU as it is fondly called, is known across the country and in some parts of the world for its engineering courses. This, in large part, is due to a team of some of the finest and most skilled professors, as well as the state-of-the-art facilities available for both theory learning and practice. ADU has equipped itself with its leading-edge Information Technology Center. With the creation of the ITC, the university is moving towards becoming a fully computerized campus. Adamson University has 9 colleges, a basic education department, and a school of theology. The university offers other cutting-edge laboratories for the school's many course offerings, such as the pharmacy lab and other science laboratories. But Adamson University is most proud of its chemistry laboratory, which is considered one of the largest in Asia, housing up to 1,000 students. Aiming to give as many students the opportunity to learn and do what interests them, the university offers Bachelor of Science, and Bachelor of Arts programs. It also offers masteral and doctoral programs, offering those who choose to go on for higher education the chance to do so. The university's colleges belong to several national professional organizations, allowing our students to network with the best local minds in their particular field of choice. Beyond all these, some of Adamson University's degree programs have been recognized by the Commission on Higher Education as centers of development. In 2010, ADU passed the IECEP and received autonomous status from CHED. The university has always received an entire roster of certifications and awards.
There's much to be proud of, but at the heart of all this theory and practice is the true heart of Saint Vincent de Paul, our patron saint, a heroic yet humble man who devoted his life to the service of the poor. Following in his footsteps, we are trying to cultivate Adamsonians who will develop the virtue of using their talents to serve others. We are creating young Filipinos whose powerful faith allows them to freely and completely share their strengths with others, especially those in need.
In 1964, the Adamsons turned the university over to the Congregation of the Mission, also known as the Vincentians, whose mission is to evangelize the poor. While Dr. George Lucas Adamson remained as president for 3 more years, the school became a Catholic university, imbibing the spirit of St. Vincent de Paul in its teaching its students and academe, sensitivity to the presence of God, compassionate service, and the building of supportive relationships towards an effective service to persons in need. As such, Adamson University has one of the most affordable tuitions for a learning institution of its caliber, as well as numerous scholarships given out each school year. The school and its students are also recipients of the grants from several local and international foundations. But here, academic skills are not the only way to get a scholarship. ADU offers scholarships to its athletes, ADU Chorale, Band, and Pep Squad, with the intent to show that while academics are necessary, they are not the only way to get ahead. Based on the teachings of St. Vincent de Paul and the many presidents that have been at the helm of this illustrious institution for decades, there are 3 attributes that define a true Adamsonian.
You have competence when you are able to produce outputs based on the learnings that you had in the classroom. This is an education which many others can only dream of, but I am actually experiencing. We need to develop our creative and critical thinking, our fluency and articulateness, and also our lifelong learning. We really need to become up to date with technology because our generation as well as our businesses are slowly becoming tech savvy. We need to focus on both theory and practice. And in this way, we will become well-rounded Filipinos and we will make our university proud.
One of the theses of Adamsonian attributes is character. Mingled, of course, with the academics we offer here at ADU, we also strive to build our students' character via network and leadership, via the Adamsonian identity and integrity as well, by commitment to social transformation, by developing patriotism and, of course, a universal outlook, and by learning to care for the environment.
And lastly, charity. This will be guided and powered by our faith in God and the spirit of St. Vincent de Paul. An intense love for learning and an equally intense love for the poor. As high as the falcon soars, that is how high we dream our students will soar as well. Because with them, the nation will fly higher.
Okay, Our next part is the video presentation from our valued sponsor, ABB. Now, awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation, we may call on Engineer Jacqueline Kate C. Gardoki, Vice Governor for Education, IECEP Cavite.
Let me just read the citation of the Certificate of Appreciation. So, Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Power Electronics Society, IECEP 8 Society Accreditation Number 2, awards this Certificate of Appreciation to ABB Incorporated in sincere acknowledgement with the company's invaluable contribution as a sponsor for the second colloquium on power and clean energy, given this 13th of August 2022, signed by Engineer Donald M. Lapiguera, Governor of IECEP Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Gerald U. Teocson, Governor of IECEP Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, Governor of IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter, Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor IECEP Cavite Chapter, Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chairman of IECEP Power Electronics Society, and Engineer Antonio L. Diccion, Jr., Secretary, IECEP Power Electronics Society. Once again, thank you so much, ABB Incorporated, for your invaluable contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Jacqueline Kate. All right. Medyo malapit na tayo sa ating exciting part. To introduce us to our speaker on the second to the last topic for this afternoon session, let us call Engineer Teopilo Bitoon Jr., one of the Board of Directors of IECEP KSA-ERC.
Thank you, Engineer Donna. Kindly acknowledge if my audio is clear.
You're loud and clear, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me introduce our resource speaker number 4, who will be talking about the updates from IECEP National Specialization Society. Our next speaker has 14 years of engineering experience with specializations in the field of information and communications technology, ICT infrastructure design, ICT governance and management, and building electronics and auxiliary systems. He is a professional electronics engineer, an ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, a certified data protection officer by TUV, certified data privacy auditor also by TUV. He is a COBIT, COBIT Foundation certified by Information Systems Audit and Control Association. He has multiple Microsoft certifications. He is a DAHUA Security Associate certified, a division manager of Information and Communications Technology Division, data protection officer of Geodata Systems Technologies Incorporated. He is also a proprietor, managing director of Gabriel Tech Engineering Consultancy. He was a former vice president external and current board of trustee of Philippine Integrated Fire Protection Organization of Antipolo Rizal Chapter. He's also a founding board of trustee of Anton Angono Business Club. The vice president for technical and current board of trustee of Antipolo Rizal ICT Council. He's also the founding officer, former vice governor, external and former governor of IECEP Rizal Chapter. He is the current board of trustee of IECEP Foundation, the current chair of IECEP Incorporated Portal and Website Committee, Specializations Committee and Memberships, Organizational Development and Chapters Committee. He is the current IECEP Incorporated National Vice President Internal. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming the Chairman, Committee on Specializations, Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel Villas. Virtual round of applause, please.
Thank
Engineer
you.
Joel?
Thank you very much, Engineer Bitoon, sir, for the very generous introduction. As I always say, sabi ko nga, kahit pakilala nyo na lang ako diretso, no? Wala naman pong problema. But I dearly appreciate the generous introduction. So magandang hapon po to everyone. I'm Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel G. Villas po, ito pong lingkod of the current chairman for the Specializations Committee of IECEP Inc. and also the current Vice President for Internal Affairs po ng ating pong organization. So I'm here at your service. Maraming salamat po for the invitation, for giving me this slot. I was informed that medyo maaga po yata ito, no, ng konti. Napaaga ako ng konti because napaaga rin yata yung tapos ng ating mga previous speakers, no. And again, good afternoon to the IECEP Power Electronic Society. Of course, sila ang main organizer ito pong event na ito, and this is the second iteration already, the second iteration of the Colloquium ng Power Electronic Society po, no? Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy. Of course, I would like also to recognize the collaborators from various chapters, which includes IECEP Bulacan chapter, IECEP Mindoro chapter, IECEP KSA-ERC, or the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Eastern Region chapter, and IECEP Cavite chapter. Okay, wala akong nakalimutan. Pasensya na kayo, baka mamaya may kalimutan ako, may magtampo, no. So I want to recognize also I would also like to thank yung ating pong sponsors for this event, no. I've seen ABP, one of the sponsors, and also Adamson University. So without your help, your contribution, your dugot pawis po ninyo for this event, no, this won't be really possible without your extreme effort to be able to conduct this particular event. Okay, so we are around 400 strong. I don't know if we have already we have already yung nalampasan na ba natin yung numbers nung first colloquium. I don't know if you have already exceeded yung previous numbers, but 400 is really a very yes daw, no, sabi ni Gov Donald of IECEP Bulacan. 300 lang daw dati. So congratulations, sabi ko nga, talagang this is a very good audience for me to tackle yung whatever it is that I will be showing to you right now. And I hope you will stay, no, kasi I will be sharing some very important developments, not only with regards to the practice of our career progression and specialization, and which relates to our specializations, to our professional specializations and the societies itself, but also I will be sharing some very important updates with regards to yung professional practice natin, to internal housekeeping natin with regards to memberships and finance. And inisa ko na lang kasi sabi ko nga, and some promotions pa, no? Kasi this is a very, very good audience, and marami pong very good audience in terms of number and diversity. Marami pong various chapters ang nandito po ngayon. So, and some of the developments na makikita po ninyo dito, you are very privileged. This has never been published even sa sa website and sa Facebook page po natin, no. So this will be the first time that you will be seeing some nung iba pong ipapakita ko po sa inyo. Of course, these are safe to share naman na kahit papaano, no. So okay. So I think I'm a co-host naman na, no? Let me share my screen. Okay. Sino po ba ang moderator natin ngayon? Is it former Governor Donna? Ikaw po ba, Madam?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, sige, Madam. So
Engineer Lyle.
yes, it's very nice to see you again, Madam Governor. I think I haven't seen you
Nice
for
to see
quite,
you din po.
some time na. Medyo matagal na, nagpahinga ka for a time, pero still very pretty in not only in person, syempre sa ano, kahit dito sa virtual. You look very fresh, Madam. Mukhang wala na masyadong problema.
Naka-quarantine, sir. Naka-quarantine.
Hindi naman po halata, ma'am, no? So, okay. So, please, feel free to interrupt me kung halimbawa, lag ako, whatever it is that happened, no? Nawala yung audio ko, etc. But okay na po ba ako? Nakikita na yung slide ko properly?
Yes, sir. Sir Lyle, medyo maliit lang yung slide.
Okay lang? Ano lang talaga? Meron namang ibang ano. Okay, so
Okay po.
ito lang, inano ko lang naman, parang prelim slide ko kasi yung mismong event po natin. So yes, you are here on the second colloquium on power and clean energy. So you have already, ano na tayo, no? Matatapos na nga tayo, sabi nga ni Govdo na kanina, papunta na tayo sa exciting part. I guess yung exciting part na sinasabi niya is yung patapos ng event. This part of which I will be discussing, ako yung item number 4 po dyan, and probably some more mamaya, later, no, kay Power Electronic Society Chairman, Engineer Mark Fernandez. No? So hati kami rito sa time slot po na ito. If I'm not mistaken, no, yun yung pagkakaintindi ko. So I hope I won't take too much of your time dito. Minsan napapadaldal. But these are very important updates for our in the profession po natin. Okay? So let me move forward. Again, this is not only concerning the National Specialization Societies and also our specialization in general, but I will also be sharing some updates on career progression and specialization program po natin in general. No? I don't know kung nagbanggit kanina anything. I know during the morning session, nandito si Chairman Doc Aldetalia from the PRC, and also our IECEP National President, no, si Dr. Lawas, is also here kanina. So, don't know if meron ko sila ng mga nabanggit or anything in relation to this, but whatever it is man nabanggit nila, kung meron man, ano ko lang yan, dadagdagan lang natin yan and explain pa natin further, okay? And I will also be, sagarin ko na rin yung time ko, I will also be tackling some very important parts of the memberships po natin and also some organizational and professional updates. So, let's move forward. Just to update you guys, no, during the last AGM last year, no, AGM natin November 2021, that was the first update talaga na malawakang update na nagbigay po ako ng presentation because it's the national convention po natin with regards to the societies, the National Specialization Societies and CPSP general. So po pinakilala, dinescribe ano ba itong CPSP na ito, ano ba itong mga societies na ito. No? Now, last June 3, 2022, ito lang pong last June at Davao City, formally nagkaroon na po tayo ng formal awarding of the accreditation of this some of the specialization societies po natin. No? So we have identified 10 specializations last year. Now meron na po tayo 4 na societies that will be administering and handling those specializations and implementing yung roadmaps po nila for the society itself and the practice of that specialization. And who are these societies na officially na-accredit na ng IECEP po? Of course, number 1 is the Biomedical Electronic Society. They were there po with Society Accreditation number 1. The Engineering and Project Management Society, also there, we receive yung accreditation po nila with accreditation number 3. The Telecommunications Society is also there with accreditation number 4. And last but not the least for that batch is syempre our very own Power Electronic Society with accreditation number 2. Okay. Regardless kung anong accreditation number po yan, no? The numbering only pertains to that part wherein yung pagkakasubmit po ng mga application and documents na kailangan nila, pagkakakumpleto, pagkakasubmit, and pagkaka-approve po ng national board. No? So, but still it stands, all of these 4 societies are already accredited, well recognized by IECEP. If you would be able to take a look at the National Specialization Society rulebook po natin, there should be only one society for one specialization na i-recognize po ang IECEP. Okay? Yun po ang nasa rulebook po natin. Yun din po ang isasubmit natin sa PRC, yun din po ang kikilalanin po nila. Okay? Okay, so I'd also like to share this. No? I think we have shared this already sa national page, but on a very limited description yung na-share siguro namin. But during I think this was sometime around June yata, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot the exact date. No? But IECEP participated on this event ng PRC po. We were invited as the IPO of the electronics engineering practice. No? This was the mid-year assessment ng the Professional Regulations Commission along with the other professional regulatory boards, hindi lang naman po electronics engineering. So nandiyan po kami. I was also accompanied by our, joining me with here is our Vice President for Education, Engineer Jomar Katipon. And as you can see on the picture, full force po ang ating board of ACE. Nandiyan po sila. In fact, si member of the board, Engineer Rico Del Moro, kakagaling lang po niya sa sakit niyan. Hindi po kayo aware, no? But he was there. He was even the master of ceremony for that event. So it's also the first time na nagkita-kita rin po ulit yung mga professional regulatory boards po natin. You could, if you were there, makikita nyo talaga yung atmosphere na talagang hindi sila, noon lang talaga sila nagkita-kita po ulit. And what I would like to share here is not only for the electronics engineering profession, but also for all of the other professional regulatory boards and all of the other professions po, the career progression and specialization program has really become one of the focal points of the competitiveness roadmap po ng mga regulatory boards po natin and PRC in general. No? I would share some slides. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, ito, hindi nyo to nakikita siguro dun sa pinost namin sa Facebook page po natin. No? But, well, the last time we've had published roadmap, if I'm not mistaken, 46 regulated Philippine professions, hindi pa nga po yata yan updated na during that time. That was the year 2012, if I'm not mistaken. They are targeting to publish another one. Because ano to, no, kasama ito dun sa parang Philippine competitiveness roadmap na tinitingnan. And syempre, who else is in a better position to contribute and show the data for the professionals? Syempre, the one handling ano po, no, yung regulation ng mga professionals sa bansa, which is the PRC. Okay? So as you can see here, several points of the discussions point to the specialization. No? I'd like to share here na talagang yung ibang professions, kung di man sila nag-uumpisa pa lang, yung iba totally wala pa talaga. Yung iba nga dyan pa lang sila nag-huddle, nagbuo ng mga kailangan nilang gawin, etc. So at least for the engineering cluster, o siguro kahit sabihin na natin in general on all of the professions na hawak po ng PRC, no, sa kanila ngayon under their umbrella, maganda-ganda ang pwesto po natin ang electronics engineering. No? So we have been kumbaga, toiling dito po sa mga activities na ginagawa natin. In fact, we have started, ano pa, no? Yung Career Progression Specialization Program ng PRC started way back 2013, 2014 pa, no? Pero nung lumabas lang kasi yung mga related laws, no, to it, and nagkaroon ng talagang formal directive from PRC to launch CPSP programs na ganyan, doon lang talaga medyo nag-take off ng konti. No? But still, sabi ko nga, kagaya siya sabi ko sa inyo, ito, mid-year review ito nila. Pero sa totoo lang, marami doon sa professions na yon. I could safely say siguro, baka mga around 70%, a good 70 to 80% of the professions there, nagsisimula pa lang. Meron na tayo, kumbaga tayo, sa electronics engineering, yung specializations initiatives natin started last year, no? Sorry, hindi lang pala last year. Actually, 2020, mid of 2020, nagsimula po yun. But officially on the side of IECEP, it's year 2021 nagsimula. So basically, we are already 2 years in our journey. And yung 2 years po na yun, we have accomplished pretty much a good number of accomplishments. In fact, malaga po ito, no, yung presence ng mga societies. The societies itself na tumatakbo, gumagana, functional, relevant, and very much visible para po sa mga professionals and those who are also practicing the same specializations. So if you could see here, may number dyan, nakalagay, recognition of specialists. But yung recognition of specialists na yan, even though we have 39% there, on the side of PRC, wala pa talaga officially. Kasi wala pa naman talagang nabibigyan ng level 8 specialist. Dahil wala pa naman talagang na-accredit na program so far, no? But the 39% there, I think it belongs to those numbers na talagang, at least in structure, meron na. Maybe we could safely say the medical profession, kasi meron na talaga sila mga tinatawag na specialista po nila, no? Di ba? Meron naman na talaga sila. But officially, via the PRC, wala pa po talaga. So yan. So these are some slides for your appreciation. And yan, nakalagay yan dyan. Competitiveness, no? Nakalagay po yan dyan. What does it take to be competitive in the context of the domestic market and also in the international market? Okay, so eventually, itong mga ginagawa natin, itong mga pinaghihirapan po ng kagaya ng Power Electronic Society, you will see its fruits. Mag-bear fruit po yan later on and makikita po ninyo yan na mag-grow talaga yan. No? And nauna na tayo ng konti, sabi ko nga, no? Ang electronics engineering profession, but we won't stop here. We still have a lot to accomplish. No? But the mere presence and the mere fact that the Power Electronic Society is here doing this particular event, and this is the second second version na nga, no? Second iteration na nga, and a lot more in store for you guys, no? Lalo na dito sa Power Electronic Society, will definitely boost our being competitive in terms of the practice of our profession. Okay. What else is here? Sabi ko nga, no? Ayan. So we have to relate it with our specializations. And talaga nabanggit po yan dyan. Nandiyan yan lahat. And this acronyms na lagi nyo pong nakikita. I put in some pointer. So yung mga nakikita nyo po lagi dyan, no? PQF, PQRF, CPD, CPSP CATS, diba? IPO developments, professional regulatory laws. Lahat po yan kasi will converge into one. Makikita-kita po yan later on. Diba? Yan naman talaga yung pinaka-mandate ni PRC. So we are really in the right track in terms of dealing with these specializations natin. Okay? Now, just in case, I would like to reiterate this. No? There is a copy. There is a CPSP rule book. Kumbaga, ito, no? Part 1. Okay? The general rule book for the operation ng National Specialization Societies, of which the Power Electronic Society belongs, no? Now, this has been distributed to all of the chapter governors and all of the chapters, no? Siyempre, nasa central repository din yan supposedly on our website as our main source of information. You could get a copy of this just in case you would want to learn more of the medyo na hindi nyo na abutan yung updates na ginagawa po natin over the past 1.5 to 2 years. Just look for this rule book, no? Yun, nandiyan po lahat yung mga descriptions po. Okay, and ito medyo bago lang po ito, no? You've seen kanina, no, CPSP CATS. The CPSP CATS stands for yun nga, no, Career Progression Specialization Program and Credit Accumulation and Transfer System. Okay, yun yung ibig sabihin ng CPSP CATS. And there's a particular committee that has been approved for the electronics engineering profession, of which inyo pong lingkod is a part and a member of that CPSP CATS committee, no? This has not been released, if I'm not mistaken, sa official website ni PRC, but this is already approved. It will be released sometime soon, I'm sure, no? And basically, CPSP CATS or yung Credit Accumulation and Transfer System will be linked to the CPD process po na ginagawa natin, no? Remember, may gumawa tayo ng society, nandun nakapaloob po yung specializations natin. Later on, ang societies po na ito ang magre-recommend nung mismong process paano kayo magiging specialist for this field of specialization. And then afterwards, they will also be the ones, there will also be a board na mag-e-evaluate po, no, for you to be a specialist dito. And a part of it, syempre, meron din kasing part dito na they will be looking at yung mga trainings and related activities in terms of career progression, no? And dito po ito papasok, no? It has to be aligned dito. And yun po yung magiging pinaka-trabaho po nitong CPSP CATS committee. In a way, this is like a counterpart of the CPD Council for the electronics engineering profession. Okay? But in this case, very much in particular for the Career Progression and Specialization Program. Okay, so I hope I was able to explain it in layman's term, no? Part po na ito. Okay, this one. Maybe this pictures first time po siguro makikita, no? Sabi ko nga, hindi lang naman CPSP or sa specializations ang i-share ko po dito sa inyo. I'd also like to share some, siguro mga important, no? Hindi naman lahat, pero we'll be sharing some, hindi pa talaga natin na-share ng konti, no? Ako po, kasama ko po ang ating National President. We visited DILG, actually sometime June. Napunta po kami dyan. May binisita po namin one of the assistant secretaries po natin na may pinapatulong po tayo with regards to a particular memorandum circular, no? Yan po memorandum circular na yan, kasi hindi ko po pwede talagang masyadong expound pa. Kasi we don't want to preempt anything. I'm just sharing this para initial lang. Something lang na you'd like to look forward to. Of course, there's nothing set in stone. We are pushing some professional developments po pagdating po sa sa atin, sa practice ng profession natin. But this would very much be napakahalaga nito ng pinupush natin para po sa profession natin in particular, no? So this will actually encompass yung mga previous natin, no, related memorandum circulars na nilalabas ni DILG with regards to the practice ng PEC, EC, ECT, yung pag-hire po ng mga PEC, EC, ECT, and also in relation to the other circulars na nilabas po nila, no, sa bills in relation to the building code, to the joint memorandum circular na nilabas for ease of doing business sometime 2018, and also the recent one, which is the CCTV. I just put in some snippets here, no? Sabi ko nga, hindi na ako masyadong mag-detail, but hopefully we would have we would get what we wanted in the first place, and sana materialize, no? Patuloy po natin tayo mangungulit sa atin pong mga government agencies na may kinalaman po rin sa regulate sa practice ng ating profession. I'm just sharing this to you kasi pag ito po lumabas, napakalaking victory po ito, no, para sa ating pong profession. So, may mga marami ng updates, no, from June to July to up to now, no, we are around 1 month plus sa pinupush po natin. So hopefully, the soonest magkaroon na tayo ng magbunga po ito mga ginagawa natin. Okay? Also, ito, no, maganda rin i-share ito, no. I don't know, syempre, minsan di naman natin talaga nababalitaan po lahat ng mga those regulations na related po sa practice ng profession natin, but in case you have heard or seen yung pagdating po sa executive order na signed ni former President Rodrigo Duterte before bago po siya bumaba, this is related to the regulations ng mga advertising sign and billboards, no. So of course, pasok po tayo diyan pagdating sa electronics signages and billboards, no? And in fact, we have been also active in terms of sharing our comments and opinions to the proposed implementing rules and regulations po nitong executive order. So as you can see there sa mga snippets, no, ano lang to, konting patikim lang kumbaga. And as I always say, di pa naman ito talaga yung final. We are hoping for the best, but at least we have been able to share what we wanted to be able to see there in terms of the practice of our profession. So marami pa po dyan. Kaya hindi ko naman pwedeng ipakita po lahat, but syempre pinakamahalaga, if yan nakalagay, section 4.7, medyo maliit siguro, no? Hindi nyo masyadong nakikita, but actually nakalagay lang dyan. Pinaka-gist po niyan is syempre signages and sign structures that are electronic or electronically controlled in nature, syempre should be recognized sa atin po, sa practice po natin, no? Sa mga PCEs and ECTs who are in this particular, who are been designing, implementing and using this particular electronic systems. Okay? So itong mga developments na ito sa professional side po natin, we are crossing our fingers, hoping for the best, and sana pag lumabas na yung positive na developments, no, talagang i-share po natin yan sa lahat. And this will also inspire more sa atin pong mga practitioners po natin. Kayo po, lahat kayo dito, no, na not only practicing yung hindi lang tayo dun sa talagang going with the flow with the practice of our profession, so might as well take a look at all of this, no? Kasi sabi nga natin, napaka-broad ng scope ng ating practice, and IECEP is doing as much as we could, no, to safeguard all of this fields natin. And kung halimbawa naman po merong lumalabas na regulations that are in favor of the electronics engineering profession, and tayo po as the practitioners, I hope we could be able to take advantage of it and practice it, no, na talaga i-practice natin siya, gawin natin siya talaga, no, kasi scope naman yan ng ating pong profession. Okay, now related to the memberships, oras na ba? Okay, 4 o'clock. So 30 minutes into my presentation. Related to the memberships, of course, medyo may binanggit ako something mga external, no? Punta naman tayo konting internal part naman po natin. Just in case, hindi nyo pa po nakita itong mga ipapakita ko, I'm reiterating this, no? And I want also for the attendees here to share the news related to memberships, no? I-share po ninyo ito sa mga other practitioners. Teka, inahawi ko lang po. Dumidilim po kasi. Parang uulan. So, inahawi ko para may natural light ako dito sa window. Okay, 1. Ito pinakamahalaga because this will be only until November 30. No? Yung lahat po ng mga inactive members po natin. No? Ano ba ibig sabihin natin inactive? Mga hindi po in good standing na mga members po natin. No? Or those members that have been that have not been able to renew not only their membership in IECEP, of course it follows hand in hand, but also yung profession, yung ano po ninyo, no, professional licenses po. So we have what we call yung mga back dues po natin, di po ba? Kapag halimbawa nag-renew kayo, and then kunwari meron po kayong 1 year na or 2 years na nalaktawan po ninyo, hindi kayo nakakapag-renew during that time, that are considered back dues pag binayaran po. Nag-renew po kayo ulit ng memberships, no? Di po siya penalty. I would like to correct that, no? Baka meron kasing minsan nakakapagsabi penalty raw. IECEP never bills you for a penalty. You're only billing you for that part of your membership due. Ibig sabihin, yun talagang dapat bayaran nyo po noon, nung taon po na iyon, na hindi po kayo nakapag-renew, yun lang po yung sinisingil ni IECEP. Yun po yung concept ng back due. Okay, I hope it is clear, no? Now, according to a previous resolution that is still in effect right now, no, resolution sometime year 2007, if I'm not mistaken, 2007 or 2009, 7 years lang po ang maximum na sinisingil po namin. Kaya if you could see this particular promotion na nung pinost po namin ito, sabi nga namin, you save as much as a maximum of 7 years worth of back dues. In terms of monetary amount, that is around 2,500 pesos. Napakalaking bagay po yan. Ibig po sabihin namin, kung tagal na po kayong hindi nagre-renew, contact your local chapter and ang babayaran lang po ninyo is yung membership due ninyo from 2022 to 2025. Yung lahat po ng back dues ninyo, whether it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or even more, 10 years, 15 years, kayo po talaga yung beneficiary, main beneficiary po nitong program na ito, no? Kasi you will save as much na binanggit ko po kanina. Okay? So, pay only your current membership dues. Lahat ng back dues po ninyo will be waived. Only until November 30, 2022. Bakit po namin ito ginagawa? Kasi nga, gusto nga namin magbalik loob. We want as much as, talagang madaming practitioners natin, no? We want to increase yung mga practitioners po natin. Kasi wala rin pong mangyayari sa practice ng profession natin kung halimbawa marami nga tayong ginagawang mga developments, etc. And yet, yung mga professionals naman natin are inactive. No? So, kaya hinihila po natin sila pabalik kasi kailangan din po natin sila sa practice ng profession natin. So, hindi lang po kayo nandito. I hope you could share this to all of your friends, batchmates, colleagues, no? Lahat po ng mga tropa po ninyo, kaibigan po ninyo, matagal nang hindi nagre-renew. Ito na talaga yung perfect time, no? Para mag-renew po kayo. Okay? And syempre, sabi nga namin doon, couple nyo pa yan up until the year end of December 31, 2022. At least, no, yan pa kasi yung nakalagay sa natin sa website ni PRC. The CPD undertaking, ibig sabihin yung pumapayag po sila na wala kayong CPD points na ipapakita, 0. Pero hindi po yun waive ba? Ibig sabihin lang nun, inuutang muna ninyo itong cycle na ito, but on the next cycle, ipoprovide po ninyo yung supposedly hinihingi sa inyo ngayon na CPD points. Ang required po sa atin ngayon is 15 CPD, which means by 2025, if you've signed that undertaking, ang mangyayari po doon, whatever it is yung required CPD points by that year. Kaya ako sinasabing whatever it is kasi we are not sure kung halimbawa ililift na itong temporary provisions na lumabas in relation to the suspension po ng IRR ng CPD Act of 2016. Remember, kaya po yan naging 15 CPD points and kaya po kayo pinapayagan na mag-undertaking is because of those provisions na lumabas, no, na may mga suspension dun sa original CPD Act of 2016. Pero kung wala po yan, ang nasa CPD points required ng ECE profession is 45. Actually, it's the same even before yung CPD Act 2016. it's 45 CPEs during the time. Sa CPD Act, it's 45 CPEs. So in terms of numerical value, naman po talaga. Yun nga lang, karoon ng temporary na provisions na nilagay, naging 15 CPD or 0 CPD, basta pirma ka ng undertaking. Couple mo yan dito po sa atin pong promotion na ginagawa. Actually, ang bilis nyo pong makaka-renew. Sa totoo lang, wala pong kahirap-hirap. No? So, that's why I'm encouraging yung mga hindi pa po nandito, mga hindi pa nakakapag-renew, or may mga kaibigan po kayo, please encourage them to do so. This is really the perfect time to do it. Okay? And ano po bang nakalimutan ko dito? So, yun, no? I hope I was able to share this news properly and give context dun sa other topics behind. Okay. So, eto, nandito rin to. Shinare na namin to, no? But inulit ko lang. Again, magandang malaman dito, no? And para pag shinare nyo rin yung balita. Any member who has any professional who passed the board exam but has never been a member of IECEP would fall under new memberships. Okay? So kapag halimbawa, nandito kayo sa membership pa susundin ko, membership renewal, no? New membership po kayo kung halimbawa never pa talaga kayong nagkaroon ng any transaction in terms of membership with IECEP. New membership po kayo, sundan nyo lang po yan step by step. Susundan nyo lang po yan. Wala na po kayong ibang gagawin. Okay, ganun lang po yung adali. In terms of renewal, eto medyo may intervention lang ng konti because new memberships are processed by the national office. Membership renewals by policy are processed by our local and foreign chapters. Your chapter of affiliation, per our bylaws, is according to your domicile. Sabihin po kung saan po kayo mas malapit na nakatira or saan po kayo nagtatrabaho, doon po yung pipiliin nyo po dapat na local chapter or foreign chapter po. Okay? So I hope that's also clear, no? New memberships, hindi pa naging member ni IECEP. Membership renewal, naging member na ako, matagal akong hindi nakakapag-renew ng membership. You fall under membership renewal. Kontakin nyo po yung local chapters po. Where can you find your local chapter and its contact details? Actually, almost karamihan ng mga local chapters natin have their own Facebook pages because that's an administrative order. But just in case nandito kayo kung anong listahan yan, you could always look at our national website. No? Tala po kayo, isepnational.com. Nandun din po, nakalista yung mga chapters and yung mga contact details po. Okay? Yan din po yung QR na nandito. No? Yung QR dito, payments, new membership. Yung QR po dito, para makontak nyo yung chapter kung sakaling naghahanap po kayo. No? But you could easily search ko, halimbawa kung naman chapter, no? IECEP Chapter X, search nyo yan, lalabas na yan dyan. Maramihan po yan, may mga Facebook fan page, may mga Facebook groups po yan. No? And why do you need to contact them? Kasi kailangan nyo lang naman pong kunin, basically, bibigyan nyo sa kanilang updated profile po ninyo, they will check on it, pabayaran nila po kayo ng current dues kasi nga waive lahat ng back dues, no? And then that's it. I-update lang po nila yung portal account ninyo, download nyo na yung PCOGS ninyo. Same new memberships. No? That's how we do it right now. Pinadali po natin yan. Yan po yung nilabas natin na order with regards to streamlining process po natin. Okay, so this is a new one. We have activated yung affiliate membership natin. Of course, we are targeting here other allied professions to be part of the family. Okay? So, yan yung mga nakalagay po dyan, no? Allied professions natin. Ibig sabihin, within the scope of the practice of our profession, but it has to be aligned with yung nandun po sa bylaws natin. Kaya nga nakalagay yun dyan. You need to take a look on the resolution. But basically, yun po yung mga mga allied professions po natin and yung mga underboards po natin, rather, no? Sa practice, sa ECE course po. Halimbawa, kayo po, nakapasa po kayo ng electronics engineering na course, but hindi pa po kayo nakapag-take ng board or nag-take na po kayo ng board, pero medyo hindi na po sinuwerte ng una, could always be a part of IECEP under the affiliate membership grade. Okay? Of course, the affiliate membership grade, ito po, may mga non-voting rights ito. Yun lang naman yung medyo main difference niya. But in terms of privileges, syempre, lahat ng programs, you will be entitled to it, CPD, trainings, etc. As well as yung mga certifications, no, for other related upgrades in particular, no, SIAD technologies, ganyan. Only IECEP can provide those certifications as a member of those bodies giving it. And for you to have that certification, syempre, if you are an affiliate member, you are entitled to that one. Okay? And syempre, yung endless networks na pwede mong makilala, kaibigan, etc. As you go further, di ka naman din magiging forever affiliate. Probably later on, maging ano ka, di ba? A regular member, kapasa ka na ng board, di ba? Or from associate, maging regular. Ganun po yung mangyari. Okay? So the affiliate membership grade, so ibig sabihin, yung ating pong mga kaibigan sa other allied professions, invite nyo rin po sila sa atin para lumaki po ang pamilya po. Okay? Okay, so we are also opening yung institutional members na tinatawag, no? This membership grade actually pertains to a company or an institution, no, in description, no. If you will take a look at the board resolution po dito, nasa website naman po 'yun. So they will be a part of IECEP in terms of sa mga activities, a variety of services na pinoprovide po natin, marketing, trainings, education, professional recognition, social responsibility drives. In short, these are partner organizations na hinahanap natin for our external linkages, no? So yung mga companies po ninyo, please, no, yung mga companies po ninyo na into the practice ng electronics engineering, and syempre nag-hire ng mga electronics engineering professionals kagaya po ninyo, magandang papasukin nyo po dito under the institutional members, no? Just email us at iecep.secretariat@gmail.com. Probably ang magandang kausap po namin dito madalas is yung mga HR po ninyo. Papasok din kasi dyan, siguro ito magandang kasama sa, nandun kasi sa part ng mga privileges ng isang institutional member, may mga discount yan sa mga employees po nila, no? Kung halimbawa, your company is an institutional member, sa mga institutional activities natin, kunwari, mga major convention, ang tawag dito, national convention natin, and then mga institutional part, no, ibig sabihin yung mga under IECEP national na mga events, you could be entitled to discounts further pa. So yun yung mga ipapasok diyan as benefits. Siyempre, hindi lang naman yan tinitingnan natin diyan. We want to partner with them not only sa nurturing ng mga employees nila, siyempre, sama rin yung mga other aspects na tinitingnan natin. Training, further professional education, yan yung mga pag-uusapan diyan. So yung mga companies po ninyo, alam naman ninyo na nasa electronics engineering practice, kasi nandun nga kayo, hinar nga nila kayo, no? So I'm pretty sure nandun sila sa na yun. So please, lead us to them. We will be the one to talk to them. Hopefully, they could be one of our institutional members. Okay? Of course, the life membership po natin is actually open na po, no? Wala na po yung dati meron pa kasi siyang limit in a way, no? Nilalabas lang yung life membership, parang seasonal siya. Depende sa pagkinailangan ng purpose. Usually, malabas yan every 5 years, every 10 years, ganyan, no? But this time, the life membership application is open, indefinitely, no? Pwede na po kayong mag-apply as long as siyempre you satisfy yung main requirements ng pagiging life member. Of course, one of them is siyempre 7 years of active membership, no, sa IECEP po, sa ating pong organization. Now, if you feel that you are already okay with this and you are interested, just contact your local chapter kasi yung po step 1, no, magbibigyan nila kayo ng endorsement. Yung local chapter po ninyo. Local chapter po ninyo magbibigay ng endorsement sa IECEP National. Pag nabigyan na po kayo ng endorsement, sila yung initial checking. Of course, they will have to check if you are really an active member, no? Kaya sila ang magre-refer talaga sa national. Tapos si national, pag na-refer na kayo, kontakin kayo, bibigyan kayo ng link for the payment and the other steps that needs to be taken. And once na ma-verify po yun, pagbayad po kayo, then it will also reflect on your portal account. No? So thereby changing your status as a life member. Okay? So other benefits na inopen po ng atin pong ng IECEP. Meron po tayong incentive system na tinatawag, no? Wherein meron pong actually these are not required by law. Hindi po talaga tayo required, no? But we are given a unilateral discount of 10%. Or not only for yung mga usual natin, no, senior citizens, persons with disability, but also those who are solo parents. No? So yung tatlong category na yan, effective yan yung mga nandyan sa dates po na yan. So applied for membership, related transactions, and other institutional events po natin, you are entitled to a 10%. Sorry, medyo kumikidlat, no? So you are entitled to a 10% discount, no? Of course, you'll have to show some proof, no? Senior citizens ID, same as with PWD ID and solo parent ID. But we are extending this across the organization. Okay? Also, ito, hindi ko alam kung na-appreciate ng mga members. So, hindi nila masyado naintindihan. Nilabas po namin ito, no? But actually, meron po tayong tinatawag na installment payment sa IECEP, sa mga membership needs po ninyo. But this is only applicable for the meantime sa initial registration, sabihin yung mga new members, and sa mga mag-a-apply ng life membership. No? Yung life membership kasi natin, magandang example, medyo may cost siya ng konti. That's 15,000 pesos. No? But if you will be paying, syempre, through our digital payments na platform, which is PayMongo, meron po kasi doon tinatawag na yung Atome as one of the payment options, no? I haven't personally tried this, no? Pero ito po ino-offer na sa atin because of our very good relationship with PayMongo. You just have to sign up for it and etc. Walang hinihingi sa inyo, etc. Pero at wala pong interest, ibig sabihin magkakaroon po kayo ng option na magkaroon ng installment payment. Okay? But you will have to take a look on how to do it with Atome. Kasi yun po yung parang pinaka-platform ni PayMongo for the installment part. Okay? Sana merong makapag-try, makapag-share na makita namin ito. Kasi this is a very good, another very good benefit na nilalabas po namin para po sa inyo, mga members natin. Okay? And we have also released these images, no? Ito po yung mga designs ng mga new IDs natin, no? Again, I will have to reiterate, these IDs by virtue of resolutions na ni-release sometime March and April. Tama yung number ko, 2022-0708 and 09, the board resolutions. Nakalagay po doon that we will be adopting a permanent ID. Thereby, syempre, we would also need another new design for it. No? It's quite similar, para mas madali lang maintindihan, it's quite similar to the concept of our national ID. Wherein, if you remember before, kaya po tayo nagkakaproblema ng mga delays, in particular pagdating sa mga IDs na inaabot ng taon. Diba? Minsan, renewal period nyo na. Hindi pa rin nabibigay yung ID ninyo. Pero ang pinapalitan lang naman natin is the validity. Diba? Pinapalitan na natin yung validity. Pero all of the other information there, except if you change your membership grade, are still the same. No? So we implemented this type na similar nga to our national ID wherein you could all of the details na variable in nature o napapalitan, will be linked to our portal. And nandun naman lahat po sa my IECEP portal, lahat ng information ninyo, no? So whether you are an active or inactive member, whether you have changed your membership grade, your payment entries for your memberships, nandun din po yan, supposedly. So yung mga everything related to the status of your membership is on the portal. Therefore, we are implementing this single, tawag dito, parang single issuance ng ID natin, a permanent one. We have also upgraded yung design, implemented a system na may enhanced na security and mas magandang klase ng ng ID. It's a pre-printed version. And yun, maganda po ito. May mga nakakuha na, no? And this is ongoing. Yun po yung nilagay namin dun sa post po namin when we first released this sometime around 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. Please bear with us. We are reprinting all of those active members. You will have yours for free. Provided that you will have to contact also your chapter. Pag nakita ni po ninyo yung portal account po ninyo, na alam po ninyo na you are an active member, ibig sabihin, you belong to the year 2020, 2021, active pa po kayo. Kasi usually 3 years naman yung binabayaran natin, no? Yung IDs ninyo supposedly will expire, yung membership ninyo supposedly will expire pa on 2023, on 2024. You will have all of this for free. But we are referring on the portal accounts. Ibig sabihin po ninyo, ito, kung halimbawa makita ninyo yung mga portal accounts ninyo, it's unverified. Hindi po yan na-verify pa or yung mga payments po doon hindi updated. Hindi naka-reflect yung previous payments ninyo, no? Walang naka-reflect na anything, no? Well, it doesn't have to be exact yung value kasi we are putting in some entries para lang mag-fit doon sa membership dates before, no? But what's important is there should be a payment entry para mag-match doon sa status ng portal ninyo, which means you should be verified and active in good standing. Pag halimbawa po hindi, you'll need to contact your chapter or the last means na kung saan po kayo nag-renew, di ba? Before po kasi pinapayagan pa nating mag-renew sa national office, di po ba? Before we enacted itong marami dito, alam ko, mga nakapag-renew sa Shaw Boulevard na nandun pa po yung opisina natin. By the way, iba na po, IECEP home po tayo, no? Mandaluyong pa rin, pero iba na po yung address ng IECEP home po natin. Okay? So, yung mga nakapag-renew doon, means yung last membership ninyo na entry should have been entered by the national office. Okay? So, wala naman pong problema dyan. Contact the National Secretariat, contact the national page ng FB page po natin, contact via the website, kahit saan, lahat po yan. May means para makapasok po sa amin. Minsan, medyo hindi lang kaagad makakapag-reply, but any of those means may magre-reply po sa inyo dyan. No? We have a standard service level agreement po sa inyo na at least there should be a reply in 7 working days. No? Dapat po, meron po yan. Or halimbawa, renewal kayo, huli kayo nag-renew sa chapter po ninyo, kontakin nyo yung chapter ninyo. Kasi kung halimbawa, hindi po namin yan makikita doon, no? Baka hindi po kayo maisama kaagad doon sa list ng maipiprint po namin. Nire-reprint po namin yan. Kaya nga sabi namin, please bear with us. At least, we are targeting for all of the active membership, maibigay namin lahat po ng mga IDs po ninyo using this new format na bago po nating ID system before the National Convention. So, at least around October, sana close to 100% complete na kami. No? Yun yung target namin. So, ongoing po yan. Mga chapters na paunti-unti, yan, tiyatrabaho namin yan. No? So, kung halimbawa, hindi nyo pa po natanggap yung inyo, antay lang po ng konti. Lahat po yan, darating po yan sa inyo, papadala po yan sa chapters po ninyo. No? Now, yung mga new members, I don't know kung merong new members dito, nag-initial registrations in particular, since the start of this year, no, 2022, talaga pong wala pang nasi-ship out. Inuuna na namin, sinasabi na namin sa inyo, your IDs are already prepared, but hindi pa po na-ship out because we are mass producing yung pinaka-welcome kit po ninyo. Okay, wag na po magselos yung mga dati nating mga members na dito, no? Talaga. But we have also instituted a welcome kit sa mga new members po natin. So bigay na po natin sa kanila yon. This is the first actually for IECEP, but antay lang din po ng konti kasi it's also our way of welcoming you to the organization. Alright, so yan, yung mga new ano natin, no? Regular member for PECE, regular member ECE, there's an associate membership for ECTs, affiliate membership for the allied professions, and the life memberships. Okay, so ayan, may mga na-produce na kami pero lang, antay lang po tayo, no? Meron at meron makakarating po sa inyo, no? So, wag po kayong mag-alala. Kung active member kayo, one way or another, meron po kayong makukuha. It's for free. Wala po kayong babayaran. Kung halimbawa naman, magre-renew na kayo this year, no? The more, makukuha nyo rin yan dun sa chapter ninyo ng pagka-renew. Okay? And ito nga yung pinaka-back-end, no? Pag scan nyo ng QR code dyan po kayo mapupunta, just key in yung membership number and makikita nyo na ito. No? Of course, all of this information already available din naman sa portal ninyo. Parang quick verification link lang po ito. Nasa hawak ninyong ID. Hindi talaga tayo kasi magkakaroon ng development kung halimbawa, print tayo ng print lagi ng ID yearly. Ang pinapalitan lang po natin, validity. Decade-long problem na po ito na nangyari, no? And hindi naman natin sinasabing member ang may pagkukulang lang. Minsan kasi kulang yung binibigay na information ni member. Di ba? Mga ganon, no? Minsan naman si chapter may problema, no? Probably due to the distance and some other constraints, hindi nila kaagad na i-relay yung information, na i-ship out kaagad yung mga nagre-renew papunta po sa national office, no? Or there will be another cause of delay, no? It could also be the national side. We are also working on, kumbaga, lean workforce lang naman po ang national secretariat natin, no? So may challenges din po sa side na yan. Hence, we have come up with this solution. I hope ma-appreciate. Lagi ko to yung pinapa-appreciate talaga sa members kasi ito na yung yung solution talaga dito, no? Hopefully, at least on my term as the Vice President for Internal, for the year, I want to see this problem resolved, no? Na sa susunod na taon, di ba? I could hold my head up high and all of the National Board of Directors ng IECEP that we could talaga masasabi namin, at least on the National Convention nga natin in November, that we have solved this problem. Na decade na po natin nagiging problema. Okay? Just some clarifications also, I'd like to share this with you. No? Though there will be an order na memorandum na lalabas po dito. But we have also enhanced yung COGS na lumalabas po sa atin. No? Again, with your portal account, you could download your eCOGS as long as you are a member in good standing and it has been updated by your local chapter, mada-download niyo po yan. No? Remember, with PRC, you could renew 1 year before. Di ba? So you could use it actually, no, yung mga COGS nyo na yan, kung gusto nyo na mag-renew 1 year before, no? As long as your membership is valid. Now, we have some challenges before, siyempre si PRC. We have communicated this already. We have also made some changes sa COGS natin. We have included yung membership grade po ninyo. It helps that they know that you are regular associate, most especially sa mga life members, no? Kasi currently on the system, there is some limitation in terms of numbering, but we are also changing this hopefully sometime soon, no? But nakalagay kasi dyan, ito in particular, nakalagay dyan 9999, no? Minsan nalilito si PRC dyan, sabi niya, anong 99999? Parang symbol kasi yan ng infinite life nga life member, no? But to supplement it, nilagay na lang din po namin na life membership valid until December 99999. Parang ganun po yung nangyari dyan, no? Again, some reminders, hindi po dapat nire-require ng PRC kayo sa mga resibo po ninyo, okay? You would only need to bring in actually your eCOGS plus a supplemental document which is the resolution ng Board of Electronics Engineering year 2020 pertaining to the acceptance of eCOGS coming from the portal. That in itself, yun lang po ang kailangan ng PRC. It's only the certificate of good standing. Okay? Kasi di ba may mga iba nangihingi ng resibo, no? Pakita nyo lang yung board resolution na yun, no? Sabihin nyo lang po sa kanila na ang hinihingi nyo lang is the ECOGS, ito po yung COGS. Actually, andito nakapaloob, nakatago lang na nagbayad ako. Hindi naman po ako makakapagkuha ng ECOGS ko kung hindi po updated ang membership dues ko. No? But PRC is doing that just for additional verification. But there's no need for them to ask for an official receipt. Actually, it's quite an internal document in a way ng IECEP. Kung halimbawa naman, you could provide your ECOGS. And just in case you will need help, just contact also your local chapter or the national office. Din po niya, tutulungan naman po nila kayo kung halimbawa meron pang maging problema. But on our end, we have already updated yung side ng PRC dyan. Dito sa changes na to, hopefully, mas mapadali pa lalo po yung proseso natin dito. Okay? Okay, everything that I've said, it's on the website. Okay? There's an order, there's a memorandum na nakalabas na the national website. Lahat ng nilalabas namin, bago namin yung ilabas, whether to chat, through one of your GCs na nakarating sa inyo, through the official Facebook page natin, ang IECEP National, or through your local chapter, the mga means of marketing nila and pages, lahat po yan, pinopost muna namin sa website because siya ang central repository po. Okay? So from time to time, visit the website. We have been constantly updating yung mga contents po dyan, related na, marami na dadagdag po dyan. Also, hindi ko na nalagay dito, the marketplace, it's here, no? Marketplace, yung mga, mga exclusives, IECEP exclusives na ino-offer natin, we tend to add something new, no? Every month or every 2 months, na item po doon, but just proceed to marketplace, you could buy yung mga IECEP exclusives natin. Of course, this includes yung jackets, code books natin, no? Pins, ito, no? Ayan, suot ko po, no? T-shirts, no? Ito, t-shirt, binibenta po ito, no? And, somewhere else, no? May mga binibenta, may nilabas tayo recently, mga bags, no? So, I hope you could visit also the marketplace, no? Para doon po. Again, lahat ng binanggit ko kanina, hindi po ninyo totally talaga kailangan magpunta ng IECEP home. But if you prefer to go sa atin pong national headquarters, what we call IECEP home, po natin, bagong bahay po natin sa IECEP, you are very much welcome to do so. No? But all of these things na sinabi ko actually are doable online din. No? We have adopted yung mga policies po natin, we have enacted these policies, updated these policies para they could adapt with the situation that we have right now. No? Most especially, we still have COVID at hand. No? So, yun lang yung gusto ko pong sabihin. So, but either way, you are very much welcome. Visit po kayo sa IECEP home natin kung sakali pong kailangan. May kailangan po kayo sa atin pong organization. Okay? Just a few minutes po siguro, no? Kasi na rin do. Power Electronic Society and the chapters. Pagbigyan nyo na po ako, kasama ito sa trabaho. I would also like to promote this one, no? One of the events that we will be having. We will be participating IECEP as an organization. So, sorry, I'll stop my share, no? Hindi ko pala, sorry. Pala na-share yung audio kanina. Share sound. Okay, so may sound po, may sound.
Yes. Overcome your resistance. Be empowered with your full potential. And let your voice be amplified.
Mabuhay! I am Engineer Ovi
Kiara B. Padernal, proudly representing the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. In a world where technology is fast evolving and gender stereotypes are being broken, modern Filipino engineers can create great impacts and make differences. Hindi ka babae lang. Together, let us empower Filipina engineers by advocating clean energy to support the environment. I am Engineer Kiara, your Lakambini Ingeniera from the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines.
Okay, so that was Engineer Aubrey Kiara Paternal. A little bit of promotions lang po natin, no? She will be representing our very own IECEP and the upcoming Lakambini Ingeniera 2022 that will be happening on the last weekend of August this month, no? So, Engineer Kiara actually needs your support. No? This naman po yan sa explanation. Actually, there's a fundraising part, 50% of the mechanics, 50% will actually be the contest part, no, sa performance part po niya. And historical background, last year, we actually had our first placing in terms of sa history po ng competition na ito, in the person of si Engineer Beatriz Peralta. So we bagged the first runner up last year, no. Hopefully we could sustain, and let's wish Engineer Kiara the best, and we are also appealing to your hearts, no, for support in whatever form, no? Whether prayers, whether monetary, we have here, meron naman po yan. Whatever amount, the numbers are there. This is also available, nasa Facebook page din po natin. So I hope you could extend your heartfelt support to our representative. She is actually from IECEP SOC Sergeant, the current IECEP SOC Secretary, if I'm not mistaken. So that's Engineer Aubrey Kiara B. Pater. Okay? So maraming salamat po. I'd also like to promote, which sabi ko nga, IECEP Power Electronic Society is a part of this. The first National Specialization Societies Conference will be composed of all the National Specialization Societies, and it will be happening on October 1 to 2. This is actually a hybrid event. Yung mga pwede pong magpunta ng face-to-face, hopefully, you could join us at IECEP Home. That's only 100 slots lang po, no, na i-permit po natin doon. Siyempre, kasama na rin po dyan yung mga pag-iingat po natin and observance of the protocols related to COVID. But this time, it will be available via virtual. So it will be a hybrid event. So you could join us via Zoom, you could join us via IECEP Home. This shall be credited as well by ng CPD points, but syempre, the usual, they are still applying for it. But I hope you could join us. This is the very first event of all of the societies po natin. No? Even if we only have still 4 na talagang officially accredited and the others are working on it, this is still an event for all of the societies and their related fields of specialization. So, various topics related na doon nyo lang din makikita. Yung topics po yan, ilalabas po natin. And syempre, come November, we will have our IECEP 2022 AGM, the 72nd Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention on November 15 to 17, 2022. You could follow the official IECEP AGM page. That's IECEP AGM 2022. Just search for it. Or tingnan nyo lang. I-share naman po din po namin yan sa national page po natin. So this is also a hybrid event. Join us at PICC. The registration and payment instructions have been released last Thursday night, if I'm not mistaken. You could join us face-to-face. You could join us via virtual means. Avail the early bird promo. May mga may mga tawag dito, may mga freebies na kasama. Hindi ko lang kabisado, no? Basta tingnan niyo na lang po doon sa page po ng IECEP AGM po. Okay? So I hope you could join us November 15 to 17. This is also available on the cover page of our national Facebook page po natin. The numbers are all here. The email addresses are here. Of course, you could also contact the national FB page messenger. Diba? Marami po, meron po yung mga means. No? But nilalabas po namin ito lahat. Kumbaga para in any particular medium possible, makontak nyo po kami kung may kailangan.
Medyo nalag po ata si Engineer Lyle. Kasi sabi nga niya kanina is kumikidlat. Okay. Engineer Lyle. Okay. Thumbs up nga po muna kasi medyo nakakawaw nga ang mga bagong balita from national. No po. Thumbs up nga po muna tayo from our participants. Tingnan natin kung naririnig tayo ng malinaw. Okay, nawala na si Engineer Lyle. Thank you very much, Engineer Lyle, for the updates on the national IECEP.
Sorry, naputol po ako, no?
Yan, bumalik na. Okay, sige
parang saglit yung internet. But, yun nga. Actually, tapos na rin naman yun, madam. Hindi ko na rin share ulit. So, again, anything you need, message lang po kayo. You're always within reach. Any one of us, from the chapters all the way to the national board, we are always here for you guys. So tulong-tulong lang po tayo para sa practice po. Para sa tuloy na pag-unlad ng atin pong practice ng profession. So thank you very much. IECEP Power Electronic Society, Bulacan, KSA-ERC, Cavite, and Mindoro. So maraming salamat po for the time you have given me. I'm open to questions. Hindi ko lang po alam kung hanggang anong oras pa pwede. No? Pero you could...
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Lyle, for the updates on the IECEP National Specialization Society. And for giving us mga nakakawaw na updates like yung membership fee, waive, affiliate membership grade, institutional members, indefinite life membership, incentive system for members and senior citizens, sa mga solo parents, PWD, meron tayong mga 10% discounts. And also the installment payments for the new and those applying for life membership. And yung ating bagong upgraded daw na ID, no? We have new design and it's free for those active members, no? So those members na active, paki-check ng inyong portal accounts. And also, let us support our IECEP Lacambini representative, si Engineer Tiara, and our activities. Again, pero yung mga questions natin, alam nating naging active ang ating chat box this afternoon because of the nakakawaw na mga updates. We will be answering those questions and queries later on our open forum. Before that, I will call Engineer Joel for the introduction of our resource speaker.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
To introduce our next resource speaker, we may call on Engineer Jose P. Espinosa or Sir Joey of the IECEP KSA-ERC. Take it
Thank
away,
you very
Sir
much.
Joey.
Yes. Am I heard loud?
Yes,
Do you hear
Sir
me?
Joey. Yes,
Do you
Sir
hear
Joey,
me?
you are loud and clear po.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Arjona and Engineer Donna, in allowing me to introduce our next resource speaker. So he has 21 years of combined experience in telecom, ICT, cybersecurity, and power electronics industry. He received his degree of Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering at Adamson University in 2000. He's a core officer member and currently chairman of IECEP Power Electronics Society and one IECEP Solar PV System Sub-Specialization Group. He is actively representing IECEP in crafting local standards through DTI BPS participation. He is also an educator and an advocate of renewable energy. Without further ado, I would like to present to you, all of you, our next speaker for the hour. Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chairman of Power Electronics Society. Let's give a virtual applause for our fifth speaker, Chairman MP. The airspace is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Brad Joey Evangelista Espinosa, sorry. Okay, magandang hapon uli sa inyo mga ka-IECEP, no? So, Engineer MP here. I'm the current chairman of the IECEP Power Electronics Society, no? So, as mentioned ko nga kaninang umaga, doon sa ating opening remarks, no? Kung kanina parating pa lang tayo doon sa exciting part natin, sa society natin, ito na po yung exciting part natin, no? So I would like to give the latest update, no, on the current situation of our IECEP Power Electronics Society. So without further ado, I'll be presenting the report for the IECEP Power Electronics Society. So just give me a second. I will share my screen, moderator. Okay. Okay, let me know if you see my screen now, dear moderators.
Yes, Sir MP.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Donna and Engineer Joel and Engineer Brad Joey. Okay, so on the screen right now, so I'll be presenting the year 1 update. So from 2021 to 2022, no, about IECEP Power Electronics Society. So if you notice, no, meron tayong dalawang core photo rito, no. So unang-una actually ang nabuo natin dito is yung IECEP Solar PV System Subspecialization Group. Now, after a few months, no, particularly last October of 2021, the team had decided to upgrade or to elevate this to a specialization society. So ang tawag ngayon po dito sa one IECEP Solar Subgroup is IECEP Power Electronics Society po. So mamaya i-explain natin bakit nakasama ang solar sa Power Electronics Society. Okay, so before we move on, no, so to give you a background of what is IECEP Power Electronics Society, allow me to share some of the objectives and the mission statement of this society. No? So the Power Electronics Society is dedicated in upholding the vital scientific and educational aspects of power electronics and its applications, no? So here is mentioned, no, yung mga scientific and educational aspects. So kagaya nung pinakita natin nung unang colloquium o yung first colloquium natin last February 12 to 13, yun po yung isa sa naging first ever major event ng society na binuo natin, no? And right now we have the second colloquium now, no? So it's a big milestone actually para sa society natin yon. So isa po yan sa mga objectives ng society. Bakit po siya binuo, no? Second, keeping its members around the globe up to date on the latest state-of-the-art technology developments and advances in power electronics research, no? So as mentioned nga po kanina, so nag-invite tayo ng mga subject matter experts, no, sa field ng power electronics, no? Kagaya po ng mga naunang speakers natin sa first colloquium and right now sa second colloquium natin, no? So ito po yung ating objective natin. So in striving to build knowledge and awareness of the latest technologies and other advances in power electronics, the Power Electronics Society's goal is to keep members current and competitive, no, in the workplace and provide them with the tools necessary to help them grow both personally and professionally. So actually, this was adapted dun sa IEEE website ng Power Electronics Society, and we believe na dapat i-align din natin yung society natin on this. No, so it started last May 2021, no? We are a team of committed and dedicated individuals with a common goal of collaborating and harmonizing our profession with different stakeholders in the Philippines and soon around the world. So yung mga hindi lang po mga ECEs, no, or PECs or ECTs ang nakakausap po natin within the society, but of course kasama din po yung mga ibang professions po natin sa industry. Now our mission is literal, scientific and educational in character, no? So puro evidence-based lahat, puro scientific and educational in character. The society shall advance the theory and the practice, no? So both not just only textbook but also in practical use din, no, of electronics engineering and its convergent fields, no? It shall promote a high level of technical competency among its members and affiliates, no? So pag sinabi nating mga members and affiliates, no, ito po yung mga partners natin sa industry na makakatulong sa pag-advance ng ating knowledge, skills, and experience natin in the future. So it shall hold meetings and conferences to present papers and sponsor published articles. So kung meron po tayo dito ngayon na gusto maging members sa society na nasa academy ngayon at sa mga ibang research institutions, no, very welcome po kayo dito sa Power Electronics Society. So our vision is simple but ambitious, no? First is to become a world-class and exceptional IECEP society. And second, to become the catalyst of change for the betterment of our IECEP community. Okay, now for the field of interest, no, may mga ilang subjects tayo na kailangan mag-focus tayo sa power electronics din, no? So it's up to you kung saan nyo gusto mag-focus based on your current experiences right now or dun sa mga gustong mag-upgrade ng skill sets nila, no, at mag-focus sa different subspecializations ng power electronics. Ito po yung mga ilan sa mga items, no, ng mga subject focus areas natin. So kanina nabanggit nga yung computer and telecommunications, sa data center, sa consumer power electronics, automobiles or mass transport systems, sa industrial control systems, no, medical, lighting, space and military, especially space and military, utility, power and smart grids, no? So yun po, na-discuss ito nung first colloquium natin. And lastly, of course, yung renewable energy systems. Now, the society is currently in need of dedicated and passionate individuals, no, that will help run our society. Of course, hindi po natin kakayanin kung mag-isa lang po or ilan lang po tayo sa society, but we are needing every individuals, no, sa sa IECEP community, no, na gusto mag-member sa IECEP Power Electronic Society to become one of our warriors nga, Power Electronic Society warriors, no. So currently, ang focus namin is ma-fill up yung mga committees natin like sa Codes and Standardizations Committee, no, na isa sa co-chairman natin dyan, si Engineer Joel, sila Engineer Ras Torres, and sila Engineer Jagmay the fourth, no. Sila po yung mga founding members natin dyan, yung mga chairmans and co-chairmans natin dyan. So we are also looking for students, practitioners, and or professionals in the field of power supply units, more power transformers, no, reactors, and power electronics, no. So yung mga yung mga professionals, no, that are currently engaged, no, sa power electronics field, no, we highly encourage you to join the society, no, para ma-strengthen po natin ang ating resolve pagdating sa pag-implement ng ating RA 9292 sa larangan ng power electronics, no. So if you ask, no, how about dun sa mga wala pa dun sa power electronics field, no? Very welcome po pa rin po kayo sa Power Electronics Society actually, no. So wala naman po problema doon. So in fact actually yan yung stepping stone din para do sa gusto mag-shift to power electronics specialization, no? So very welcome pa rin po kayo sa society. So if you feel na you're the right one, no, please do contact us via messenger or dun sa registration or registration form na ibibigay namin sa inyo, or you can contact me directly. Okay? Now, kasama dun sa ating mandate, no, to develop what we call yung tinatawag na 5-year program roadmap. So nagbuo po tayo ng program sa madaling salita. So para magkaroon ng direction yung ating society, no, nabigyan po natin siya ng high-level program roadmap, no. Ito po yung tinatawag na 5-year program roadmap. So nagsimula nga po tayo nung last May of 2021, no. Imagine mo, lampas isang taon na po tayo nagsimula, no. So nandito na po tayo ngayon sa August of 2022. So mag-2023 na po tayo. So ibig sabihin, we are going on the second year by May of 2023 na. So nasa research and development stage na po tayo kung saan we are inviting all the subject matter experts, no, in the field of power electronics to give their or to share their knowledge, skills, and experiences, no, kagaya po ng mga butihing mga guest speakers natin right now sa second colloquium at ganoon din sa first colloquium po natin. Okay? So, as we can see on the screen, no, meron tayong yung sa first year po natin, yung ideation and initiation, yung sa second year natin, which is right now, yung research and development. Sa next year, collaboration and harmonization. Now, sa mga sunod na taon, like sa year 4, no, if we gather enough documents or evidences or artifacts, no, that will support our claims na pagdating sa power electronics, no, sa year 4 natin mag-start na tayo mag-documentation and mag-provide ng mga recommendations, no. So although pwede naman tayo mag-start as early as now, no, but as we gather lots of information already, pwede tayo ngayong bumuo ng mga tinatawag na best practices, no, pagdating sa power electronics, no. So for in year 4, gagather tayo ng mga documents, no, magbibigay ng mga recommendations, no, when the time comes. Then on the 5th year, no, yung mga best practice na mabubuo natin o yung mga documentations, no, na mabubuo natin is we'll be materializing this on the 5th year, no. Magda-dry run na tayo, magkakaroon tayo ng mga fine-tuning along the way, no. So kung may mga kailangang baguhin dun sa mga best practices natin, then we will do that. Okay? Now, on the 5th year, no, ito yung hopefully balang araw ma-realize natin, magkaroon tayo ng realization na makakapagbuo tayo ng bagong Philippine Electronics Code Book, no? So, who knows, makabuo tayo ng book specifically for power and clean energy. Okay? So, yun talaga ang ultimate goal ng society, no? Balang araw, kapag nakabuo po tayo ng mga mararaming best practices, okay? So mabubuo natin siya into a one code book, no? Yung tinatawag nating Philippine Electronics Code Book for power and clean or digital energy. Yeah. So yan po yung aking high-level program roadmap natin for the 5-year. Okay, so what have we done so far, no, sa society natin? Okay. So as mentioned nga kanina, nag-start tayo no May of 2021. Nagbuo tayo ng subspecialization group muna, no? Nagbuo muna tayo ng subspecialization for solar, no? Kasi maraming mga katanungan yung ating mga kasama natin. So that's why we need to focus on this, no? So kaya bumuo tayo ng subspecialization for solar. June 2021, nagkaroon ng mga founding officers, no, nabuo na po siya. Tapos naka-attend po tayo doon sa nakaraang meeting, no, yung sa PC tariff consultation, kung saan nagbigay na rin tayo ng mga ng tariff natin pagdating sa mga signing seal, no, ng mga documents, no, related sa solar at sa iba pa. Okay? So initial consultations, discussions, in meetings with different stakeholders, ginawa rin na po natin yan. Noong July, August, and September 2021, no? So we received the news na may magkakaroon ng bagong technical committee sa DTI-BPS, no? So kung saan member po ang IECEP, no? So we are together with the Vice Chairman, no? LSR, no? Kasama po ninyo kami, ang inyong abang-likod na nagre-represent sa DTI-BPS TC91, no? Also known as the Solar Photovoltaic Energy Systems. No? Dito, kasama po natin of course yung kabilang professions din natin, no? Para to adapt yung mga standards, no, na related sa solar photovoltaic energy systems, no? So represented din po ang IECEP diyan. So October of 2021, no, ito po yung time na kung saan nagkaroon ng consensus, no, or botohan, no, kung saan specialization mapupunta ang solar, no. So as voted by the core officers and members ng society, no. So napabilang na po ngayon ang solar subgroup sa IECEP Power Electronics Society specialization. Okay? So may mga major events, no, ang government na kung saan umattend din yung Power Electronics Society, kung saan na-represent po natin yung ating IECEP through IECEP Power Electronics Society, no. So ito po yung tinatawag na Standard Stakeholders Conference noong 2021, which was conducted by DTI-BPS. Okay? Then yung ating IECEP National nagkaroon din ng event, no, which is ang IECEP Power Electronics Society ay umattend. Ang tawag po nun is yung Approved PECE Schedule of Fees for Electronics Permit Sign and Seal Dissemination. So dito finalize na po yung yung mga tariffs natin for sign and seal ng mga documentations on the different specializations. Kasama na po dyan yung solar. Okay? So yung November of 2021, no, nag-reconvene uli kami sa TC91 ng DTI-BPS, no. Then naka-attend din po tayo sa IECEP National EAGM. Moving forward, no, sa last February of 2022, as mentioned nga kanina, part ng responsibilities din ng ating society in order for us to become an active society is to conduct major events, no, which is yung po yung tinatawag nating first colloquium on power and clean energy. So with the theme of empowering digital technologies for the advancement of clean energy and power engineering. So yun po yung naging tema natin nung first colloquium na ginawa natin last February 12 of 2022. Okay. So then come yung May 2022 natin, ito po yung first year anniversary po ng IECEP Power Electronic Society, or also known as One IECEP Solar Subgroup, no? Nabuo natin po yan a year ago. Then June of 2022, no? Ito yung isa ito sa pinakamalalaking milestones ng grupo, and we are proud to announce din po na kami po ay na-receive namin officially yung IECEP National Specialization Society Accreditation number 2, no? So isa po kami doon sa mga first batches of societies na accredit po ng IECEP National. Then lastly, ito po nga yung ating second major event natin for the year, no? Which is yung second colloquium on power and clean energy. All right? Okay, so kanina no nabanggit ni Chairman Lel no yung tinatawag nating CPSP o yung Career Progression and Specialization Program. Now, para sa IECEP Power Electronic Society no, bumuo kami ng CPSP no. Ito ay yung career track no na pwede ninyong kunin bilang mga miyembro ng IECEP Power Electronic Society no. Para kayong nagte-take ng mga IT exams din, no? So almost parehas din yung pattern din nito. But the thing is, ito yung objective bakit natin sa binuo. So quoting dun sa sinabi kanina ni Dr. Alnar Detalya, no? Ating Honorable Dr. Alnar Detalya. So there are three items na nabanggit niya kanina. First is yung program development, no? Which is actually may mga initial documentations na po tayo na sinubmit no, sa IECEP National, kaya tayo na-accredit na po. Second is to conduct technical seminars for awareness, which is ginagawa na po natin ngayon. Actually, this is the second event na natin. And magkakaroon tayo ng mga tinatawag na mini seminars no, na non-CPD seminar po ito, or non-CPD webinars no na especially para ito sa mga members ng Power Electronic Society no, baka mag-conduct na po tayo anytime soon. So yung mga gusto magpa-member po ay ini-encourage na po namin kayo na mag-join. And lastly no is to promote this field of specialization. Actually napapanahon na po ang Power Electronic Society na dapat ma-promote na po ito sa ating hanay, because as you all know no, marami na pong mga balita na lumalabas no, na yung mga developments no na initiated ng gobyerno natin na related po sa Power Electronic Society no. So ito po yung mapa renewable energy, mapa mass transportation no, mapa space and military. Mamaya papakita natin yan. So ito po yung mga puntos na kailangan nating tandaan mga kasama no, kung ano ba yung naging principle natin bakit tayo magbubuo ng programa para sa IECEP Power Electronic Society. Yung tinatawag po nating Career Progression and Specialization Program. Okay no, so to visualize no, ngayon meron tayong K-12 no right now. Okay? So, yung K-12, no? Yan habang nag-aaral pa tayo, mga estudyante pa noon, no? Kahit ngayon, no? After that, if you pass the ECE or ECTA board examination, no? Yan yung magiging level 6 natin. Okay? So, parang lumalabas ay general practitioner ka, no? Pagdating sa electronics engineering, no? Ngayon, nasa iyo ngayon yun kung ano yung specialization na gusto mong itahakin, no? Gearing towards the level 7 na tinatawag. So, sa ngayon, no, ito na po, ibebenta na po natin yung ating society, no? I highly encourage you guys to join us and take the IECEP Power Electronic Society specialization. So, yan po yung magiging level 7 ninyo. So, ang power electronics industry po ay isa sa mga in-demand na industry, no, sa loob ng next 5 to 10 years, no. As we all know, we are now transitioning to power and clean energy na, no. So as mentioned nga kanina ng mga guest speakers natin, may mga decentralization efforts nang ginagawa ngayon sa power and energy industry, no, na kailangan ang mga specialist, no, sa power electronics, and balang araw yung mga subject matter experts natin, no, na under ng power electronics. So meron tayong binuong mga subspecializations, mamaya papakita ko yan. Kung gusto ninyong mag-specialize at maging expert sa power electronics, pwede kayong mamili ng subspecialization na gusto ninyo. Okay? So, yung descriptors and competencies required to go to the next step, no, is to have the proper knowledge, the skills, the values, application, and degree of independence. No? So, if you demonstrate to become competent, no, sa power electronics specialization, no, so you will be having these items na nabanggit dito. Okay. So pagdating naman sa specialization matrix natin, no, as mentioned nga kanina, so if we have this, no, yung roadmap na to, ganito na po siya ita-translate pagdating sa power electronic society, no. Okay. So let's go to level 6 muna, no. So if you pass the electronics engineering exam or ECT, no, magiging ano ka ngayon, magiging level 6 engineer ka, no. So magiging general practitioner ka, no, sa power electronics. So if you wish to join the power electronics, no, specialization, and you have a valid ECE license, no, you will be considered as the general practitioner, no, sa IECEP, sa power electronics, no. So if we are going to have the certification, no, so we'll be proposing, if ever na ma-approve po siya, so ang magiging tawag sa iyo is IECEP Certified Power Electronics Professional. So lalabas level 6 engineer ka, no? Entry level at general practitioner ka sa power electronics. Okay? Now, if you are going to pursue further, no, to advance your skills, knowledge, and experience sa power electronics, no? So instead na general practitioner ka sa power electronics, gusto mo mag-specialize, no? Okay. So if you are going to specialize, let's say, in renewable energy, in telecommunications, ICT and data center power systems, consumer power electronics, automobile and mass transport power systems, industrial and control power systems, space and military, utility and smart grid power, if you are going to go to the academy, walang problema doon. You can do the research and development. Or if you are mostly engaged in the government sector, no, pwede ka naman mag-take ng specialization ng power electronics sa focusing on the regulatory and compliance, no. So pwede pala 'yon. Okay? So well, nasa iyo kung gusto mo kunin lahat ng level 7 na subspecialization, no, it's up to you. So actually wala pang guidelines kung ilan yung specialization na kukunin mo para masabing level 8 ka na, no. So pwede kang kumuha ng mga subspecializations na to under the power electronics, no. Ngayon may mga propose kami ng mga certification names, no. So naglagay po kami dito, so propose pa lang po ito, so wala pa namang final say, no, kung yan na nga ba talaga. But we are proposing doon sa accreditation namin, ito yung mga certifications, no. So sigurado matatanong niyan sa amin kung ito ba'y align ito sa mga international certifications, no. As mentioned nga kanina, no, meron tayong Philippine Qualification Framework, meron din tayong Asian Qualification framework din, no? So yes, definitely i-align natin to sa international community, no, such as ASEAN, no. So para pagka dumating yung araw, no, na magkaroon tayo ng mga board of PRC board of ECE for power electronics din. So pag na-approve po yan, so i-align po natin yan balang araw sa international certifications kagaya no sa ASEAN, no. So imagine, very promising, no, very promising itong proposal namin na sinabit namin, no, and very straightforward at tingin naman namin magiging optimistic naman po yung ating direction on this one, no. So yan, kailangan po namin ng tulong ninyo, especially yung mga naka-engage ngayon, no, dito sa mga nabanggit na subspecializations, no, sa power electronics. Kung gusto po ninyong mag-member at bumuo ng grupo within these subspecializations, let us know, okay? Kasi kayo yung magiging subject matter expert dito balang araw, okay? So imagine na if you are focusing on the renewable energy, sa iyo yan, okay? So dyan po kayo magpo-focus, okay? Kasi kayo yung matagal lang nasa industry ng renewable energy, then go for renewable energy level 7 subspecialization for power electronics, no? O kung nasa telecommunications, ICT or data center ka naman, pwede rin. Or kung naka-engage ka mostly sa sa utility and smart grid, no, pwede rin. So bumuo kayo ng grupo ninyo within these subspecializations at i-practice natin yung mga naging experiences ninyo, throughout the years, no, sa pag-practice niyo ng mga nabanggit na subspecializations na to, no. Bumuo tayo ng mga best practices, no, submit natin, i-practice natin, then balang araw gamitin natin yan as one of the provisions dun sa ating Philippine Electronics Codebook natin for power and clean energy. Okay, so if ever you got the pass the criteria, no, alin di man dito sa mga subspecializations na to, you can now advance further doon sa level 8 natin na qualification, no. So ito yung talagang parang ang dating doctorate ka na, no. Dito you will be undergoing assessment and evaluation, no. And if you pass or meet the qualifications, no, to become a level 8 expert, no, then that's the time you will be considered as the power electronics expert na, no? So yun na po yung tawag sa iyo. Okay. So ngayon I am interested to become a member, no, but what is it for me? Di ba? Ano ba magiging benefits nito sa akin in the long run? Okay. So we just listed here some of the items, no, na that might help us convince you guys to become a member of the Power Electronics Society. So first off, no, is of course when you are a member of this society, you will be given the chance to build your professional career, no. So dun sa mga kakapasan lang din po ngayon sa board exam, no, at gustong pumasok sa power electronics specialization, no, so it's your chance to build your professional career here through the society. Second is doon sa mga nasa power electronics na, no, or yung mga gustong mag-shift ng power electronics, okay, you can further build your career and professional network sa Power Electronics Society. Okay? So not only that, no, you can also exchange information, no, and collaboration among peers, no. So imagine sa laki na ngayon ng grupo natin, makakapag-collaborate na rin tayo doon sa mga kapwa engineers natin, no. And doon sa may mga bagong information sa industry, no, makakapag-exchange na po tayo ng mga information, no. So malaking tulong po yan sa paglago ng pag-grow ng career natin. Ngayon, may mga access to privileges tayo, like yung mga access to free products and services, no? So may mga in-invite na rin po tayo ng mga nasa industry ngayon, no, na nag-o-offer ngayon ng mga job opportunities, no? So if you notice, if you doon sa FB group natin sa Power Electronics Society at sa One IECEP Solar Subgroup, no, may mga in-invite na po tayong mga HR people, no? At yung mga possible sponsors natin in the near future, no, na mabibigyan tayo ng mga access doon sa mga products and services na exclusive na na ino-offer ng Power Electronics Society, no? So imagine yung benefits ng pagiging member mo. So yung access to premium services, siguro future mode to, no? Pagdating ng araw at gumanda yung ating society, no? Magkakaroon na po tayo ng mga ganyan services in the near future. And lastly, no, yung free mentoring and coaching sessions para doon sa mga estudyante, no, na gustong magpurso ng career sa power electronics, no? Welcome po kayo sa amin. Kung gusto niyo magkaroon ng mga mentoring and coaching sessions, no, available naman po ang ating mga core officers and members ng society, no. Welcome po kayo, walang problema po diyan. And still many more to come, no. Habang tumatagal po tayo at nag-grow tayo ngayon, dumadami na rin po yung mga benepisyo niyan. Simple lang naman, no, how to become a member. Of course, you need to be an active IECEP member. So dito po napupunta ngayon yung worth ng ating pagiging member ng IECEP, no. So wala pong bayad yan sa pagiging member ng IECEP or Electronic Society. As long as you are an active IECEP member at sa mga gustong magbalik loob din sa IECEP organization, no. So welcome po kayo dyan. Ngayon, yung sa items number 2, 3, 4, and 5, no, ito ay mga nice to have lang naman po. Kasi ito ay kung may mga previous seminars, trainings, or workshops ka na inatinan, no, na related dito sa mga items na to, malaking plus factor po sa iyo to, pero hindi po siya requirement. So ang hinihingi lang po natin sa ngayon is active IECEP member po. Okay? Now for the membership form po, no, na-provide ko na po ito kanina. So ito po yung link, no. So mga gustong magpa-member, punta lang po kayo dito sa Google form po na ito. And lastly, no, ito yung accreditation natin. Okay, so we would like also to thank Engineer Mark Toledo, no, for accepting the accreditation, no, during the last MidCon. Okay, so we also like to thank IECEP National, no, through Chairman Lal din, no, so pag-accredit din sa amin and sa mga officers po natin sa IECEP National. Okay, no, so since our sponsor, no, one of our main sponsors, no, si Adamson, no, ito po isa sa mga naging seminars po natin, no. So ito po ay sa Adamson University po ito last 2019, no. So nag-conduct na po tayo ng seminar diyan about sa solar PV system, no. So tinuruan po natin yung mga students natin sa Adamson, no. Of course, I felt the nostalgia of coming back do sa ating alma mater, no. So tayo po ay nag-aaral din sa Adamson University. Okay, so yan po yung ating electronics engineering team, no. So headed by Engineer Ranyola din po ng Adamson University. And of course, and special thanks kay Dr. Angela Beltran Jr. for inviting me also on this wonderful seminar. Okay? So that's basically all, mga ka-IECEP, no? So yan po ang naging updates po natin for the past year, sa year 1. Hopefully nagustuhan po ninyo yung ating presentation and may mga napulot po kayong information, no, na makakatulong sa pagiging member ng IECEP Power Electronics Society. So if you have questions, no, ito na po yung time dun sa mga core officers and members ng IECEP Power Electronics Society. So let's welcome yung mga bagong members ngayon na gusto mag-join sa IECEP Power Electronics Society. All right. Back to you, Engineer Donna, Engineer Joel, and Engineer Brad Joey.
Thank you, Engineer MP. Okay, time check muna po tayo. It's 5:23 p.m. Alright. Para po mas maging makulay yung ating naging exciting part, no? We will be entertaining some of the questions na na-collate ng ating team. Ipa-flash po natin yung mga questions na nasasagutin ng ating mga speakers. For the questions nga po pala, because of the limited time, we will not be able to entertain all of the questions kasi alam natin na napakadami na good news and ang daming queries na naibigay kanina on the chat box. But we hope na makuha namin lahat and we will send yung mga questions nyo, queries to the speakers if hindi masagot, no, today. And then they will give you answers probably through emails. Okay. So eto po yung mga questions, no? Be ready po for our speakers kanina. Number 1 is how many CPD units po kailangan para maka-renew ng PRC license ngayon? Sino po ang sasagot?
Kasama ba ako dito, madam?
Yes, Sir Engineer Lyle, kasama po kayo. Kayong dalawa ni Sir MP.
Sorry. Nag-hawak kasi ako cellphone, nakikipag-chat na ako kanina. Okay. Sorry. Number 1, how many CPD units po kailangan para makarenew ng PRC license? Okay. 15 CPD units po ang kailangan. But if you will, yun po yun nando sa transitory period ng implementing rules and regulations, revised IRR ng CPD Act 2016. Again, 15 CPD units, pero allowed po mag-undertaking kung halimbawa 0 yung CPD nyo na meron kayo or kulang. Kung halimbawa po kulang or mag-undertaking kayo, you will have to provide yung 15 CPD units on your next cycle of renewal, which is 2025. So that's 15. Kung halimbawa ang required na by 2025 is 45, you will need to provide 60 CPD points. Yun po yung ibig sabihin ng undertaking. Okay? So I suggest, punta lang po kayo sa event shopping na may IECEP portal po natin. Napakarami po doon na free CPD points. In fact, this event, ilang CPD points ito, madam? 12 ba?
6 CPD points per time.
6, sorry. Doble pala yung sinabi ko. 6 CPD points na po kaagad ito, no? So, you only need 15. Sobrang dami doon na, of course, there are some that are paid CPD activities, no? Meron lang konting premium, sometimes because of the topic, the speaker, no? Pero marami po doon na libre. If I would approximate it, I guess, mga around 80 to 90% ng CPD activities ng IECEP is free. Napakadali pong mabuo yung 15 CPD points. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Lyle. Sir Joven?
For the next question, I think nasagot na to kanina. Do I need to ask this one? Ano nga po yung 4 na accredited societies?
Okay,
Sir
sige,
MP?
sagutin na po
Sir
natin.
Goblay?
Sorry, sagutin ko na po, no? Mabilis lang din. We have 4, Biomedical Electronic Society, Power Electronic Society, Engineering and Project Management Society, and Telecommunication Society. But, again, that doesn't mean na you can't join the other interim societies na binubuo po, no? Kailangan po nila kayo, especially if you are in that field of specialization. What are the other 6? Nandiyan po ang Building Electronics and Auxiliary Systems Society. Nandiyan po ang Computer and ICT Society. instrumentation and control, broadcasting, what else? Ako na tuloy yung iba. 10 po yan. Mag-search lang kayo. IECEP Society, lalabas po yung 10 na iyon. Nauna lang po yung 4. Kumaga. No? So, yun po. Thank you.
Thank you po. And another question for you, Sir Lyle. Good day po. How many po ang allowed specializations sa electronics professional po?
Okay, if you'll go by the nakalagay po dun sa rule book po natin, no? Technically, ulitin ko po. This is like benefit po natin as a member of the organization, no? Ang membership po natin nasa organization po natin course through the chapters, no? The IECEP chapters. As an added benefit, kasama sa kailangang gawin din natin at the back end dahil nga sa CPSP initiatives na kailangan natin i-fulfill, you are free to join at least at maximum of 3 societies. Okay? At the moment, yun po yung nasa rule book po natin, no? 3 specialization societies. Okay? What's the reason behind 3? Normally kasi, if you want to fulfill yung talagang main goal of being a part of the society, you would want to be a specialist dun sa specialization po na iyon, no? And it will take time bago ka maging a specialist on that particular field. So siguro baka bago ka maging specialista sa 3, baka ubos na yung buhok mo, no? So it will really take time. Kaya talagang maximum of 3 lang din po for the meantime. But these are naman very volatile and liquid in nature. Pwede naman natin yang baguhin as the situation calls for it. Okay, thank you.
Okay po. Sir Joel.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Lyle.
Medyo mahina po ata ang kay Sir Joel na connection. So, Sir Joel, are you okay na?
Okay, marinig niyo ko?
Okay po. Loud and clear na po.
Number 4, I think this is about project management specialization. Is there any?
Okay, nabanggit ko na po kanina, no? Meron po, yun po yung may society na may accreditation number 3. So, engineering and project management, there's a different society po handling that. Pasensya na sa power electronics, Chairman MP, no? Mukhang para na ano ko yata yung mga sa akin yung mga questions dito. Sir, but feel free to butt in, no? Kung meron kayong gustong idagdag or add sa mga ano.
Okay, eto po, naisama pa, Sir Lyle, ang MC 2013-01 sa discussion kanina.
Okay, I think this is sa DILG visit, no? Definitely yes po. This is a yes. Okay. Again, hindi na po muna tayo mag-comment ng masyadong marami na may dagdag dito, no? But yes, 2013-01 is part of the objective of the visit.
Okay, what if 5 years onwards na ang due ng license and membership?
Okay, so does this pertain to the renewal of membership or to the yung wave dues? ay maniniwalaan ko no kung saan ito, no?
I think Sir Lyle sa wave.
Okay. So, sabi ko nga po kanina, ang kailangang sinisingil lang ni IECEP by policy maximum 7 years, no? If we go by the amount that we are billing sa member noon for the back dues from 2021 pababa, that's 350 per year. So if you have 5 years na inactive po kayo, you are about to pay aside sa regular membership fee. Yung ngayon, idadagdag po ninyo yung 350 times 5. Now, with the wave back juice na promotion po natin, again, only until November 30, wala na po kayong babayaran ng 350 pesos times 5. Okay? That's wave. Okay? Automatically, naka-moratorium po yan. No? By the way, balikan ko lang yung 2013-01, baka may nagtatanong kung ano yung MC na yun. No? That's the ILG Memorandum Circular 2013-01 or yung sa implementing ano po natin, no, rules and regulations na with regards to the Electronics Engineering Law of 2004 na nilabas po ng DILG year 2030. Yun po yun. You could Google this kung gusto nyo pong makita yung laman. Okay.
I think it also answered yung question number 7. What about the expired 2021 po? Makakuha na po ba din? Or need na wala? Or need na mag-renew? So I think sagot na din naman po.
Makakakuha pa po ba din?
Or
Makakakuha
need
pa
na
din ng ID?
ID?
Siguro ID po ito, madam, no?
Or
Madam.
need na mag-renew? Ayun.
Okay, so makakakuha pa rin po kayo kasi 2021 nag-expire, tama po ba?
Opo.
Nag-expire na, no? So, hindi po. You will need to renew na kasi 2022 na po ngayon. 1 year na po kayong expired. The good news is, hindi po kayo sisingilin ng 1 year back due. You just need to pay for the membership dues nyo po for 2022 to 2025. And along with it, ibibigay sa inyo yung permanent ID po.
Okay. For the ID pala. Okay na. Question number 8 po. Sir Joel.
Question. Since di na po kailangan mag-fill up ng mag-renew ng membership form as everything is online na, should we upload na rin po ba yung 2x2 ID picture doon sa my IECEP account? May mga members po kasi kami na ang nakalagay ay naka-waki post po, pa yung nakalagay na picture sa account nila. I'm worried na baka yun ang mailagay sa bagong membership ID. Hehe.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sir Joel. No? Gob Joel. Actually, I appreciate this question. Whoever it is that pulled up this question, talagang gusto niyang makita itong question na to for the benefit of the 400 that is here, no? 406 that is here. Okay, if you'll go sa Board Resolution 2022-019, Appendix G or Appendix H, if I'm not mistaken, nakalagay po doon itong rule na ito, no? That all chapters actually should cease collection of the physical or even the digital membership forms na pinapa-fill-upan po sa atin. Please, all of the chapter officers na nandito rin, no, part of the Power Electronics Society Board, hindi na po ninyo kailangan gawin yun na magpa-fill-upan ng membership form as mandated also by that resolution because all of those information na nandun po sa membership form is already available pag fill up po ninyo sa portal. In fact, yung information pa nga po doon sa membership form na pinipilapan natin does not conform dun po sa binihingi ng Data Privacy Act, no? Because sobra-sobra yung information na nandun. So in the principle of proportionality, ibig sabihin, ang inihingi pong kayo ba, nagbibigay nyo ba yung information na related, nakalagay sa membership form, no? Sweldo ninyo, range ng sweldo ninyo, nakalagay pa yun doon, di ba? It's not really needed sa pagiging member po sa IECEP. That's one example. Which means just follow the procedure on membership, new memberships and renewal of memberships as we have advertised, which also conforms dun sa streamlined membership procedure that we released on the Board Resolution 2022-08, 07 or 08, and you will be well and good. Now, part of it also, dun sa tanong kanina, no, i-remind na rin po namin ang mga chapters and their leaderships. No? I hope nakarating po sa inyo. But yun nga, kasi nga, dun kami ko nagpo-pull up ng information. Dun din kami kumukuha ng picture. And most probably, kung nakawaki po kayo doon, yun talaga yung i-upload namin doon. Okay? Yun talaga yung kukunin po namin. No? So, for all the 400 plus members who are here na yung mga pictures po ninyo are not updated as of the moment, or you would want to use those pictures na nandun po, please update it. No? It would be better kung i-upload nilang profile picture is yung professional one na ginagamit. Thank you.
Okay. Sir Lyle, meron lang ako ditong nakita na question on the chat box. I think
Yes, ma'am.
related on the membership fee. Instead of 350 a year, the membership dues will be 600 per year. Question mark. Tama po ba? 600 per year na daw ang membership dues. Nako, medyo nawala uli si Sir
Hello po.
Lyle.
Yes po, 600 na po.
Okay, 600 na po. Malinaw po, 600 na po. Kasi may mga nagtataka na nag-renew ng early na this year.
Effective August 1 po.
Magkaiba pa. Opo, magkaiba pa. So, effective August 1 daw po ay 600 na per year ang ating renewal.
Mamaya po sa announcement, elaborate ko.
Okay po. So, we have questions pa.
Gob, naputol ako. Sorry.
Opo. Okay.
Pwede
Sir
pong
Lyle,
ulitin
about...
yung may 350. Doon ako naputol eh.
Opo. Although nasagot siya ni Sir Donald kanina.
Okay.
Opo. Tinatanong niya kung 600 na daw po ba ang membership fee ngayon. So, nasagot po naman.
Kung nasagot na po, okay na po yun.
Okay po.
Yeah,
Okay, ito yung
magkamali pa.
sunod.
Hindi. Si
yung
Gov
sunod?
Donald is part of the finance committee, no? So he knows it also.
Okay.
Okay. So next question, may kasamang trabaho po ba yan? I think it pertains to Sir MP na. I mean, para makapag-specialize po, meron po ba i-recommend / ibibigay sa IECEP na trabaho para matulungan yung tao sa specialization na napili niya?
Actually, magandang question yun. Ano? Thank you for that, Engineer Donna. No? Actually, if you notice, no, if nag-member na kayo doon sa FB group natin, sa IECEP Power Electronic Society, no, meron din dalawa I believe na-invite na natin, no, na mag-post ng career opportunities, no, sa power electronics. So kung sumusubaybay po kayo doon sa ating FB group natin, meron na po silang pinapost doon na mga job opportunities actually. Yes, to answer the question, meron kasamang trabaho po yan at isa yan sa mga gusto natin ding i-align actually doon sa binanggit ni Engineer Lyle kanina ng mga institutional members, no? Kung maipapasok po natin sila sa pamamagitan ng Memorandum of Agreement or Memorandum of Understanding, hopefully, ma-entice natin po yung mga nasa industry ngayon na maging member as an institutional member, no? Who knows, mabigyan tayo ng exclusive slot, no, para sa Power Electronics Society members, no? So nakaplano na po yan. Yun lang, of course, maraming mga challenges din along the way, no? Hindi po ganun kadali. But yes, definitely, yan po ang isa sa mga privileges ng pagiging member po ninyo ng IECEP Power Electronic Society. May trabaho po tayo dito, mga kasama. Especially yung sa yung sa mga electric vehicles ngayon, marami nang dinideploy ang government ngayon. But ang problem is yung specialization natin, kailangan po natin maihasa pa natin ang gusto. So kailangan po namin ng tulong ninyo guys, no, na especially doon sa mga nasa industry na ngayon ng electric vehicles ngayon at ng mga power electronics na related doon. If you can contribute, then much better po para mas lalo po natin mapalakas yung hanay natin.
Okay, Gov Donna, may add, Chairman MP?
Yes po,
Okay.
yes po.
Yes,
Okay,
Feel
so,
free
ayun.
po, Sir Lyle.
Opo, so magano lang ako, dagdag lang ako dun sa sinabi ni Chairman MP. Tama yun, no? Yung sinabi po niya na magandang i-align talaga siya. In fact, yun dun talaga nakapwesto yung institutional membership na pinopromote ko nga po kanina. no? And then a part of this is also we would like syempre to enhance also yung mga job opportunities natin that would be coming from those industries that we would be partnering with, no? Yung mga magiging institutional members po natin. Now, in the terms of society po, and even ICEP in general, no? Kasama naman talaga sa benefit na nakukuha po ninyo ngayon, in a way. Kaya nga sabi ko, kaya kayo nandito, also would want to reach out and be friends, makilala niyo pa po sila ng mas malalim. Yung iba pa pong mga practitioners within your particular society, kung power electronics, yun yung field na gusto niyo ngayon, makikilala niyo, ito pala yung mga persons working dito sa society na to ngayon who are specializing in this field. Most probably, they also have that network doon po sa mga industries na nandito po sa specialization na ito, no? They could network you doon, and networking is a very powerful tool na magagamit po natin if you wanna have some advancements pagdating po sa inyong professional career. And not only yung talagang quote-unquote maghanap lang ng trabaho, basta trabaho lang, no? Siyempre, minsan yan yung iba, nandun ka na sa field na yun, nandun ka na sa trabaho na yun, still want more, still want to advance, and that should be our main goal naman sa buhay po natin. No? Hindi naman tayo dapat nakastick lang dun sa kung ano tayo ngayon, so you would want to further upgrade, advance, whatever it is that you are doing. This is also the goal nitong Career Progression and Specialization Program. Basically, yun lang naman yung pinaka-main logic, no? If you advance, supposedly, skills and competencies, di ba? You would also have the opportunity to advance in your line of, preferred line of, field and specialization, no? Yun naman din yung aim mo po. So, it follows suit, and it goes hand in hand. So, yun, I hope we have answered enough yung question po na yun. Hindi naman po talaga instant makukuha natin yung trabaho, lalapit yan sa atin, no? You will also have to build your skills, your skill set, your competencies, and then it will follow suit. Minsan nga, hindi na kayo mag-a-apply, kayo pa nga hanapin. Thank you.
One more question. Recommended Electronic Society for Electronics Technicians po? Goblail? Or anyone?
Okay, sige, go Joel, ako muna, no? Again, as I've said kanina, yung concept ng National Specialization Societies natin includes all of those fields ng electronics practitioners, which means ECTs, ECEs, PECEs are very much welcome to these societies because as a member of IECEP, your benefit is to be freely admitted to these societies as a member, no? Yun po yung pinaka sagot po diyan. So irregardless which society, as long as ang titingnan mo siguro yung yung current specialization mo o kung saan man papunta iyon, diba? Yung gusto mong field, doon ka siguro mag-join, no? Kung halimbawa ECT pa na po tayo, no? So, yun yung sinasabi natin yan. Of course, hindi lang talaga nga pwede si ECT maging specialist pa. Because sabi nga kanina ni Chairman Mark, I think nabanggit niya kanina, or even siguro baka si Doc Al kanina, nabanggit din to somewhere, once you pass the board exam na pagiging ECE, that's only the time that you enter level 6. Okay? When you become PECE, that's only the time you become level 7. Level 8 po yung specialist natin na binubuo po ngayon. Yun po yung parang succession po niya, no? So, yun muna yung magiging hagdan mo na tatahakin. Be an electronics engineer first and then you climb up the ladder afterwards. Chairman MP, baka may dagdag ka pa po.
Okay, so in addition dito sa sa item number 1 na question, no. Actually hindi lang trabaho ang ibalak namin ibigay sa mga membro, no. So actually in fact this 1 or 2 days ago we got in touch with New Energy Nexus, no, na group, no. And it so happened that this one engineer na under this company is based in Mindanao, no, which happens to be actually na-meet din namin ni Engineer Donna, no, and Engineer John and others, no, na nakamit na pala din si Madam President na Dr. Michelle Lawas pala na siya na na-meet na pala niya sila, no, and good thing na discover agad natin to, and we are glad to announce din sa mga members dito, no, or would be members, no, na meron po tayong i-endorse na program, no, from New Energy Nexus, no, na they are going to provide you the basic knowledge, no, pagdating sa solar PV system. And not only that, no, tuturuan din kayong para pagdating sa pagiging isang technopreneur, no, sa solar PV system. So ipo-post namin yan actually sa sa FB group natin, no, para sa kaalaman din ng mga bagong members at sa mga existing members ng subgroup din natin, no, sa solar. So hindi lang po basta trabaho ang bibigay namin sa inyo. Then it's also about technopreneurship, no, as inspired din ng mga previous mentors natin, no, sa IECEP, no. Hindi lang po trabaho kundi technopreneur po ang technopreneurship ang ibibigay din po natin sa mga miyembro natin. So hanap buhay at negosyo din po ang ibibigay natin.
Okay. May naka-raise ng hand po si Sir Joshua Lanceta. Sir Joshua, do you want to ask question po? Yes po. Go ahead.
Baka po na-raise lang.
Okay. Okay. Sir MP, may isa lang akong question na nakita kanina bago tayo mag-move on the awarding of the certificate. Tinatanong niya kung may bayad daw po ba ang pagsali sa society.
Okay, yun ang pinaka magandang question, no, na inaitanong sa webinar na to, no. Yan po yung magbibigay sa atin ng value sa pagiging member ng IECEP, no. Yung bayad po ay wala po. Okay, libre po maging member ng IECEP Power Electronics Society. Yung actually binabayaran ninyo sa membership sa IECEP, no, of course dito po napupunta sa pagiging member ninyo ng IECEP Power Electronics Society. So of course hindi lang po alisin na po natin, no, yung notion na yung ating mga IECEP ID members, membership IDs ay pang lang po sa lobby. Hindi po. Ito na po ang magbibigay ng dagdag value sa ating pagiging member, no? So libre po sa madaling salita yung pagiging member ng IECEP Power Electronics Society. So all you have to do is to present your ID, no, kapag may mga events po tayo, no, na exclusive sa Power Electronics Society rin, and of course sa IECEP National din, no. So pakita nyo lang, no, at least mabibigyan kayo ng access dun sa mga exclusive for Power Electronics Society members, no. So yan po yung privilege po ninyo, no. So wala pong bayad po yan.
Thank you, Sir MP, for clarification. Sir Joel, take over po.
Okay. Awarding of certificate of appreciation. May we call on Engineer Gerald U. Tiokson, Governor of IECEP Mindoro.
Hello. Is my audio clear?
Yes, Engineer Jocks. Clear.
All right. Thank you, Engineer Donna. All right. So we award the certificate of appreciation. So basahin ko na lang po. So the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Power Electronics Society, IECEP Incorporated Society Accreditation number 2, certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel G. Villas, PECE, in sincere acknowledgement with his invaluable contribution as a research speaker for the second colloquium on power and clean energy with the topic Updates from IECEP National Specialization Society, which is given on this 30th of August 2022 with the signatories, Engineer Donald M. Lapiguera, Governor of IECEP Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Gerald Jackson, yours truly, Governor IECEP Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Manwa, Governor IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter, Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor IECEP Cavite Chapter, Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chairman IECEP Power Electronic Society, and finally Engineer Antonio L. Dickson Jr., Secretary IECEP Power Electronics Society. And so
Thank you very much.
okay po. And another certificate, so let's award this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, PECE, in sincere acknowledgement with his invaluable contribution as a resource speaker for the second colloquium on power and clean energy with the topic orientation and updates from IECEP Power Electronic Society, given on the 13th of August 2022, which is signed by Engineer Donald M. Lapiguera, Governor IECEP Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Gerald Jackson, Governor IECEP Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Manwa, Governor of IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter, Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor IECEP Cavite Chapter, Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chairman IECEP Power Electronic Society, and Engineer Antonio L. Dickson Jr., Secretary IECEP Power Electronics Society. All right, so everyone, let's give these two gentlemen a virtual applause on the reacts sa ating Zoom meeting. Ayan, clap tayo.
Thank
Ayan.
you. Thank you very much, Engineer Jocks. Okay, before we proceed on picture taking of this event, may we call Engineer Donald for some announcement?
Okay, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Ayan. Isang mabilis lang po announcement. Actually, nasabi na po ni VP Lyle kanina ano yung mga dapat i-announce. Pero sige, share ko pa rin. So, mabilis lang po. Okay, for the announcements. Again, yung sa First National Specialization Societies Conference, October 1 to 2. So, mark na po natin yan sa mga calendars natin. Ano po? May face-to-face at may virtual. Ayan. So, doon pa naman po sa sa AGM po natin. Ito po yung mga steps naka-post po sa IECEP National FB page. So, sundan na lang po natin. Okay. Sa November 15 to 17 po yon sa PICC Pasay City po ang face-to-face venue po. Then meron din po tayo sa Zoom. So ito po yung mga rates. Okay po, ito po yung mga rates natin. Based po dun sa my IECEP portal po natin. Ang face-to-face, 5,500 for the 3-day conference. 4,500 naman po sa virtual. Then dun sa IECEP National Specialization Societies, 1,200 for the 2-day conference yung face-to-face. Gaganawin po yun sa IECEP home po natin sa Mandaluyong. Then virtual po ay 500 pesos for 2 days. So join na po tayo rito, dahil sure po yung mga CPD points natin. Isang mabilis lang po yan. Okay. Then si Engineer Kiara po, let's show our support for her yung campaign niya po sa Lakambing Ingenieria 2022. Ayan. So send lang po natin yung mga pledges sa number na nakalagay sa screen, 0909-450-5559. Ayan. So ito po yung mga societies natin. May mga nagtatanong po kung ano yun. Ito po yung 10. Okay? Biomedical, ICT, Broadcast, Telecommunications, Building Electronics and Auxiliary Systems, Instrumentation and Control, Microelectronics, Power Electronics, Emerging Technologies and Related Convergent Fields, Project Management, Engineering Management. So, kanina po, pinost ko na po itong mga Facebook groups na link po natin. hanapin niyo na po sa chat at join na po kayo sa mga societies natin. So, yung sa power electronics po kanina, maraming benefits. So, lahat po ng societies natin ay may mga benefits din po. So, join na po kayo. Maximum of 3 societies po bale. Okay? At lahat po tayo no, ay magkaroon talaga ng mga societies. Okay? Maka-join na po tayo. Then, yung IECEP new membership rates starting August 1, 2022, ito na po yung rates sa buong, nasa lahat po ng local chapters and foreign, no? So, member po, regular membership po, 600 per year, kaya po 1,800 yung 3 years. Associate, yung pang ECT po, 350 pesos per year. Affiliate po, ito po yung mga non-board passers ng ECE o kaya CPE or IT. Professionals, pwede po mag-join sa atin. 300 pesos per year or 900 pesos for 3 years. Okay po. Life membership po natin, 15,000 pesos. Ang makakapag-avail po ng life member ay 7 years after kang pumasa sa board exam. For example, ngayon, 2022, lahat po ng 2015 pababa, yun lang po ang pwedeng mag-join sa life member. So, yan. So, avail na po kayo. Meron pong pa-jacket yan. Life jacket, life member jacket, tsaka po yung ID natin ay iba po yung pagkakagawa, no? VIP ID, parang ganun. Gold shade po siya, ganyan. So, next po yung IECEP KSA-ERC ay nagpaplano po to building for ICIT research and development through collaboration with other chapters. So, yung mga succeeding talks po nila, mga exciting announcements po from KSA-ERC ay abangan po natin, ano, dahil maganda po itong project po na to. Then for Bulacan members po, ayan, may outstanding IECEP Bulacan member po tayo 2022. Maglalabas po kami ng guidelines, no? Para po to sa mga members po ng Bulacan chapter. So, ayan. Then meron po kaming AGM 2020 face-to-face for members only. Hanap po kami ng venue, mga bandang Malolo City po, no? Then magpo-post na po kami sa page po natin, no, sa mga Bulacan members, at kita-kits po tayo sa ating AGM face-to-face event po. So, yun lang po. Thank you very much po. And keep safe. God bless us always. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Donald, for this sum
Engineer
up.
Donald. Yeah, Engineer Donald, this is Chairman MP, no? Permission to speak.
Okay po.
Okay po, permitted.
Yeah, before we wish to announce to Engineer Landon and sa IECEP National that IECEP Power Electronic Society has donated an amount of 1,000 pesos to Miss Aubrey Kiara Padernal po. So, nag-send na po kami ng donation po for the success and wish of good luck kay Miss Aubrey Kiara Padernal po. Kay Engineer Padernal. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you po,
much,
Chairman.
IECEP-PES. Salamat, Chairman MP and the whole IECEP-PES.
Thank you po.
Okay. Okay, so let us be ready. So please open your camera and put your beautiful smile. Let us have the best memory for this second colloquium on power and clean energy. Sir Tony, are you the one to have the screenshot, or Miss Faye?
Yes po, ako po. Okay. Let's hold our smiles po. On the count of 3, 1.
Medyo mahina, Ma'am Faye.
Oh.
Baka hindi sila makasmile.
Ayan po, okay. One, am I audible na po?
Po.
Yan, okay na.
Okay na po.
Thank you po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Next page po. 1, 2, 3. Next page. Dami po natin. 1, 2, 3. Next po. 1, 2, 3. Okay po. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Okay po. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ayan po. Thank you very much po sa mga umattend sa ating second colloquium.
Thank you. Thank you po. Sir Joel, take over po.
Marinig niyo ko? Okay.
Yes, Sir Joel.
Our next program is the closing remarks by Engineer Erwin Eliasar, our Vice Chair, IECEP Power Electronics Society. Take
Thank
it
you.
away.
Hello po. Thank you very much po. In behalf of the Power Electronics Society, we would like to thank all the participants from our Zoom platforms and those who are watching through the streaming. Our partner, IECEP Bulacan, KSA-ERC, Cavite, Mindoro, and also the IECEP Laguna Student Chapter. And to our major sponsors, ABB and Adamson University. The Colloquium series is one of the forefront of the society towards specialization. We are looking forward that you will join us not only in the succeeding future Colloquium, but also to be a part of the Power Electronics Society. For the enthusiasts, students, or professionals who wish to join the Power Electronics Society, you can fill up the form that is actually posted earlier or visit our Facebook group and page for Power Electronics Society. We are still looking for volunteers to the various committees and especially to the professionals who are expert in the practice of power electronics. Since electronics engineering is a wide field of specialization, as we claim, and of course it has a legal mandate, this is our chance to hone our expertise and to be involved and strengthen our profession by joining specialization society. You may also join the various specialization society that will match your interests and current field of specialization accredited by IECEP, as presented earlier also by Engineer Lyle. The benefits is you can build your career and professional network and collaboration among the peers and mentoring and coaching session and anything and others. And of course, the career progression specialization program towards the level 8 professional ng formulated ng Professional Regulation Commission and IECEP. And of course, join us on the October 1 and 2, the first National Specialization Society Conference na in-announce din kanina. And in the outset, in behalf of the IECEP Power Electronics Society, we thank you all for joining us to this fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Erwin Eliasar. Again, be reminded that our evaluation link is provided in the chat box. Please don't forget to fill it up and hit the submit button. Thank you very much for your participation on the second colloquium on power and clean energy. We hope to see you again on our future activities. To the 401 participants of this event, you make this activity successful. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po. Thank you po, Gov. Mga Govs.
Thank you, Sir Donald.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Thank you, IECEP Philippines.
Congratulations, everyone.
Hey, bye-bye po.
Thank you. Congratulations, Power Electronics.
Congrats, Gov. Jody Lix, thank you po.
BP Lyle, thank you po.
Salamat
Thank
po.
you,
Thank
BP
you.
Lyle.
Thank you,
Tony,
everyone.
thank you very much.
Ingat kayo.
Thank you po. Boss Lyle.
Sir Lyle, Engineer Lyle.
Salamat
Yung
po.
jacket ko.
Nandyan lang yan, sir. Kung ano,
Di bale,
hindi
pagpunta
na
ko dyan
ibigay.
sa opisina, kasi na mo yan.
Naka-ready naman ho lahat yun.
Oo. Kasi hindi
Thank
na
you.
kasama rito yung nung nagpadala eh. Nung last time.
Sige, banggitin ko rin next week pag dalandaan ko sa IECEP Home.
Hindi, dyan na lang. Maiiwan na lang dyan kasi pauwi na rin ako.
Sige, banggitin ko rin, Sir Joey.
Okay, sige.